Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to RENNSPORT. Welcome back to the R1 Championship. You're joining us live as once again we take to the streets of Jeddah ahead of what I'm sure will be a fascinating round of races. We're still very much in the dynamic group phase on the road to the Esports World Cup. Like I said, George Morgan here, joining you here once again on the broadcast after a 2-week break. And I'm back and joined by Lewis McGlade as well. Welcome back, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm disappointed to have you back. I'm not going to lie. I preferred having you in here. That's okay. I'll be. No, honestly, you missed some good races, especially obviously a couple of weeks ago when we had Group B and C out at Fuji. Now, of course, today we're talking about promotion and relegation from both Group B and Group C. And George, you missed an absolute cracker of video. It was crazy. It was insane. Points were going everywhere. It was wild. Came down to the very last moment. And no, it was really, really good. So I'm sure we're in for a good night of racing still.
I think we will be in for a treat. Now, if you are new here, of course, to this wonderful series, we can, of course, breeze you through the format, and we do have a little video to explain it all.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
So there you have it, folks. That is how the format is going to work on the run to Riyadh, and I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. Obviously, we've seen already some dynamic shifts as well between the tiers as well, Lewis McGlade, as we look ahead to Jeddah. Already Virtus Pro dropping down. We've seen some improvements from BS Plus competition as well. Just goes to show the balancing of risk and reward and how every moment matters out there on track.
Yeah, certainly so. That's what we've seen over the rounds we've had before. That's what we're going to be seeing out there tonight on the streets of Jeddah. Keeping your nose clean is always an important thing. And you kind of saw that back in Fuji as well, as a lot of teams kind of got very much involved with each other in a fairly dramatic way. And I don't mean that in a good way.
No, well, I tell you what, we'll see more tonight, and you'll see more right through the course of the championship. Here is the calendar. We're currently at Jeddah on night 2 of round 5. We've got 2 more nights to bring you of round 6 when we head to Daytona. We're heading stateside next time around on May 16th and May 23rd, with Monza then, the penultimate rounds of the run in towards Riyadh. Round 7 of night 1, night 2, that'll take place on May 30th, May 31st. Then round 8, that will, of course, be announced very, very soon as well for June 6th. So plenty more to come there as well. And in the meantime as well, we could take a little bit of a look at the track we're going to be witnessing tonight as well. We're heading to Jeddah, to the Corniche circuit. This layout has been functional now ever since 2021. The 3rd of December 2021 is where this track opened up. 6.174 kilometers, that's 3.836 miles, 27 corners in total with a 50,000 crowd capacity. But the racing is oh so tough. Those barriers can get awful close, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. When you talk about those overtaking opportunities, obviously you have turn 1, turn 4, turn 13. 22, you can kind of make something go as well as turn 16. But there we go. 27, the hairpin. That's where we see a lot of overtakes. That's where we see a lot of attempts around this Jeddah Corniche circuit. One thing, though, as much as it is a street circuit, we know this place is high speed. That has been one of the main things about this circuit. Whilst we're used to seeing, Formula cars race around, obviously Formula 1, 2, 3, etc. GT racing, obviously, I think it was the end of last year, wasn't it? We saw GT World Challenge come out here, and obviously we've had it in the Esports World Cup last year. It's a very different style of racing than we normally see in R1. Then it can get a little feisty out there and a little bit crash happy as well.
I'm sure James Baldwin can tell us a thing or two about it, because of course he did race there in real life as well, of course in GT World Challenge, taking part in that in the Endurance Championship. We can of course take a look at the group stage overview as well, and just take a little breeze through the current circumstances well, obviously surrounding the teams that we're going to be seeing tonight, as well as those we've already seen. Group A have witnessed Mouse pop up into Group A, with Virtus Pro dropping down into Group B, along with BS Plus Competition moving up. They join Team Vitality and competing here tonight, with Group C witnessing Team Falcons drop down with Mercedes-AMG Esports Teams, Team MSI, of course, very, very strong at Fuji in their opening stint in Group D. And we're seeing Team TC Racing dropping into Group D as well. And I think they'll be very strong down there as well, Lewis, based on recent form.
Well, obviously, last week we did actually deal with Group A and Group B, because we're dealing with Group B and Group C this week. If you did join us, spoilers, so prepare yourselves. Mouse, they had a terrible time and got absolutely obliterated by Porsche Commander and BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls, of which it was Team Redline that were victorious this round. So Mouse dropped their way back into Group B. That is obviously not this week. That will be in 2 weeks' time. And for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team TC Racing, Thibaut Courtois' team, they've already jumped out of Group D. So we already know the teams that will be heading to Group B and Group C. So we already know one of those teams that will be taking part in a couple of weeks' time. But for today, we're focusing on promotion and relegation from Group B and Group C. So Virtus Pro, Team Vitality and BS Competition. One of those teams is going up, one of those teams is going down. And of course, in Group C, Falcons, Atlassian Williams, and Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI was, of course, the MSI team. They did really well, didn't they, to get out of Group D in our opening week of this. They'll be going into action in the first race of today's action, which, of course, is Group C first.
Yeah, well, first to take to the track, this time in qualifying ahead of race 1 that we have for Group C, it's Jakub Matuszewski, who's going to be making his way around the Jeddah circuit. Of course, recent times, I mean, results haven't been necessarily brilliant for Falcons. They've had a little bit of a tricky period, but a better run of form back at Hockenheimring at the end of the initial phase, the seeding phase, leading through to the dynamic group phase. But of course, since Fuji, I mean, they had one victory with Thomas Tatler, and then of course another podium from Matuszewski himself. That was the last race we had at Fuji. But other than that, it has been a tricky period for them. So a great chance to almost dust themselves off here, Lewis, and come back with a little bit of venom.
Yeah, this is the thing with these groups, especially with Group B and Group C. Remember that one team will go up and one team will go down. And between these three, between the MSI, between Williams and between Falcons, I do not know, really, genuinely, either way. Like, I can see this happening in any way. I can see Falcons dropping down, MSI dropping up, Williams staying, Williams going. I don't know. All I can tell you is Jakub Matuszewski's first sector. We were aiming for low 0.1s, 0.0s as a really good opening sector time. But of course, at the end of sector 1, where you go through turn 10, that is the highest likelihood of a slowdown penalty around this entire circuit. It's basically the only place we saw them last week, as Matuszewski comes into the final corner.
Yeah, exiting out of turn 27 now and down the long straight. Of course, we've seen many a time the Formula 1 cars barreling their way down through towards the start-finish line. Now we're getting to see the GT3 machines make their way through, and a purple final sector. 37.3 from Jakub Matuszewski. Hard to tell whether he was happy with that, but I can tell you right now that Jamie Fluke has taken purple in the first and second sectors, so Matuszewski could come under trouble here.
Yeah, I will say, some of the fast times that we were dealing with, it was 59.1s, 59.2s. That time for Matuszewski is actually really quite good, which means that Jamie Fluke is absolutely on one at the moment as he comes out of the final corner. I think we saw a 59.0 be the fastest time, if memory serves, from one of the red line drivers. Jamie Fluke comes across the line and sets a 1.80. That's actually a really good way to start. Of course, you can go and check out all of the results on the RENNSPORT app, which you can go and get from the Play Store or the Apple App Store. Going back to Tobias Pfeffer tells me that someone has had a quali ban. Not 100% sure as to who. We'll update you with that in a moment.
Yeah, we certainly will. Tobias Pfeffer, obviously someone who has performed brilliantly, really, for the Williams team. Has been one of the standouts, certainly based on what we saw back in Fuji. I mean, back-to-back P3s in sequential races when we went to the Japanese circuit, but has now been faced with, quite right, Lewis, slowdown penalty. I mean, this aside, I mean, results haven't been too bad for Pfeffer. He's been one of the highlights for the Williams team lately.
Yeah, indeed. That is a big shame, though, to get a slowdown. I don't genuinely think that we saw any slowdowns at 22 last week. So that's a bit of a shock for Tobias Pfeffer, who will most likely be starting this race towards the back. The reason why I said, by the way, about there being a quali ban, again, I'm not sure as to exactly who it is, but the fact that there has been a long wait between Jamie Fluke crossing the line and Tobias Pfeffer, a longer wait than we're normally used to, tells me that someone has had a slap on the wrist from race control. It's not Thomas Tattler, who's potentially one of the favourites to take a few victories tonight.
Yeah, he certainly is. Purple in that first sector as well with a 44.0. That is the first 44.0 we have seen thus far. 37.8 in the middle is also reasonably quick, and just nodding his head from side to side. Obviously seems reasonably content as now he awaits sector 3 to dial up down at the bottom of our screen. So now crossing the line, and it's a purple final sector with 37.2. That is a blistering lap, but not enough to topple Jamie Fluke.
No, certainly not. And that 180 live said it is actually a very good time from Jamie Fluke from the MSI team that progressed from Group D back in night number 1 of the dynamic group stages. Here comes John Robertson out through the final corner. And Robertson's sector times has struggled a little bit with getting to grips with R1. I'd say these sector times are looking good for 4th place, but obviously that is 4th of 5 times. The only one behind him would be Pfeffer. Actually sets the fastest final sector and finds his way up into 3rd position. That's a very good lap time from Robertson.
That's very good from John Robertson now, and obviously representing the MSI team now in 3rd place. So MSI with a car on top and also one on the 2nd row. As now we watch Belletsiotis now make his way out of turn 27, looking for a big lap to surpass not only his own teammate Tobias Pfeffer, becoming the highest placing Williams driver in this qualifying session with 3 minutes and 30 to go. 44.3, 37.7 and a 37.1, and purple in the final sector. So that rips that away from John Robertson, but it doesn't take away the 3rd fastest time from Robertson. 4th fastest for Vasilios Belletsiotis.
That's actually very impressive from Belletsiotis. Unfortunately, Kamil Pavlovsky, who we're seeing here, you can see by those sector times, has come a cropper down at turn 10, which is on the exit of sector 1, has run out wide through there, and unfortunately that has cost him with a slowdown penalty. So basically he's in a fight with who's going to have the last spot, a battle of the wooden spoon, and it's not going to be him. He passes that one off to Pfeffer.
And he does. Johan Harth up next now, and obviously MSI can rest assured that at least that 2 of their cars out of the 4 have now placed themselves inside that top 3. Can Johan Harth add his name into the equation? 44.0 in the first sector is very good. 37.7 in the middle is bang on the money. Needs a vibrant final sector. Could yet be joining Jamie Fluke up at the highest end of the order, will the Frenchman? The question is, can Johan Harth achieve that? Coming up through towards the top end, and indeed he'll surpass Fluke and move into the 59.0s. The only driver to do that thus far, but Dom Blyer, purple in the first, Lewis McGlade.
That is a seriously impressive time coming in from Johan Harth. That would have been in contention in Group A for pole positions last week. Very impressive from Johan Harth. Let's see if Dom Blyer can go faster. He set an unreal first sector as well with a 43.9 as they fire their way up towards the line. Can Williams steal away the pole position? Yes, they can. A 58.8 from Dom Blyer.
That's a monstrous lap from Dom Blyer. 2 purple sectors out of the 3, and that places him right at the very top. Johan Harth only had it for a split moment. And a 58.8. That is an absolutely stunning display from Dom Blyer. It's going to be very tough to see anyone replicate anything of the sort. Blyer on a different planet. But Zemislav Lamenek here for Team Falcons. Thomas Tattler currently the highest place of the bunch. He is going to be the last of the Falcons now to fly up towards the line. 44.3 is certainly not comparable in the first sector. Now crosses the line into P8. Not ideal, well, at all for Lemon.
Indeed not. And unfortunately, this lap time's not going to be good enough for the Atlassian Williams driver of Daniel Pajdorp. So there's going to be 2 Williams at the back end of the field. We've got Dom Blyer, who's starting towards the front, and Vasilios Belletsiotis starting from basically the middle. So kind of a bit all over the place, the Williams team. And it looks like MSI might really have the advantage here at the moment with 2nd, 3rd and 5th for now. Pajdorp across the line, see if he can get ahead of Pavlovsky or Pfeffer. And he will get ahead of his teammate Tobias Pfeffer and end the session in 10th place. Jimmy Antunes was the qualifying ban, so MSI will be starting from the rear of the field. But let me just tell you, that lap time from Dom Blyer, fastest lap that we have seen in the dynamic group phase so far here at Jeddah. The fastest lap time before this was done by Kevin Siggy. It was a 58.9, I think it was 991 that Kevin Siggy set in the 2nd qualifying session of Group A So he's a 10th faster than that is Don Bly. Now, I don't know if they've changed BOP or anything between now and then, but that is wild how fast that is.
He was in his own stratosphere, was Don Blyer. And I must say, this is a young man who hasn't really had it all his own way. Really, his best round so far today was Spa, all the way back in the first round. Of course, coming second back at Fuji, but he had 2 second places back at Spa-Francorchamps and a 4th place in between as well. But has a great chance to kick Jeddah off here tonight in the right way and the best way possible. But I've got to give credit to MSI as well, Lewis. I mean, what a lap as well from Johan Harth. He tends to be one of those drivers that is up and down, never really the consistent line or the consistent trend of fastest laps. We tend to expect Jamie Fluke to be the fastest of the MSI drivers, but credit to Johan Harth, brought his very best to the forefront, could have easily been him on pole.
I do remember for MSI, because of course they raced in Group D, so they've already progressed once so far in this competition. But that did mean I bumped into Darren McCormack at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying kind of the same thing, because they dropped out of Group A into Group B, so we'll see them later on in the Union Virtus Pro. They've had 2 weeks off. They've not done anything the last 2 Fridays. So it's been a while between races on RENNSPORT for these drivers. And I know that sounds like a small thing, but yeah, that extra week compared to the other team, it can make a little bit of a difference. But I've got to say, yeah, Johan Harth, quality lap time, very, very impressive. They're in warm-up now. But MSI, could they go from Group D to Group C and then from Group C straight up to Group B? Very, very possible indeed. Jamie Fluke was saying it was possible when we interviewed him at the end of the coverage back in Group D in round 1. I mean, anything's possible for this team.
I would agree, and I think they're definitely well placed for it, given the fact that at the end of the day, it's all about consistency up at the top end. I think one of the teams I think we probably expected more from was Team Falcons, Lewis, who tend to be, outside of the top bunch. You'd expect them to perform at the highest level, certainly in this group that we're witnessing here in Group C. But yeah, nothing of the sorts, unfortunately. And the general driver that we'd expect to be performing at the highest level, Thomas Tattler, down in 7th place. So he has got a mountain to climb to get himself up into the higher echelons of the points. Their best hope is obviously I'm sorry, we're looking at free practice times, do apologise, but yeah, you know what I mean. Obviously Falcons aren't necessarily, should we say, taking things to the level that we are seeing for the likes of MSI and Williams.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Look, these things, they're so hard to predict here, George. Like, we're kind of sat here on the sidelines thinking about what could happen, thinking about those teams that could progress, thinking about, MSI is starting this evening in a really good spot, and that's amazing. But then R1 is hard to predict anyway at the best times. It's hard to understand who's going where, and then taking into account the Jeddah Corniche circuit, the ultimate what is going to happen cards to throw in there. I'm going to throw out one thing though from last week. Obviously you weren't here last week because you were off abandoning us doing some other rubbish. That's fine. That's fine. I'll allow it. I'm still not abandoned the R1 community in 2 years, mate. So that's fine. That's up to you.
I was thinking about them the whole time.
Doubt it. You didn't even tune into the coverage whilst you were sat chilling, were you? No. Second place qualifying was arguably the favoured position, because whatever it was on the race start, almost every single time, second place led into T1.
So are you conveniently suggesting that it's Johan Harth we should be watching?
Yes, indeed. I think it's those, and we're keeping an eye on this across the entire evening. I think those starting on the outside of the front row. You start on the right-hand side on the run into turn 1. So we'll be seeing them obviously on the left as the TV coverage is. It's the outside for the first corner. You carry quite a lot of speed into the first corner because obviously you can brake later. It gives the inside for turn 2, and that has worked out in favour basically every single time. One of the major things though was that especially in Group A, it was Redline starting on the front row all of the time, and it was Siggy and Bennett, and so they were swapping between them. So potato, read into it what you will, but it's still an interesting thing to throw out there that second place is maybe the ideal starting spot.
Second place could win the race. Let's wait and see as to whether that will be Johan Harth. Obviously, we'll be waiting until obviously the drivers take to the grid. We'll find out obviously heading into turn 1 who's going to take the early advantage. But obviously at the moment, Don Blyer, the one to beat, and once again fastest as you can see in practice at the moment with 10 seconds to go in that session. And then very shortly we'll jump into race trim. Obviously many others to keep an eye on as well. Credit to John Robertson as well, Lewis. Very, very good lap, I think, in qualifying, certainly based on what we've seen in the past. Let's just quickly quickly run through the grid order from back to front. Jimmy Antunes starting from 12th place, 6th row of the grid alongside Tobias Pfeffer, with Daniel Pajtor starting in 10th. Kamil Pawlowski in 9th place for Falcons, along with Zemislav Lamenek 8th. Jakub Matuszewski in 7th. Next comes Vasilios Beleziotis for Williams on the 3rd row, along with John Robertson in 5th. Thomas Tatler in 4th as well. Jamie Fluke in 3rd, with Johan Harth on the front row. Nearly took pole, but could not topple Don Blyer, who was in a world of his own and goes fastest and will be starting on pole position and alongside Johan Harth, as well as they both look to win the battle out of turn 1. But the question is, who is going to win that battle? But going back to what I was saying here, Lewis, John Robertson, great qualifying lap, could be one to watch as well, should he get it right in race trim.
Look, I think all Robertson needs to do in this race is focus on having a good race, focus on scoring well, because ideally of the realistically of the 4 drivers for the MSI team this season, has underperformed feels very harsh, because jumping into this with such little experience comparatively to the rest of the field, but from a points perspective, that's what we're talking about here, and relatively speaking has underperformed. I think keep your nose clean, get a top 6 finish, score some decent points for the team, and let Johan Harth and Jamie Fluke go and try and get a 1-2, yeah?
Well, let's find out as to whether that's going to be the case. I'm sure that'll be the dream scenario indeed for MSI Gaming, as now they go side by side all the way down through towards the start-finish line. And then as they now put their foot to the floor, it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go in lap 1 now, in race 1 of Group C tonight at Jeddah. And we're already seeing a busy start here from the MSI team, as around the outside comes Johan Harth, also Jamie Fluke coming into this as well on the outset of turn 2 as they make their way through the first chicane. It's Johan Harth who leads the way. Lewis McGlade, you were spot on. Dominic Blyer now down into second, with Jamie Fluke now looking to go onto the attack, but a very orderly start. No damage, no issues, no crashes, everything clean, and it's Johan Harth for MSI who leads here on lap 1 at Jeddah.
That's why you win. That's how you win 2 VCO Simi Awards, George. Let me tell you, that's how you win them. No, seriously, great start from Johan Harth. You can see from the aerial shot there, started the race really well, got the reaction to the race start to what Don Blyer was doing, beat him down into turn 1. Here comes a slide from Thomas Tatler. He's been tapped by Vasilios Beleziotis down into turn 13, and he is sent off and down to 12.
That's not going to be met with any gratitude at all from the man in the bottom left of screen, or certainly under the timing tower. Thomas Tatler now rooted to the bottom. For Team Falcons was the highest qualifier out of the team as well, but there is a string of Falcons cars sat in 5th, 6th and 7th, so they got every chance of taking yet more points. So Vasilios Beleziotis might face a penalty or repercussions for that moment later on by the stewards. We will of course wait and see as to whether that is the case, but he is on the tail of Jamie Fluke. Now, one thing you do have to wonder, now with Beleziotis possibly facing reprimand, does he start pushing a little harder, Lewis McGlade?
I mean, potentially so. He's going to try and get up there to at least help his teammate Don Blyer. Let's see what happens when we get down into 27. Jamie Fluke's going to maybe defend a little bit here. He's got the Atlassian Williams esports car directly behind him, and there is no move coming in from the Williams Sim Racing man. So sits behind in 4th position for now. I think Race Control will definitely be taking a look at that, but I think it's more Lemon M and the likes behind that will be looking to try and make the move. Here comes the battle for the race lead, though. Here comes Blyer.
Yeah, Don Blyer now looking to the outside of Johan Harth as now they go side by side, and it's side by side as well between Jamie Fluke and Vasilios Beleziotis. MSI and Williams meet here through the first chicane, and there's contact on the outset, and now through goes Lamenek. Lamenek now around the outside pushes the Team Falcons Porsche, now looking to go wheel to wheel with Jamie Fluke over 3rd place as well. They're going to stand together as then they make their way through the first sector. Jamie Fluke trying to tag back, but Lemon M strikes again, and into 3rd place he goes.
Just about finishes the move there with a bit of a tap coming in from Jamie Fluke as well. I thought when they were going side by side at T4, there was no way that move was going to work, and yet still Przemysław Lamenek comes out on top to get into 3rd position. Whether he's going to finish there or not is a very different prospect. Here comes a look to the inside from Matuszewski trying to dish out to Beleziotis what Beleziotis dished out to Tatler just a lap ago. This is going to be chopping and changing all the way through the race. What it does mean, though, is it's now a 2-horse run at the top of this race between Johan Harth and Don Blyer. Everyone else fighting over the final spot on the podium.
Pressure's on Blyer to try and get the overtake done for the race lead as well at the moment. Johan Hart can just place his car in all the right places. Obviously, with the barriers being so close, the walls are generally so tight around the Saudi Arabian circuit here at Jeddah. Now let's take a look at the replay. We've got some side-by-sides here as well as we watch them. Oh, that's Thomas Sattler's spin. Yeah, contact from Basilios Bellatiotis. I get the feeling a reprimand could be on his way, Lewis.
That's a slam dunk in my book. That is an absolute slam dunk for Bellatiotis. Wasn't there, tapped the rear end. I mean, Thomas Sattler definitely didn't do anything wrong as he was spun round and all that. Got to say, great car control from Jamie Fluke as well when Bellatiotis gave him a good hit coming out of turn 2 as Jamie Fluke was able to hang on. Here comes a look down the inside. Everyone fighting over. You got Bellatiotis looking down the inside of Fluke. A little bit of a brush between the two of them. Still Lamanek ahead in 3rd position. Then it's Fluke, then Bellatiotis, then Maszewski, then Pawlowski. Falcons all over the place in this battle for the final spot on the podium. And I think Lamanek is going to really try and assist his teammates here on working their way past. Bit of bump drafting from those two Mercs. As to the outside goes Maszewski. There was contact, and there's contact up here as well. Dom Blyer had to straight line the chicane to hand over the position. This is getting chaotic, George.
Yeah, well, will he have to give the position back to Johan Hart? That is the question, and 100%. Certainly Dom Blyer currently at the front of the race right now. But obviously the big question mark, does he forfeit it back to Johan Hart? Now very shortly, or will race control have to intervene in suggesting to give the place back? We'll wait and see. Zemislav Lamanek down in 3rd, Jamie Fluke as well down in 4th. It is still Lemon occupying 3rd place with Bellatiotis down in 5th for now. But Blyer leads, but for how much longer? You get the feeling the Hart should really be getting that place back.
I think, look, the thing is, I think Dom Blyer has to give that spot back. At least from that very short clip that we saw of it, it seemed as though, yes, sure, he was pushed off, but he wasn't really there. And that's the important bit. That's what he'll be fighting and saying about with the stewards and whatever. The thing is, you're risking a 5-second post-race time penalty, and that will do more damage than just handing the position back now, at least in such a short race. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, you can see in the top right of your screen the live standings of the race as they are running. No penalties have come out from race control, so these are legit. If the race finishes as it is, Williams and MSI will both have 39 points to their name. And do remember, the top team from the group progresses up to Group B rather, in a couple of weeks' time. The bottom team will be dropping down into Group D, of which Falcons have already dropped down once this season, and at this rate, they'll be dropping down again.
And this places them really much at risk as potentially one of the teams that could yet go out of the championship come the very end of the seeding phase. Remember, the bottom teams go out and will not be making their way to Riyadh, as now we watch them side-by-sides as well. Further back with Jamie Fluke and Zemislav Lamanek wheel-to-wheel, and now Bellatiotis and Jakub Matuszewski now going side-by-side as well. So these are a gaggle of Falcons cars now that are looking trying to move themselves up inside that top 5 and higher. As Zemislav Lamanek still holds on to that 3rd place. Jakub Matuszewski determined to raise the stakes. Here comes Jamie Fluke, a look to the inside as well, and now out comes Matuszewski, who's going to look to try and make it 4 wide. As you can see them going wheel to wheel now, later on the brakes. No. Oh my goodness me, and that's Jamie Fluke round. I think Bellatiotis is round as well, and massive contact again, and I think that's Sattler who's actually caught up with Jamie Fluke as well.
Bellatiotis, I'm going to say, at least so far this race has been poor. Sent it in way too hard there at T1, made contact, spun Jamie Fluke round, obviously was overdriving it into the corner, has already made contact with Fluke at T2 before in the race, and Thomas Sattler in the race. They've got Jakub Matuszewski back here as well. It's just been a little too chaotic for him in this. We're on lap 4, so at the end of this lap we'll be halfway through this race. No notes from race control as of yet. I will update you as soon as there is a note from race control. But this race has been chopping and changing quite a lot. What that has done, that instant, is actually worked a little bit in favour of Falcons, who move themselves a little bit closer. To go back to your point, if they do drop down into Group D, if they do potentially face the consequences of not even getting through into the Esports World Cup, do remember, Falcons as a team in totality, if memory serves, didn't they win the Esports World Cup in its entirety? I'm not talking just here in RENNSPORT, I am talking the entire Esports World Cup. It was Falcons who were victorious.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, and it would be unprecedented, especially considering the form that they were in last season. They were the best of the rest, really, when we factor in that, and you know, it just seems wildly unusual to see them, you know, performing so low. You'd expect this to be a team that is, you know, almost regularly scoring points in Group B even at the end of the day, Lewis. You know, potential contenders against the likes of Team Vitality and maybe even Virtus Pro and most definitely Mouse, I would suggest. Here's the replay of the moment heading down through towards turn 1. Now we did see, of course, remember Bellatiotis, keep your eye on him, because of course he was very much in the figments of this. As you can just see there, pivoted his car around. He'd already lost the car prior to the contact, Lewis.
See, I think he drove, I mean, that was that was a poor rejoin from Fluke, fair play. He'd driven the car in too deep and hit the back of, I believe then it must have been Laurenek. Drove into the back of him. There's still fighting happening back here between Belletsiotis and between Jamie Fluke. And by the way, Vasilias Belletsiotis has just received a 5-second post-race time penalty for causing contact. I believe that's between himself and, of course, Thomas Tattler right at the start of the race. And there's still battling between the two at turn 4. But let's be honest, Vasilias Belletsiotis is no longer really a part of this fight.
No, he definitely isn't. Currently rooted down in 10th place, and quite a gap has formed between him and Thomas Tattler. Incidentally, the Team Falcons car that was picked up, obviously in that scrap, was in fact Jakub Matuszewski. Thomas Tattler was able to continue and push on through, as we now watch them make their way down towards the next left-hander. Jamie Fluke currently sandwiched between Belletsiotis and Matuszewski at the moment, and Belletsiotis trying to break away from the two in behind. Dom Blyer still at the front at the moment, and has increased the gap to over a second, Lewis, but no signs of that position being swapped back.
No, and so I think that's potentially going to be a slam dunk penalty for Dom Blyer post-race, maybe a 5-second post-race time penalty. We'll see from race control on that one as to how they'll feel about it, but that's just me and my opinion. I'm sure Yuri Kastorp will jump into chat and tell me that I'm completely wrong about that, but we'll have to wait and see. He did that last week. I'm not sorry about it. I'm not sorry about it, George. Don't worry about it.
I can tell you're taking it very well.
I can see a few people, by the way, chatting in our Twitch chat, of course, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG, where we also have the Twitch drops for the Iron Dames livery. Be sure to head over there. 3 hours of watch time will get you that livery, of course, which you can do so through the RENNSPORT app. But there was a question as to where is Vitality. Do remember, obviously, this is Group C that we're looking at here. We'll be dealing with Group B after this. We'll be watching Virtus Pro, Vitality, and BS Competition do battle for that final spot in Group A to try and take on Porsche and Redline.
Yep. Well, now once again we've got more side-by-sides on the way forward, and we can just see there further up as we're watching Daniel Pajtor come through along with Thomas Tattler as well. Now creeping through out of turn 1 and through towards turn 2. They're going to race once more in towards turn 3. Further back, Vasilios Belletsiotis as well towards the rear. Also we've got Tobias Pfeffer in this fight as well, but we're currently watching Pajtor, who has got John Robertson for company. Pfeffer is in front of this entire trio, leading them around. Just speaking of Iron Dames as well, Lewis, I've got to talk about this because Laura van den Hengel, who is of course a new acquisition to Iron Dames as of late. First time we've ever seen a female winner in Pro-Am in the GT Cup Europe Championship, and she managed to pull that off. So congratulations, Iron Dames.
Yeah, indeed. And again, they've got a sick livery which you can drive here on RENNSPORT with 3 hours of watch time over on twitch.tv twitch.tv with RENNSPORT_GG. Either way, we'll keep our eyes focused on this race here in Group C. Things fairly settled. I think Dom Blyer is trying to build a gap as best as possible to Laurenek in case that 5-second time break comes in. Either way, he's absolutely flying in this race, by the way. It's an incredible drive thus far from a very impressive pole position, dropped back to second position, still was able to fly his way back through. Even if you could say, I know we've not seen a replay of it, you could potentially say that at least from the one angle that we saw, that it was abusing track limits a little bit. It looked like a rallycross line through T1 and 2.
I must say, I think from just the small snippet we saw, obviously there might be other mitigating factors to it. I'm not quite sure, but obviously Dominic Blyer holding on to the lead as a result of it. Johan Harth still in second, but 1.3 between them. So we now watch them head down through towards the next straight out of turn 27 once again. And then down the long straight through towards turn 1. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race. And as you so rightly say as well, I mean, effectively, the domino effect of the incidents has actually worked in the favour of Team Falcons as well, Lewis. We mentioned this before. Zemislav Laurenek, Kamil Pawlowski, 3rd and 4th. Big points going their way.
Yeah, and there comes a bit of a look down the inside as Tobias Pfeffer's working his way up from the rear end of the field, so takes a bit of a swing, even more so for Williams, scoring some points off of Robertson. Obviously, do remember as well one thing, Vasilias Belletsiotis in 10th position. It's not really a big deal, but Williams will lose 2 points at the end of this race, courtesy of a 5-second time penalty for Belletsiotis. So MSI will gain an extra point, as will Falcons as well, and Williams will lose 2, which obviously, as you can see on the live standings, means that things would change around just that little bit. We are in the opening race of the evening, and I do expect that these are going to be all over the place throughout the day, both here in Group C and Group B, because we're dealing with promotion and relegation in both. Honestly, if you were here, George, a couple of weeks ago instead of Skyvin, you would have seen exactly what we were talking about. It was absolute chaos at Fuji. It was quite a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of Jeddah as well. I mean, we've witnessed, obviously, plenty of action, very close contact, obviously, with the balls being so close, just watching them now make their way through just such a minor threshold for danger. You know, obviously, it's very easy to go from 0 to 100, and for instance, to occur, we've seen plenty of it as we now run on board with John Robertson, currently over 4 tenths. Currently behind Tobias Pfeffer. Further back then, Daniel Pajtor, we're currently seeing in the rear mirror of Robertson's car, literally right on the rear spoiler at the moment, as the Williams driver looks to pursue after the MSI driver. But a really decent qualifying performance, and Robertson certainly not disgracing himself here in this race either, Lewis.
No, like I said, needs to just get through the race, score some decent points for the MSI team, and I would say at the moment is doing that. Did not have a good start to the race, dropped back all the way to, I think it was 9th position on the first lap. So it was actually battled back quite nicely from there. This is a look then earlier on the race. This is a switch for the race lead. Let's see. So this is Don Blyer to the outside, not really fully alongside. Okay, I can understand why they didn't give it. I can understand why they didn't give it back, but also at the same time, you could argue to a degree, if you really want to go that far, wasn't fully alongside when they left the corner. So when they were going into corners, it's a tricky one. I get why they didn't give it back. I still consider that being a 5-second time penalty, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold either, to be honest on that. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards decide, but that's a very, very questionable one, I do have to say. But the gap has sprung out between Blyer and Harth now to 1.6 seconds. So as we now venture on the final lap of the race, we will be bringing in an end to this one now very shortly, as now Blyer makes his way around the relatively banked left-hander. Of course, this is one of the sides of the circuit coming through out of turn 13 before he then beckons through turn 14 as well. Very close, was closely behind Johan Harth, now 1.6 behind him. Zemislav Lamenek, 3.5 seconds further back as well from our leader, who's currently 3rd place at the moment, Zemislav Lamenek, and has managed to crawl upwards as well. Jimmy Antonez also working hard to try and at least put an MSI car in between Kamil Pavlovsky and Zemislav Lamenek as well, so that'll help out MSI just a little bit. And with John Robertson also representing down in 7th, some big points could yet be coming their way. But you know, that moment aside, Lewis, I think if we factor in the qualifying as well, very good performance from Don Blyer.
Look, even if he does get a post-race time penalty or anything, like, I don't know, I'm not race control, so I don't really know. He's still going to finish 2nd in that. And to be fair, I can see him getting away with it. I think it's a tough one. It's a tight call, but either way, he's in a superb position. He's driven a superb race.
Certainly has. Qualifying certainly made the vital steps to place him on pole, and then battling with Johan Harth right through to the checkered flag has enabled Don Blyer to take victory here for Williams and open the account tonight at Jeddah. They are victorious here this evening. Congratulations to Don Blyer. Congratulations to the Williams racing team as well. Zemislav Lamenek also coming across the line in 3rd, just behind Johan Harth by around about 2 or so seconds, 2.1 seconds, with Zemislav Lamenek down in 3rd, with Jimmy Antonez in 4th as well for MSI. But a massive result indeed, a great result for Don Blyer as well, and sets the tone ideally for him as they make their way through to race 2 coming up later on.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, for Williams and for MSI, either way. And to be fair for Falcon, all 3 of the teams in this, they have all in their own respective rights scored relatively well. And so in that sense, things are like pretty decent, pretty comfortable, that all 3 of them have scored well. But that does kind of also mean that everyone could be promoted and everyone could be relegated. Like, no one's kind of started off terribly where you're kind of like, right, the danger zone's already dealt with, or no one started off incredibly well where you think, right, they're already the team being promoted. Everyone's still got relatively equal footing.
Yeah, no, it's still very early days at the moment. We do, of course, have an interview coming up as well with the one and the only Dave Gaming, and we will be catching up with him very shortly. Of course, one of the pivotal content creators in the world of sim racing as well, and we will, of course, be having a chat to him later on. We do also have our driver, Dominic Blyer, waiting for an interview as well, so we will be catching up with him as well very shortly to get his reaction after that last race. Who do you think will be looking to come back and bounce back, Lewis? Obviously, we're taking a look at some of the highlights as well. We'll take you through this first and foremost before we digest everything else. It was a helter-skelter run heading down through towards turn 1, as it always is at Jeddah, especially with the curbs being as they are. Team Falcons, though, they were trying to marshal the deficit. The MSI team were also crawling all over them, looking for extended places. The contact, though, from Belitsiotis catching the back of Thomas Tatler, sending him off, of course, one of Team Falcons top drivers. Thomas Sattler has been one of their top performers as well. Beliziotis would be around again later on. We haven't quite met that point just yet, but it just goes to show how furious the drivers were certainly fighting out there. We then had side-by-sides further back. Dom Blyer coming wheel-to-wheel with Johan Haaf, coming through towards turns 1 and turns 2, was forced to take the off-track. No room coming through turn 1 and on the outset of turn 2 as well, and therefore Johan Haaf had to, well, basically move himself down into second place. Dom Blyer would eventually take the race lead as they then made their way through the course of the race as well. More four wides coming up. This was incidentally the move here that Beliziotis, I think, was caught out by, and yes, he indeed was, tackling Jamie Fluke as well, also getting caught out. A very poor rejoin indeed for Jamie Fluke. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that, but a very, very tricky race, and here are the results as a consequence of that last one here for Group C. Dom Blyer, your winner, off the back of taking a mega pole position ahead of Johan Haaf as well in second. Zemislav Lamenek in third, Jimmy Antonez in fourth, Kamil Pavlovsky in fifth, along with Tobias Pfeiffer there in sixth as well. John Robertson in seventh, Daniel Pajtor in eighth, Thomas Sattler in ninth, Jamie Fluke 10th, and Jakub Matuszewski in 11th. Vasilios Beliziotis, after the time penalty, dropping to the bottom. And we can now head across to an interview with Dave Gaming as well. Dave, welcome to the broadcast. Great having you here as well. Are you enjoying all the action on RENNSPORT?
Yeah, hello. Thanks for having me. Yeah, the race was nice. I mean, especially congratulations to Dominic. Looks like Williams is not only on a step forward in Formula One, but also in RENNSPORT.
They're a pretty solid team here in R1. Obviously, we've been running here for a couple of years, doing this as our own series, our own league. Speaking of leagues, you run your own league here on RENNSPORT. Talk to us a little bit about that, about what that's like, building a community around RENNSPORT.
Yeah, it was very nice. I mean, I had free choice of what cars we are driving, what type of race we are driving. Is it multi-class or is it single class? I think for a first look, single class was better. Classical GT3 racing, and we also had a large variety of racing tracks. And I especially enjoyed Jeddah, so it is quite a nice coincidence that we are meeting here, because I only knew Jeddah in Formula One cars, and I couldn't imagine that it would be a very fun track, because in F1 I don't want to talk too much about the game, but there's small margin for error, same for GT3 cars, but the handling in RENNSPORT gives you like freedom to test out your limits, and yeah, it's not that punishing in first place, and I like that.
I mean, obviously, it's very much building its own community as well, Dave, and you know all about that as well through your own experiences of running competitions as well. In terms of RENNSPORT in itself, what makes it so unique against other sims that we have seen, obviously, throughout the racing scene?
Yeah, I think the track selection on the one hand, because I've never seen Jeddah, as I said, apart from RENNSPORT or the F1 game, and also the handling that is very forgiving. So I often hear that when you try out one racing simulation, also try out others, because you never know which one will fit your personal driving style best. And I feel like RENNSPORT gives you a very good feeling of go beyond your limits. It's not that harsh, and I think that is one major thing that I really enjoyed in that 1 week, because yeah, you can always go further and further and further, and if you're one time over the limit, it's not that punishing.
No, well there we have.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dave. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll obviously catch up with you, I'm sure, one day soon as well. In the meantime, enjoy the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dave Gaming, everybody, as we now move across as well. We got Dominic Blyer as well standing by for yet another interview as well. Our race winner from Jeddah last time out. Dom, great having you here with us as well. Great start, really. Perfect way to kick off Group C.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's great start, good quali, and also good executed race. So I'm happy, and let's see what the next two will bring.
Obviously, yeah, we can't avoid talking about the slight incident down at T1. You skipped over the inside of the first and second corners. You then clearly tried to give the position back to Johan, but then he obviously didn't go through on that. What do you think his reasoning was for not going through in that? And how did that play out in your eyes?
Actually, I have no idea. I need to ask him. I mean, we just glued together in turn 1. I just had to go like cut the track, but I tried to give him the place, but he didn't want to, so I said, okay, I will take it. And I will just cancel.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at the moment, Dom, you know, off the back of that qualifying session, it really set the tone for the race. Obviously, taking victory is absolutely massive. It's essential, obviously, for Williams to move their way up the ladder. We know how talented you guys are as drivers. Obviously, Group B is expected based on what you know your team is capable of. What do you guys need to do to move yourselves up to the very top of Group C and gain promotion up to Group B?
Well, we just need, I guess, good qualifying and have a clean race. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 would be nice, but I mean, let's see.
Well, we've got to jump into qualifying for Group B. Dom, congratulations. Maybe we'll speak to you a little bit later on in the evening.
See you guys.
There we go, Dom Blyer. That's our race winner of the opening race. I say a little bit of controversy to deal with straight away, George, and yeah, a little bit of funny business out there on the race circuit. That's exactly kind of what we want. But either way, whilst we've dealt with a race that had 2 Mercedes and a Porsche in it, let's deal with a race that's got 1 BMW in it, team-wise, and 2 Aston Martins, both of them out on circuit, Virtus Pro, and of course Vitality as well. Let's see how they get along in this one, but let's see if BS Competition can maybe do their double progression and move their way straight up. Also, this lap time from Keke Oliveira, it's not looking so good so far. About 10th down, 2 tenths down on where we expect in the first sector.
Yeah, not a great first sector at all. Generally, we like to operate around about the 44.1s, but we have been seeing some 44.0s as well, Lewis, in that first sector. 37.8 in the middle is also around a 10th off where he'd like to be. So this is certainly by no means a grandiose lap here from Keke Oliveira, but obviously Dominic Blyer keeping things very simple in our interview just now as well, Lewis, saying obviously a great qualifying is required to move up into Group B. Also, in terms of race trim, they need to maximise that as well. Very much so. The guys here in Group B are going to be figuring out the same things as well. Bear in mind, they're going to be chasing that Group A promotion and trying to avoid that relegation into Group C as well. But let's see where Oliveira stands.
Yeah, indeed. The BMW was the force to be reckoned with, at least in the hands of Redline last week in Group A. Across the line for Oliveira with a 59.5. Can tell you something, that is going to be mid to back of the field. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. already on a rapid fire lap.
Yeah, that is more like it from Big Kev. 44.056 going purple in the first sector. No one has quite stolen that just yet. 37.7 in the middle as well, right in the centre of the dance floor. Slight shake of the head there from Kevin Ellis Jr. Doesn't seem overly impressed by it, but will be the ones to judge as he then makes his way up towards the line. Now let's see how competitive this truly is. A 159, 376, not quite the 158 we did see in our previous session, Lewis.
Yeah, that 58.8 was wild how fast it was in the hands of Dom Blyer. And I say, I'm not sure we'll see it in this group, even though, like, realistically, you say we're a group higher, we should see fast lap times. That's not how this works. Bit of a clip of the barrier there from Gregor Schill, and the lap goes from bad to worse. He's already half a second down on Kevin Ellis Jr. It's going to be a high 59, maybe even a low 2-minute lap time. Let's see what he does across the line. It's a 59.6. How he set a purple sector and he tapped the wall like Verstappen did in 21, I don't know.
Truly bewildering scenes here. Ferris Stanley going purple in the middle as well. 44.0 in that first sector. This is a monstrous lap here from Ferris Stanley. More in line with what we've come to expect from some of the best times we've seen. And this is a driver that has not yet tasted podium success so far this season. Has come close. 4th on 2 occasions in opening races at Spa and Hockenheim. Let's see whether he can go to the top. He certainly will. And that's a 159.122 to well and truly surpass Virtus Pro's Kevin Ellis Jr. But Yuyovski's purple in the first sector as well.
Yeah, I believe we also have a quali ban out in this group as well. So someone's gone missing. That's why we've had a little bit longer jump back to Erhan Yuyovski. First sector really strong from Yuyovski. Onto the brakes, flicks it through. I think McCormack has a quali ban in this session. I was having I bumped into him at Silverstone, and we're having a pretty positive chat actually about random bits and bobs. I think one of the main things though to be talking about is obviously here in Group B, we're focused on who's progressing up to Group A, which means that we're basically talking about who's going to get absolutely slapped next week by Team Redline and Porsche. At least that's kind of how things unfolded last week when Mouse got destroyed by them piece by piece. Yuyovski out of the final corner. The middle sector not so ideal for the Macedonian as he punches his way up towards the line for Team Vitality, and across it he goes with a 59.3, good enough for second at the moment.
Yeah, reasonable lap, but he doesn't seem very happy about it. His reaction speaks real volumes here. Of course, Vitality moving across to the Aston Martin for this season of R1. Of course, in prior seasons, I've used the Audi R8 LMS GT3 as Thibaut Casabon now rounds the final corner at turn 27 this time around as well. 44.2 in the first sector, met with a 37.8 in the middle. So certainly not breaking any records with this lap time, but it will be steady at the very least now. Crossing the line this time, will go third fastest. That's Vitality second and third. And now Marcel Chinchik, who I'm sure will be looking to unseat Ferris Stanley, but it's looking unlikely at the moment.
3 BS competitions already crossed the line, 2 Vitalities and a Virtus Pro. We've got then 2 Vitalities left to go, 3 Virtus Pros, although technically it'll be 2, I believe, and then 1 further BS competition driver. Let's see what Marcel Chinchik can do across the line. The 2023 spring season champion. The first sector is lacking. The final sector is not. Finds his way in between his teammates Yoski and Casabon.
Yep, 3 Vitality cars now dancing inside the top 4. That gives them certainly a little bit of hope as we now head into the race very soon. But Mikhail Statsenko could be the one to rip it all away from them. 44.1 in that first sector is better than what we've seen from Vitality. 37.8 in the middle as well. Not too far away. This could yet rival Yuyovsky over that second place. We could yet see it happen. Ferris Stanley, I don't think he's going to be troubled at the moment over first place. But let's see if Statsenko can try and split the Vitality. And certainly he can. He can jump higher than Yuyovsky and go second fastest to 1:59.251.
Very nice for Virtus Pro then. So obviously first at Senko. I mean, Virtus Pro, remember, they were the team that was dropped out of Group A. Vitality were on the cusp. They missed out by the barest of margins from going up to Group A back in Fuji. And so they'll be desperate to kind of repeat. They scored some decent points, so that's the important bit. For Yuri Toman, finds his way amongst his teammates in a sea of Vitality. By the way, Wojtek Fiala, who'll be the last guy to go out in this group, has had a slowdown penalty. So this is the last real time to be talking about here for Wisniewski.
Yep, Wisniewski, 44.1 in that first sector again, right in the centre of the dance floor. The middle sector, not brilliant, but certainly not too bad. 37.8 in that middle. Needs a gigantic final sector, but it's certainly going to be up close and personal with those in the Vitality cars inside the top 6. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether Sector 3 does correspond with the others. Does indeed pop out of Thibaut Casabon, but certainly not happy about it, Lewis.
And so the final lap time that we're dealing with after, I believe, again, McCormack, I believe, has a qualifying ban for Wojtek Fiala. There was a track excursion down at turn 10. And so as boring as this will be to run up towards the line, I can already tell you, as if I can see the future, what position this car is going to go into. It'll be 11th position. Wait for it. Here we go. Up towards the line. Can I see the future, George?
I think you can, Lewis.
Of course I can.
Of course you can. He got a purple final sector, though. Got to give him credit where credit's due. Well done for Wojtek Fiala, going 37.1 in the final sector. And as if by magic, Lewis McGlade predicting the finishing spot. And Darren McCormack, indeed, will be starting from the back. But it's Ferris Stanley with every chance here of obtaining his first podium of this season so far, Lewis.
Yeah, look, but the thing is, Ferris Stanley has actually had some really quite impressive speed at various points so far this season, especially if you look in the seeding rounds. Obviously, I know, yeah, sure, quarterfinals, whatever. Did have 4th place in 2 of the quarterfinals, so has been on the cusp of grabbing that podium. Will now start from the pole position, looking for that potential victory. And do you know, I think there is... A podium is maybe a little bit too far of a stretch. A victory... You know, sorry, well, I mean, a victory is too far a stretch. A podium is very much a possibility. I only say I feel a victory is maybe too far of a stretch, only based on the fact of, for one, pole position seems to lose out down at turn 1, and for 2, the other drivers that are around have a lot of experience when it comes to being victorious here in R1.
Yeah, but a few names that also are dancing their way around the top end as well. We've got to give credit where credit's due to Mikhail Statsenko. We haven't really seen this bit of form from the Virtus Pro driver. I mean, we generally expect it from the other Virtus Pro drivers, Kevin Ellis Jr. and obviously Darren McCormack. Obviously, McCormack falling due to the quali ban ahead of what what this race was going to bring. But Statsenko now rising to the occasion, being called upon by Virtus Pro, obviously, to be that other driver to sort of back up the team, and he responded brilliantly.
Yeah, and I will say Statsenko's results only 2-3 weeks ago when we had Group A out in action. Obviously, that was against Redline and Porsche Commander, so fair enough. But still, those results was 9th, 11th, and 12th. So in that entire run, scored 5 points for the Virtus Pro team. I'm not saying he was the reason they dropped down, but there is the partial reason. Obviously, they're fighting as a team. They need to be scoring points as a team. Those points won't help. And for Virtus Pro, he kind of has to do a little bit of the heavy lifting here, courtesy of Wojtek Fiala and Darren McCormack both being at the rear end of the field. Both he and Kevin Ellis Jr. need to both score pretty handsomely here.
And it's a frustration, isn't it, for Virtus Pro as well, Lewis, the fact that they can't seem to get more than 2 drivers fighting for the major points-paying positions.
It's like you need to. You can't really progress with just one driver. It's not possible. Certainly not from Group B and not from Group C. Like it just will not work. You need 2 drivers working. You can do it with 2. If your other 2 drivers are scoring basically just a single point between a pair of finishing at 11th and 12th, you can still do it with just 2 drivers if you're up there scoring podiums constantly. I mean, looking at Porsche Commander, they won back in Fuji overall, mostly because there was first place for Josh Rogers and third place for Dane Warren in race 1 and race 2, and then the other way around in race 3, and that was basically what got them the round victory. So you can do it with just 2 because the amount of points more that you get for finishing up there. But in this, I think the likelihood of you going through the whole evening with 2 drivers sitting in the front of the field, it's so unlikely because these are going to be so tight battles.
Yeah, the thing is, I suppose you've got teams here who are in very similar scenarios. I mean, Vitality arguably are the most, I would say, consistent drivers on the grid. You'd expect big results from them. But if you look at the likes of BS Plus competition, again, a team that have a collective of drivers that are very much in the same vein as Virtus Pro. They have their highlights, which are obviously Keke Oliveira and Nikodem Wisniewski. Obviously, credit to Ferris Stanley for picking up the crumbs here this time. But they're very similar in the way they approach things to Virtus Pro. Generally, 2 cars will perform, the other 2 perhaps not so good. So maybe that offers an olive branch almost to Virtus Pro in this race.
Maybe. I will say, just going back very quickly to Vitality, they do have some very bad memories of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. If anyone can remember back to the Esports World Cup last year, I believe it was day 2, which of the teams championship, it was day 3 of the overall competition, because of course we had the Drivers' Championship back there on day 1. I believe when we were seeing them out on circuit, I'm pretty sure on a couple of occasions, but particularly on the race here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, I can't remember exactly which 2 it was. I think it might have been Yuyovsky and Toman. There was an instant where both of them were involved and they both got plummeted right the way down the field. And it was sad to watch. If anything, a little bit comedic. It was. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes bad things happen in a race, and every now and then we struggle not to laugh on broadcast. That was up there.
It certainly wasn't ideal.
George, I can see you smiling. You know exactly what I'm talking about with this stuff.
Listen, I'm not an evil person, so don't throw me under the bus on this. But I agree with what you said. I mean, obviously they haven't had it all their own way. We're far apart from the Vitality of old, aren't we, Lewis? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Very much so. Wow. I mean, look, we need to see them back. We need to see them rising back up the order. And so far from qualifying, it seems as though maybe we might see the Vitality of old back out there. Let's start from the back of the field there, where we get a Virtus Pro row number 6 with Darren McCormack and Wojtek Fiala. Gregor Schill will start from 10th position alongside Keke Oliveira for an all-BS competition row number 5. Then we get Kevin Ellis Jr. for Virtus Pro, making it 3 Virtus Pros in the final 5 positions. Then we get Thibaut Casbon in 7th. We start the second half of the order with Nikodem Wisniewski, who's already had a spin in warm-up around here coming out of turn 2, which is not a great sign. Yuri Toman will be starting from 5th position with all Vitality on row number 2. It's Marcel Chinchik behind Erhan Yuyovsky. Then on row number 1, it's Mikhail Statsenko, who was beaten in qualifying. Everyone was beaten in qualifying by the dominant performance of one Mr. Ferris Stanley for BS competition. The thing is, what I'm seeing here is those Vitalities are in one kind of relatively nice big group here, George. Everyone else, like take, for example, right at the front of the field, everyone else is spread out from their teammates.
They certainly are, very much so, which does offer an interesting complexion where it comes to obtaining points. But the one difference being, the one variable here is that Vitality have 3 cars in a line from P3 all the way down to P5, and there's only 1 car in between obviously Thibaut Casbon and Yuri Toman, and that's Nikodem Wisniewski. So arguably, despite Ferris Stanley being on top, Mikhail Statsenko being in P2, Vitality have the strongest position here.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how this race is going to unfold. Based on my stats, the previous race, Mikhail Stutsenko is going to lead coming out of turn 2. Let's have a wait and see if that one's going to work out in fruition, because we can see them all in position and ready to go. A little bit further off his line of where he should be is Marcel Chinchik. He's actually side by side with Yuri Toman as the race gets underway. It's great from the Macedonian of Erhan Yovski. He's dragging himself side by side from Stutsenko with a very poor silence. There's already a crash from Kaiki Oliveira. It's going to wipe out the entire field. And you remember what I said about seeing incidents and nearly laughing at him? Yeah, George, that one's right up there.
Oh my goodness me. And Vitality back in the thick of it as well. And all this has allowed Ferris Stanley to be on his own. 2 seconds clear now of Marcel Chinchik in second. Dara McCormack, who started from the very back of the grid, now sits in 3rd place, with Wojtek Fiala sat in 4th as well. So that is 2 of the Virtus Pro cars that started towards the very rear of the field. Now all up inside the top 4 places of this classification. Truly unbelievable scenes.
I mean, it's a little bit funny when you look at it. It's just chaos down towards that first corner. I can see George Morgan's laughing a little bit, and understandably so. That was wild. What a way, though, to lead from pole position for Ferris Stanley. I'm sure he looked in his mirror and thought, oh my God, what has just happened there? As Kaiki Oliveira shot his way through the middle of the field, and I don't mean that in a good way. He was backwards already going into it. You're absolutely right. McCormack's found his way up in the 3rd position. I think chances of McCormack or Chinchik closing down on Ferris Stanley, normally I'd say unlikely. Don't know why, but I've got a feeling with those two that there is potential to close down on Ferris Stanley over an 8-lap race around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. If Ferris Stanley has even the most minor break of confidence, well, yeah, that gap's gone.
I can honestly say, I mean, if you were to approach Dara McCormack and suggest, okay, this is going to be the scenario going in towards turn 1, I said, will you be able to, can you believe that? I bet he'd said, yes, I can. I can truly believe it. Coming through the final corner now at turn 27, it is Dara McCormack in 3rd place. You can just see him in the bottom left of screen, of course, moving across to Virtus Pro after a lengthy tenure at Williams. Of course, we saw Williams earlier on in the Group C action that we started the night off here at Jeddah as well. But as we now proceed on lap 2, Ferris Stanley out in front, not careering away though at the moment. 1.8 between Chinchik and Stanley as it stands. We've got side-by-sides as well with Erhan Yovski at the inside here now of the BS Plus competition belonging to, I think that's Kaikio, no, that's Nikodem Wisniewski on his outside as they come out of turn 2 and now sprint down through towards turn 3 and 4. And at the moment, it is Yovski who holds back. Wisniewski now drops down into 10th place and is just under a second now between Yovski and Kaiki Oliveira for that 8th spot. But at the moment, it's Ferris Stanley out in front.
What we can see, though, is in the top right-hand side, live standings, of course, as they're running in this race. Very similar to what we saw back in Group C in the previous race of the evening. Small advantages being taken out. BS Competition would have 39 points, 35 for Virtus Pro, 34 for Vitality. And I will say, if you remember back to Fuji in Group B a couple of weeks ago, Vitality, they came into the last race, I'm pretty sure, with, I think it was like a 20-point deficit, and they finished like a point or two shy of moving through into Group A. They overcame so much in that final race, and that can very much happen here today, especially if these points gap remain very close from race 1 to race 2. If we remain like this going into race 3, I think we're going to see absolute pandemonium. I don't think the start here is going to be the biggest crash of the evening. I think we'll see some more chaos. Here we go. I mean, where do we even start? Watch further back. So that's where Kaiki Oliveira.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I don't know what caused Oliveira to spin, but Oliveira, let's see from here. Oliveira is the white and yellow car on the left-hand side. What happened? So there's a little bit of an early break from the Vitality ahead, and then he gets hit by Wojtek Fiala.
It's because he cut into Fiala's line a little bit because he was trying to avoid. He was trying to avoid the Team Vitality Aston Martin that was sat in front that went early onto the brakes, because obviously they had the inside line going into turn 1, so you know the pinch point comes a lot sooner than if you come in on the outside. So you know obviously you had to brake earlier. You had no choice. You had to move, take evasive action. It's kind of a domino effect really from all of that, and just that instant move going into the side of what looked to be Wojtek Fiala's car. Just unbelievable moment, and obviously it's led to this current scenario.
It's just bad, isn't it? It's unfortunate. I don't know if it's any penalties from race control. What I do know is, George, that looks a little bit more like the lobbies that you and I are more welcome in than the top flight of sim racing.
I would agree. I think, like I say, you expect the best from these drivers, but certainly not giving off that same display. RENNSPORT app, though, if you want to get a hold of it, folks, and stay up to date with all the action and get involved and manage your own accounts, you certainly can. Get it on Google Play and the App Store on Apple, the Apple App Store, that is, by scanning the QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen to interact with your account with live timing and much more. You can stay up to date with all the latest events that are also popping up as well as we watch Dara McCormack. Now, 1.9 away from Ferris Stanley. Now, bear in mind, it was 1.6 earlier on, so it was dipping lower and lower, but with Marcel Cinczyk applying the pressure and not really giving Dara McCormack any respite, obviously it's not really allowing McCormack to really dial into that delta, and equally, Ferris Stanley probably aware that he has got two very accomplished drivers in behind him, made up of the spring season champion of Marcel Cinczyk, the very first spring season champion, and Dara McCormack, who has come close to titles in his own right as well, and of course making that big high statement move to Virtus Pro from Williams. If you are Ferris Stanley, you're going to make sure that you can turn tail and run to the start-finish line.
But do remember, it was 1.8 seconds from Ferris Stanley to Marcel Cinczyk. So Dara McCormack's got through into second spot. Whether that would have come from the assistance of Marcel Cinczyk, maybe making a little bit of a mistake and then going, right, off you go, lad. One thing that we have known from Cinczyk and his time racing, and that's why he won the spring season championship at the Land Major back in Munich in 2023, was because he's wise. He's smart when he races. He can be, a little bit chaotic when he needs to be, and he can get his elbows out when he needs to be, but he'll be wise. If there was a look from McCormack, he understands how fast McCormack is. One of the fastest drivers in the entirety of R1, has proved it time and time again, is right up there on the stat sheets, as is Marcel Cinczyk, for sure. But you might think on pace, on outright pace, McCormack might be a tenth or so faster, and so let him go, let him get ahead, let him punch that hole in the air, let him try and close that gap up and maybe force the issue on Ferris Stanley, who's dealing with the pressure so brilliantly with the group in behind. Like I say, interesting way to start the race, interesting way of starting the evening here for Group B. You can see there again, top right of your screen, courtesy of that move from McCormack getting through into second position. It does mean that the points would be locked from BS Competition, 39 points apiece. BS Competition plays Virtus Pro. No penalties from this race, nothing from race control at the moment, so don't worry, you're not missing any of them.
No, still very early days, no disruptions here so far from race control in terms of penalties that have been dishing out. Quite right, Lewis, as we now make our way around in the midway point of this race on lap 4 of 8 at the moment. Ferris Stanley still out in front and in control. Now that gap has come down to 1.6 and now into 1.5. So Dara McCormack starting to dig deep. Now it's as much management of tyres as anything else. And obviously it might be a point in time where Dara McCormack, maybe says, well, let's be a little bit patient, but at the same time, maybe let's take the fight to Ferris Stanley. It's 1.5 seconds now, the gap. Is there a chance, Lewis?
Like I said, normally I would say I'm not so sure and I would lean more against the no. When you've got someone like McCormack behind you, yeah, I think McCormack might get an opportunity here. Speaking of opportunities, here comes Wojtek Fiala trying to get a look down the inside and the Vitality man to try and make it 2-3 on the podium. And there we go. Straight across comes in from Marcel Cinczyk. Whilst he had a bit of a look in the inside from Wojtek Fiala, there was no contact between the two. Ooh, what do you make of that one, George?
Bit of a spicy one, wasn't it? Hard to tell really from the angle, but from my take, I would say that they probably should remain as they are out on track. It was a very risky business going in so tight. Obviously, we know that Cinczyk was going to cut off the inside line on the escape coming out of turn 2. So, at the same time, just wasn't quite on there for Wojtek Fiala. As we now watch them sprint down through towards the next sequence of corners, obviously coming into the one end of the circuit at turn 13, where they'll exit out of the first sector and then in towards sector 2. Ferris Stanley 1.3 to 1.2 now. It's creeping downwards ever so slightly, and Cinczyk also losing a little bit of time and now creeping outside of that slipstream, which is oh so prevalent and oh so useful, especially down the long straight coming out of turn 27 in towards turn 1. So this could allow Dara McCormack to almost let the chains off here and just focus on what's ahead of him. And I get the feeling that this number, this delta, is going to continue to crash down.
Yeah, look, McCormack's closing in. He's desperate for another victory. We'll have to wait and see. We'll say with the Cinczyk instant there, keeping ahead of Fiala. The only way that you would look at it is realistically, if if there was any potential that Wojtek Fiala actually would have gotten through, now he's actually just battered the barrier there and probably allow Thibaut Casma to come through here down at 27. If there was any potential that Wojtek Fiala would have got through on Marcel Chinchik, and that was why Chinchik crossed over at T1, then the position needs to be switched. I'm not sure that was the case. I think it was maybe a little bit too late in from Fiala. Here comes Casabon straight around the outside at the final corner, and these two are going to be rubbing door handles and might be switching liveries fairly soon with the amount of contact they're getting side by side. Fiala's on the inside, and they'll be the inside outside look rather coming in from the feisty Frenchman, Thibaut Casabon.
Yeah. Coming late in on the brakes, who is going to be bravest? Casabon going later than Fiala and moves now into fourth now. So it's Vitality 3 and 4 with Fiala now down into fifth place. Gregor Schill now also entering this scrap as well. So all of this battle just allowing a plethora of cars to come in and answer the call. Here is the gap to leaders at the moment. Dara McCormack starting to break away and now very nearly within a whole second of Ferris Stanley and creeping downwards now to within nearly 9/10 as now the two at the very front start to dish it out, and Marcel Chinchik is nowhere near in sight, so McCormack could yet have a chance to take this race victory as Ferris Stanley's rear spoiler gets closer to the front end of Dara McCormack's Aston.
BS competition, they are the points leader in the group at the moment. They did progress from Group C fantastically a few weeks ago, or rather, yeah, a couple of weeks ago. So they were able to progress their way through into Group B. And McCormack, well, they got knocked down. They dealt with a defeat of dropping out of Group A, the embarrassment of doing so. At the moment, though, McCormack is flying. Remember, started this race with a quali ban from last place, a true last to first challenge in R1, which in all of the races that we've had in R1, I cannot recall a time where a last to first from 12th on the dot to first has ever been achieved.
No, I can't think of any occasion where it has been achieved either. Dara McCormack could be the first to achieve this last to first phenomenon, and now currently sat in second place, seeing that delta still come down. He's very nearly within 9/10 now, and it's still coming down. This is how the live standings currently fare in the top right of your screen, folks. BS Plus competition on 39, 3 points back of Virtus Pro, and Vitality down in third on 33. And it looks like once again there could be big points going the way of, whilst they could be going the way of BS Plus at the moment, Dara McCormack could be set to pull in the maximum points away from Ferris Stanley right now, and that 3-point deficit could come crashing down in an instant. Bear in mind that Virtus Pro also have two cars that are sat inside the top 7, with Kevin Ellis Jr. in 7th place and Wojtek Fiala giving a reasonable account of himself down in P5, which will add yet more points to Virtus Pro's chances of going to the top of Group B as they now fly through this middle sector. And just look at this, McCormack now very much within fighting chance this time. Ferris Stanley, he's got to have his wits about him here, Lewis. 7/10 now is all that separates them.
Like I said, there's been so many races in R1 since we started at the start of 2023. There has been, and I'm not joking here, and to be fair, you know, we do sometimes 6 or 7 races a night, fair enough. There's been 290 races in R1 in its totality, and I cannot recall one where 12th to first has ever happened. 12th into the top 6, 12th into a podium position, that has happened. But 12th to a victory, I do not recall happening. So it could be a first for McCormack here. He's going to have one lap to try and find his way through, because he's caught his way all the way up to the rear end of Ferris Stanley. And he'd be knocking at the door on the last lap. He's going to have a few opportunities here. You've got turn 1, you can make the move there. You've got turn 13, the braking zone's a little bit too sharp. For me, it's either turn 1 or the last corner.
Or regardless, this could be Dara McCormack's first podium since we've entered the dynamic group stage of this championship. And obviously Ferris Stanley chasing a first ever win, of course, in the R1 series. As now we watch them now sprint down through towards turn 1. Ferris Stanley now beginning the final lap of the race, but in comes Dara McCormack, getting closer and closer all the time. All it takes is one opportunity. And if you look at this circuit as well, very likely an opportunity could present itself coming through turn 13, but also if you get a bit of a rough ride coming through turns 4 and 5, doors can certainly open up. You can just see how tense the reaction is on Ferris Stanley's face. And just look at how close McCormack is getting. He senses an opportunity here, does the Irishman. And the clock is ticking. Can the BMW hold out for the rest of this lap.
Against one of the best drivers in R1. I mean, look, he's 4th on the all-time winner list is Darren McCormack. He's right up there when it comes to podiums as well. This is going to be a tall order for Ferris Stanley to keep him at bay, but at the moment he's doing everything right. It kind of comes with this run out of 16 and with that run down the backstretch towards 22. Yeah, it's that run. If that run's done right, if the run through turn 22 is done right, then maybe Ferris Stanley's going to hold on here.
It's going to be very tricky. There's a lot of corners between now and then. Obviously, one of the highest ratio of corners here at Jeddah. Well, certainly one of the highest ratio of corners, certainly the highest number of corners we've seen in this championship. But one solitary circuit, Jeddah certainly packs them. As now we watch them fly. Coming down through this next segment now, and this is an opportunity here now for Darren McCormack, who's going to try Ferris Stanley now, and Ferris Stanley slightly off circuit, but still somehow keeps the BMW on the grey stuff coming through the middle now, but Darren McCormack hunting and searching to his outside as they now sprint down through towards turn 27, the final corner now awaits Lewis McGlade. Can Stanley hold on?
At the moment, he's trying to find a way through. He's got to get to the outside as McCormack. Has Stanley gone in too deep here? Will McCormack find his way through? Will he complete the last to first challenge? It's going to be a drag race towards the line. I think it's going to go in favour of Ferris Stanley for the first time. Let's see as we head up towards the line. There's going to be hundredths between them. They're drag racing. They're side by side, and it will just about be the BS competition and Ferris Stanley across the line to win for the first time in R1. Darren McCormack denied the last to first challenge, which was so crazily thrown onto his plate. Great battle between the two, and it does mean that BS Competition do take a victory here in the opening race of Group B.
An astonishing result for a young man who has not achieved a podium once so far this campaign. Ferris Stanley went close back in the knockout seeding phase in rounds 1 at Spa, where of course he finished 4th in the opening race. He then finished 4th in the opening race in round 3 at Hockenheim Ring. But now in the dynamic group phase, he can call himself a race winner in R1 for the first time as well, and keeping back one of the greatest drivers seen in this RENNSPORT Championship. Truly remarkable stuff from Ferris Stanley, and I'm sure that Florian Haspar is going to be celebrating with him as well. A huge result for BS Plus competition as well, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. We actually had a great chat with Florian in the opening couple of races a week ago. He joined me and Ewan on commentary, and you know, he was giving us a little bit of insight as a team manager. I'm pretty sure his heart would have been racing seeing Ferris Stanley feeling the pressure from Darren McCormack, but Ferris Stanley dealt with the pressure so brilliantly, put himself in such high stead in the race, and like you say, from pole position, was just about able to hang on.
Yeah, well, we can now cross and have a little chat with young Ferris Stanley right now. An interview after that truly remarkable result. Welcome, Ferris Stanley. Brilliant result. First win in R1 for you. And after not a single podium visit so far this campaign, you must be absolutely delighted.
Oh, yeah, I'm very delighted. I think even though the quality this isn't what I want, really, I lost it. So I lost at least like 1/2 chance on the last sector, but yeah, managed to survive the turn 1, and I'm also a bit nervous the whole race because I know that once I saw Dara was P3, and I knew that he's gonna catch me in like at the end of the lap, so I tried to not make a mistake, which I did, but yeah, managed to try to at least minimize most of my mistake really.
What was going through your head coming out of turn 1, seeing all that chaos behind you? Because like I say, you escaped it brilliantly. There was no need for you to worry about it, but I'm sure you would have one quick look in your mirror and thought,
oh yeah,
what?
yeah, I was like, oh okay, maybe we clean start, and then suddenly, oh okay, it was a bit chaos at the back, yeah, but managed to try to stay ahead. Really tried to. It's really hard by leading the race, and then, but yeah, it was but overall I'm very happy. But watching my team, they didn't struggle for all part, but yeah, but we will capitalize on the rest of the two race.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that is the mission, isn't it? Obviously, Group B, trying to top that, moving yourself into Group A. That is the goal, surely. What are your thoughts for the remaining 2 races?
Try to not make a mistake really. I think like hopefully we didn't make any mistake at like or slow down at qualifying, because I think like the rest of like Nico, Kaike and Gregor we can all be very quick. So yeah, hopefully we're able to get really good result, and hopefully we're able to get the top spot.
Fingers crossed for you and the team.
Yep.
Obviously, things are very tight in the points. Cheers, Ferris.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. Ferry Stanley off the back of that one. Take us through the highlights, Lewis.
Wow, where do we even start? I mean, try and find your way through all this. In the background, Kaiki Oliveira with a bit of a hit and a bit of a dodge on the Vitality. And there we go. The chaos began before even the race properly started, before we got down into turn one. Looking back at it from Ferris Stanley and seeing it all unfold now from above, you'll see the white and yellow car on the left-hand side of your screen, dodging the Vitality right into the nose of Fiala, causing Kevin Ellis Jr. to spin right across the entire field, and chaos as the race would begin. It would give Ferris Stanley a 1.8 second lead over Marcel Chinchik, and everyone else behind would have to dart their way through. Chinchik would, McCormack would, and they would be running in second and third position, avoiding all of this absolute memery. A bit further down, we were seeing the battle for second position. Marcel Chinchik trying to fend off McCormack. Straight to the outside, McCormack would go easily around the outside of the first corner, inside for the second. Bit of a brush between the two of them, and it would be McCormack moving his way up the order. Meanwhile, we had the likes of Wojciech Fiala having a bit of a battle here and losing out a little bit of ground to Thibaut Casabon. Also some fights just a little bit further down the order between the Virtus Pro and BS Competition teams as they were fighting all the way up into the first corner. Gregor Schill was the driver trying to make this move completed, and around the outside, the Virtus Pro driver would try and go, but unable to try and get their way into it. Kaiki Oliveira was dragging his way back into the mix. At the end of the race, though, by less than a tenth of a second, it was victory for Ferris Stanley for the first time, denying Darren McCormack the last to first challenge, and a 23rd victory in R1. Marcel Chinchik on to the podium yet again for the 56th time in his R1 career. Thibaut Casabon in fourth position with Wojciech Fiala in fifth. Gregor Schill inside the top six position, with Kevin Ellis Jr. recovering by missing out just 0.2 of a second from a top six, but still seventh place in the Virtus Pro team. Nikodem Wisniewski in eighth, Yuri Toman, Nick Alstertsenko, Erhan Yovsky, and Kaiki Oliveira right the way down the order there in 12th position after getting right involved in all of that drama. That was about as memey as we were expecting. Hopefully we don't see too much more of that, because that was chaos. You missed, actually, last week. I completely forgot about this. If you go back and watch Group A and you want to see some memes, go back and watch the final race start of Group A from last week, and you'll see 3 Mouse drivers all spin at the first corner, all basically by themselves. It was very wild to see.
Some things you never see in motorsport, or indeed sim racing. You see plenty of it here, of course, in the R1 Championship, but unbelievable scenes. I mean, credit first and foremost to Ferris Stanley. Huge result, obviously, for BS Plus competition. Lewis, they could likely see themselves in Group A not too long into the future.
Yeah, but then the thing is that the points gap was really, really tight there. So again, it's kind of as we've seen from Group C earlier on in the night, where as much as we've had a race complete and things are starting to fall into place, they're not exactly fitting at the moment. Everything is still tight on the points. Everything is still close. I mean, look, this is the points gap in Group C. So you can see MSI, who have been promoted from who have been promoted already once, and they are going up from Group D into Group C. Already they're at the head of Group C, so they could be moving straight up into Group B. Same as BS Competition. They've gone from Group C into Group B, and they're in contention of moving straight up into Group A as well. Of course, scoring some very important points on the road to Riyadh. But MSI, they're doing really well. Of course, Johan Hart showing brilliantly in that fight. And of course, qualifying second, finishing a second in the previous race. There was no penalty, by the way.
What I find amazing is that Team Falcons could face the prospect moving through when we go to Daytona of perhaps even featuring in Group D when the time comes. So truly unbelievable, considering the class that they have in that squadron of drivers as well. Obviously, with Team Falcons actually peppering some of the big boys last time out when we went to, of course, the World Cup last year. But we're now back with Group C once again ahead of Race 2 that's coming up now very, very soon. First and foremost, though, qualifying to get us underway. And obviously, Thomas Tatler, who'll be looking for a reprieve after a very difficult start to the evening, after a bit of contact coming through in the first race. Lewis was very, very tricky, and obviously coming into contact with Belliziotis after he tagged his back up at the very start of the race. It was really a non-starter for poor Thomas Tatler, as we now watch Tobias Pfeffer, purple in the first sector, 44-1 as it stands.
Certainly so, and that's not ideal for Pfeffer. Knowing as well, now, again, I don't know if it's car, I don't know if it's anything, but also, well, yeah, the Mercedes has seemed relatively quick around here, at least what we saw, obviously, earlier on in the evening with that excellent lap from Don Blyer, the fastest lap that we've seen thus far in the around here, and at least in the dynamic group phase at Jeddah. That 44.1 in the first sector, basically a 44.2, not going to be good enough. And to be fair, at least it's not a slowdown penalty, so there's that.
That is very true. Tobias Pfeffer, though, coming back with a 37.8 in the middle. That's not the best that we have seen, though, in that middle sector, but we'll have to wait and see as to how he's going to play out, certainly coming up towards the line. 44.1 isn't terrible, but obviously that's a very late 140, but should we say 44.1 in that first sector. So let's wait and see what Sector 3 brings. Losing the purple middle sector at the moment, as well as Tobias Pfeffer, as now he storms up through towards the line to commence qualifying here ahead of race 2. And sets a 37.1 in that final sector. But the purple middle is stolen by Thomas Tatler. 37.8. That isn't too bad either, Lewis, but not the best.
No, certainly not. Let's see into the final sector from Thomas Tatler as he'll work his way through the final corner. A little bit almost of a brush of the barrier there, but nothing too major. 59.2 to beat. I think leaning probably towards it, although the final sector has not normally worked out in favour of the Porsche, at least from memory. Let's see if it's worked out in favour of Tatler on this occasion. Yes, it has. Straight across the line and straight up on the provisional pole.
Yeah, only 32,000, so faster than Tobias Pfeffer at the moment. John Robertson has taken the purple first sector for the 44.1. Now, that is more like it. John Robertson has been really impressive so far here tonight. He's just lost, though, the purple first sector as it stands, with a 37.8, though, in the middle, which is probably around a tenth off where he would like to be. And you can just see there the frustration on his face there in the bottom left-hand corner, just underneath the timing tower that we do have here. But let's see where Robertson ends up, as now he storms towards the line. Will not go any higher than the two cars above him, despite that brief purple first.
Certainly so. Again, very, very tight right towards the top. Someone's going to break through that and surely set a very low 59. By the way, shout out to Tyler Smith, who sent me a message on Instagram, said Nikodem Vishnevsky. I remember I said about this last, the first challenge. I'd be like, whoa, Darren McCormick in the first one. He said, didn't Nikodem Vishnevsky do it a couple of weeks ago? And I was like, oh, yeah, I just checked. Yeah, he did, actually. He didn't qualify in race number 1 at Group C and did get the victory in that group. So, touche. That's actually a great shout. Either way, seeing across the line, not a challenge for pole position coming in from Lemonek.
No, Jamie Fluke, though, has taken purple in the middle sector with a 37.7 of his own, and that is more akin to what we'd expect. And that first sector being a 44.072 is also mightily good. Nate needs a big final sector just to certainly send off the lap here. Currently sat at the moment with 4 cars sat above him, all registering 159s. He'll register, though, a 159.0, which is far apart from where Thomas Tatler is, so is comfortably holding the top spot here with 4 minutes and 20 to go.
Belleziotis got involved in a fair bit of drama in the previous race, obviously taking out Thomas Tatler earlier on in the evening. Did go purple. That one's already been removed by Johan Ard. Let's see what Belleziotis can do. Taps on the top of his head. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it's not quite the Mobot. Let's see what he do across the line. It's good enough for provisional pole. 59.046. It is a good lap time.
Very good lap from Belleziotis. Now as Johan Harth comes next, he has taken purple in the middle with 37.7, 44.1 in the first sector as well. This could be a very good lap indeed for Johan Harth, who, remember, was in contest for pole position in our first race here tonight here at Jeddah. Now he could yet turn the tables. Obviously still Don Blyer yet to come around. He'll be next after Johan Harth just yet, but let's see what the third sector has in store for Johan Harth. Is it enough for at least second fastest? Not this time. He will at the very most start on the second row of the grid, but Don Blyer's coming now.
Certainly so. Obviously had the pole position of the race earlier on the evening, going a tenth off of that, even 2 tenths off of that, and he'll basically be in contention for pole position. At the moment, those sectors are not lining up for the pole as he comes across the line. Let's see what Dominic Blyer can do. He's in 8th position, obviously, because he's the 8th car driver to come across the line. He does set a purple final sector, but just tightens things up towards the top. Not good enough for pole, though.
Yeah, he's once again manacled together with Johan Harth at the moment. They are now 3 and 4 as opposed to 1 and 2 as they were at the very first race of Askin earlier on tonight. But Jimmy Antunes, 44-0 at the moment in that first sector, met with a 37-8 though in the middle is not great. So whilst he's put in such a great level of work, a great foundation coming out of sector 1, it hasn't necessarily paid off for the rest of the lap. But the final sector certainly has, and that enters his name just 2 thousandths behind his fellow teammate, Jamie Fluke.
Everything is so incredibly close in this group. Everyone is so tight across the line. These sector times are as close as they've been. But someone has the pace to potentially throw themselves among that top lot and even throw themselves clear of the pole time. At the moment, though, it is not looking likely. Look at that. 3,000 a second separates second, third, and fourth. Kamil Pavlovsky across the line. This is not going to challenge those top times. A 59.4. 4 tenths or 3.5 tenths off of the pole, and it's good enough basically for last.
Extraordinary, isn't it? We've got essentially 2 thousandths that separates Antunes and Fluke. It is then 1 thousandth that separates Blyer and Jimmy Antunes. Just minute gaps between various drivers inside that top 5, let alone the timing tower as a whole. Jakub Matuszewski now storming up towards the line in his own right. 44-0, 37-8. This is also very competitive. This could see him pop inside the top 5. Could he? No. Just outside. He's in 6th fastest, just behind Johan Harth by a mere 6 thousandths of a second.
Well, here we go then. Daniel Pajtor, the last time of the session at the moment, sitting about 3 tenths off of that top time as he works his way through into the final sector. It's not going to be good enough for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing driver to challenge for pole position. It's his teammate that he'd be trying to challenge, but I think he's going to come up a little bit short. I think he might be starting around the 10th, 11th position. It might be last in the session as he crosses the line. Never mind, throws in a really good final sector. Still, 2 tenths off of the pole, but 8th place for him. What a tight session.
That is a very tight session. Of course, Vasilios Beliziotis, welcome to the show. Fantastic lap to register himself towards the top end, though this time around. Very, very tight across his grid. Gives us a wave as well. Obviously delighted with his performance. But some other players as well formulating their way up at the highest end of the grid, though. Credit where credit's due to obviously those that are also fighting also for higher supremacy. MSI giving a good account. Jimmy Antunes, you have to wonder what could have been, Lewis, after the impeccable purple first sector just fell apart through the course of the lap.
Yeah, but that's just kind of how things unfold around here. Do you remember? I think I'm going to go back to it. I still maintain the best lap we've ever seen around the Jeddah Corniche circuit was in that first ever qualifying session we had around here. Of course, Max Verstappen back in 2021. By the way, not a huge Max Verstappen fan. I'll throw that out there, so it's not like a sympathiser in that sense. That was the best lap we've ever seen around here, and it's still came up short courtesy of a crash in the final corner. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, you get in such a rhythm around here, and I'm sure that was kind of the case with Dan Tunis, hooking it up, getting that purple, feeling in the rhythm of the circuit. But you can get knocked out of the rhythm around here, especially on that run between 16 and 22. You've got such a long run between those braking zones that you can get thrown out of that rhythm. And then even then, the run from 22 all the way around to 27, it's such a long run there again. You've got so much time to think. And if there's one thing that we know that racing drivers really shouldn't be doing, it's thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a choreographed dance, really, isn't it, Lewis? At the end of the day, you practice in order to basically recite and then put out some of the moves that will seal the deal in order to hopefully achieve pole position. Didn't work this time, though, for those on the second row. Obviously, Don Blyer not achieving back-to-back pole positions ahead of the action here tonight. Of course, he was once again joined at the hip with Johan Harth. They could not quite replicate what they did for race 1, Lewis.
No, but like, again, sure, your qualifying position, there'll be drivers like, say, Don Blyer, who will be disappointed to not replicate the lap time, and not even really replicate it that close. Maybe that just shows how good that lap time was in that previous session, or maybe it just shows how good it is to qualify consistently around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. But of course, qualifying is one thing, racing's another, and they all know that. They all know that, you know, the change of focus for the race. It's such a different style of approach. You know, a lot of the drivers can more comfortably and easily lap consistently around here. Some of them struggle with it though. So I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one. Hopefully, we avoid the dramas of the Group B race start. Alas, I repeated it, and I wouldn't be shocked. I will laugh though.
Anything's possible, Lewis. We have, of course, already had one moment already where many cars spilled out of control. Also saw a couple of moments as well here and there, very much in this group. of course, where Beliziotis ended up on the back of Thomas Tatler's car. They'll be hoping that there won't be a repeat this time. Of course, this time Beliziotis actually starting higher up the order, but already we're only in practice. And some argy-bargies occurring out on track already, Lewis, maybe setting the tone for the race ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of that. Sometimes, though, you use warm-up or practice as it is here, you know, but the warm-up between qualifying and the race to build the banter, to get some of the stress out there a little bit on the
mind
circuit.
games.
Yeah, exactly. I can tell, if there's one thing that I can pass on to you, and I know a lot of people have watched this and said, why are they going out like this? Like, what are they learning? What are they do? I can tell you that all 12 of the drivers going around this circuit right now, I can tell you what they're learning. Nothing. They have learned absolutely nothing from going out in this session. It's just keeping them warm. It's keeping them in it. That's called a warm-up for a reason. Whilst the server's being prepared, whilst race control are preparing it, whilst we're getting ready for the race, it's just keeping them in the rhythm. But they're not learning anything from this. They're just going out for bants, basically.
Yeah, just to make sure they're ingrained and ready to go ahead of yet another race that we're going to be experiencing. We're now at the near enough the midway point before the final soiree that we'll have coming up later on tonight. That will, of course, decide where the drivers move, where or whereabouts, leading through towards Daytona. Of course, a very different circuit coming up later on in the championship. Of course, we don't know where we're going to end the championship at the moment. Of course, to be announced at this stage. But one thing we can announce is the starting grid ahead of Group C's Race 2. At the back of the grid, two Falcons cars is Kamil Pawlowski and Przemysław Laminek on the 6th row of the grid. John Robertson in 10th with Tobias Pfeffer. Then further up, then we have Daniel Pashtor in P8 with Thomas Tatler in 7th. Then comes Jakub Madaszewski on the 3rd row, met with Johan Harth for Team MSI. We also have Don Blyer on the 2nd row, met once again, well, this time with Jimmy Antunes. Jamie Fluke starts on the front row, and this time it's Vasilios Beliziotis for Williams. He'll be starting from pole position ahead of race 2 coming up now very shortly. But remember, rolling start as always here in the R1 Championship. There is Beliziotis this time. Obviously, doesn't necessarily need to tag anyone from behind this time, Lewis, because he has clean air in front of him.
Well, unless Jamie Fluke squeezes his way straight past around the outside. Look, we'll have to wait and see. Again, the second position, it's been the favoured start position in most of the races that we've had around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Obviously, the previous race that we had, so race number 1 of Group B, it wasn't the favoured starting position, as Ferris Stanley was able to lead into turn 1 and led every single lap of the race. Not sure that's going to happen in this one. Jamie Fluke is a very wise character, and I'm sure we're keeping very much a close eye on what Beliziotis does in this race start.
There was some mitigating factors, though, into why Ferris Stanley was able to hold position, though, coming out of turn 2, just slightly. As now Beliziotis now becomes essentially the safety car to decide when they go green. As the lights do go green, they put pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. And Beliziotis does lead the way. Further back, Jamie Fluke just forming up in behind him as well. And now late on the brakes, here comes Jimmy Antunes as well, moving up into second. 3 MSI cars, 1, 2, and 3, with now cutting the escape. Coming through to the inside was Dominic Blyer, just getting a little bit too tight to the inside, coming through turn 1 and had to take the escape, really, to go onto the off track. And now Blyer down in 5th place, met with Thomas Tatler. Jakub Madaszewski wheel to wheel with Tobias Pfeffer as they look to squabble over P7 as well in this classification. Next up comes Przemysław Laminek, Kamil Pawlowski, John Robertson down in 11th, and Daniel Pashtor rooted to the bottom. But it's Beliziotis who leads ahead of Jimmy Antunes.
And Pfeffer was able to keep himself ahead of Jakub Madaszewski, so 7th position for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing driver. But look at these points. This is what I was going to say. Vulcans are struggling. Whilst we spoke about teams like BS Competition potentially going from one group to the next, progressing, moving their way forward. MSI also in that category. Started in Group D. They're in Group C at the moment. They're topping Group C at the moment, and by a comfortable margin, it seems. Vulcans have done the exact opposite. They were at the bottom earlier on of Group B, and they're at the bottom of Group C as well. They're on a one-way trip down the standings, and potentially could be looking at maybe not even progressing through into the Esports World Cup. That's a long way ahead, though. We'll not get too far ahead of ourselves with that one. Looks like it might be a tall order, though, as they are really struggling with things here in the dynamic group phase. I will say, though, the Mercedes does look good round here, so it does seem as though they might have a little bit of a tall order to deal with the Mercs, and that might be why.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say, to be honest with you, if you look at it, it's a collective of Porsches really that are towards the rear end of the, or should we say the bottom 6 of this classification, as we now ride on board with Belliziotis. From the rear angle view, there's Jimmy Antunes, who's currently sat in second as well, very close to the back of Belliziotis. Remember, Antunes set in the purple first sector in his qualifying lap, just wasn't able to carry it through, right through to the checkered flag, or indeed to the start-finish line, and gets very close to the back of Belliziotis' Mercedes as they now rush out of turn 2 through towards turn 3. It is still a Williams on top. Dominic Blyer, you can see for the points, as we have already suggested, MSI Gaming in control by that comfortable margin. I mean, it's hard to comprehend, Lewis, that Falcons could face an XE. Appreciate, obviously, we still have a few rounds after this one, but still, you know, we talk about setting the tone for the World Cup. I mean, again, like you were saying, this is the team that won the overall World Cup going back to last year, and I have to say, it might turn out to be a slightly embarrassing moment should this carry through to round 8.
Yeah, which would be a big shame for Falcons. But then again, you know, if the Mercedes, for example, of the 4 cars that we do race here in R1, if the Mercedes is potentially the best car around here, the most suited car to the Jeddah Corniche circuit, they're in a big unfair position to go against 2 of those. That's just unfortunate. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. The thing is, they just need to not worry about that too much, to try and score as much as they can, to maybe try and stick in Group C and maybe outscore one of them. Try and keep their nose clean, and if not next week, just refocus again. Get straight out of Group D, which has obviously had you know, the ERA and Guild have remained in Group D for the opening couple of rounds of the dynamic group phase, and they want to make it 3 from 3. If they do end up dropping back there, that said, we're a long way from being done in this event.
Yeah, certainly are. Vasilios Belliziotis now still comfortably leading by around 4/10, but Jimmy Antunes far from done. There's still 3 MSI cars inside the top 4, and this all lending itself to the current situation we have in terms of the live standings, obviously with MSI on 91, as now they fly down through towards turn 1 once again. Still rooted to the back is Daniel Pashtor. If we just take a look at Belliziotis' run through this championship, of course in recent times has failed to score at all, obviously in Fiji, because he didn't take part. Of course, we look back, Tinko van der Velde obviously taking a spirited role for that very first round at Fuji. Of course, aside from that, also we saw Dominic Blyer and obviously Tobias Pfeffer, Daniel Pashtor returning, as they have done here as well at Saudi. But we did not see anything from Belliziotis back then, and I've got to say, probably for good reasons, we now see a little tag on the back as Daniel Pashtor moves into P11. John Robertson now rooted to the rear of the field, and Pashtor now coming alive and seemingly now looking to take on Laminek. You can see the reaction there from John Robertson. Not happy, Lewis McGlade.
No, he's a little bit angry with himself. He's getting frustrated with himself as Robertson. It's something that you can ill afford in this, especially this style of race. I think you can get a little bit more flustered in, say, for example, where you know he's used his craft so brilliantly in the world of sim racing. For example, in Rallycross, where he's been so good. Obviously, I know he's done a fair shout of other racing and done a fair shout of winning and other stuff as well. But still, you know, he's won quite a bit in the Rallycross scene over on iRacing. And like I said, I think you can get a little bit more, in certain degrees, you can get a little bit more hot-headed in that, just because the style of driving, the style of racing as well. In this, you get hot-headed, and yeah, it's going to go backwards for you. Just cannot find the rhythm here on RENNSPORT at the moment, can Robertson. Thankfully for him, though, look at all 3 of his teammates, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, although I would say that would be terrible for my mentality if I'm struggling and seeing my teammates running 2nd, 3rd and 4th still.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously it doesn't help at the moment, as now we watch as Pashtor faces John Robertson again. Have a look to the outside. Still no move can be made here from Robertson. But Belliziotis, who currently leads this race, we haven't seen really anything of the sort, really, from him. Certainly going over the course of the knockout seeding phase that he was part of, as now we watch as Daniel Pashtor looks to the outside here of Semislav Laminek, who's going to try and squeeze the Williams as close as he can to the outside concrete barrier. And now wheel-to-wheel they go again, and indeed he will still defend here, Laminek. But all of this costing him time. He's now 1.8 away from the leader at the moment, and the gap is starting to build between himself and his own teammate, Pavlovsky.
Yeah, certainly. So, like I say, it's all a little bit of argy-bargy back here, but no real major switches. They're all fighting over the last few points, so it's almost relatively speaking, when it comes to the major stuff, an irrelevant battle, because they're only, you know, for one, last place is no points, 11th place is 1 point, 10th place is 2 points. So in the matter of things, it's not going to make any major switches in those points. The live standings on the right-hand side of your screen, MSI with 2nd, 3rd and 4th, comfortably outscoring the rest of them after a solid race one as well. Everything was remaining very close, but it does seem as though the battle for progression will go the way of MSI and Williams at the moment. 1st and 2nd in the group, but pulling a major margin over the Falcons team, sat there in 3rd.
Yep, Senior at the moment. Falcons currently with near enough all 4 cars either in 6th or below. Jakub Matuszewski, Kamil Pawlowski and Przemysław Lamenek occupying 8th, 9th and 10th, which is far apart from where they would like to be, and now facing very close contest here with Daniel Pashtor looking to yet again obtain yet more points for the Williams team as they now race through. This next left-hander is still very much on the tail here of Lamenek, who's got no help around him, as now they storm down through towards the final corner at turn 27, looking to the outside once again. Here comes Pashtor. No angle to get the move one and done, but taking that long way around and a tap in the back. Here once again, this time as Lamenek races down through towards the first corner. Now again, this is a chance for Pashtor, but equally, John Robertson still very much there, might choose to go late on the brakes and surprise the pair of them as they now race down through towards turn 1. Here comes the move now. A look down the inside here from Pashtor as they rub side by side, wheel to wheel now. But it looked like the better line was coming, but the better line actually might favour John Robertson, who actually moves past Pashtor and in the process retakes that P11 that he lost earlier on, and now looking to try and take on Lamenek. Contact again as they rub wheel to wheel. As the 2 cars in the narrowest of gaps as he rejoins, Pashtor flies on through and now moves back into 11th place.
God, you'd think they were battling for the World Championship, wouldn't you? With the way these 3 are fighting around here. I mean, it's very exciting to watch, don't get me wrong. And the reason we're not focused a little bit higher on the grid is because Don Bly is remaining behind Johan. Half of those 3 MSI cars are working really, really well together. So they're not really affording any opportunity to the Atlassian Williams sim racing driver. And so there's no switches happening further up right now. And so this is... Again, in a sense, yes, of course, it's our closest battle. Yes, there are other battles that are very close, but this is the one that's seeing all of the action. Everywhere else on the grid, we're just not really seeing any major fighting. So might as well keep our eye on the entertaining stuff. And it has been very exciting indeed. That was really well read by Robertson, by the way, at Team 1. Saw the little look going into turn 2 and was basically sat there being like, these 2 are going to hit each other. And then just did the big up and under. Nearly got through on both of them. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out.
No, lovely move, and definitely planned to perfection, near enough. Obviously did have, for a good period of time, his car alongside Daniel Pashtor and very nearly tackling Przemysław Lamenek until the door was ultimately shut. Coming through the first sector as now once again Pashtor goes after Przemysław Lamenek on the run down through towards turn 27 again. Obviously, he'll be looking to try and make the same move once more. MSI back on 90 points now with John Robertson now down in 12th. Obviously, Pashtor looking to once again relinquish more points away from the Falcons Porsche and place it into the hands of the Williams team. And that's exactly the MO of Daniel Pashtor just now. Going to go late on the brakes in towards turn 1 again. He's going to try the Porsche as they come through turn 2. A switch back on offer. John Robertson again waiting for his opportunity to perhaps move on through. Wasn't quite able to capitalise there in that moment where the Mercedes and the Porsche rubbed side by side. For his own Mercedes then to creep on through, so they are as they are. The status quo being maintained between P10, 11 and 12 at the moment, so they are as they are.
For the race victory, by the way, it does seem as though the gap for Vasilios Belotsiotis over Jimmy Antunes, Jamie Fluke and Johan Hart, the 3 MSI drivers, there's more frustrations coming in on board with John Robertson. Don't get too frustrated, you distract poor Jamie Fluke sat directly behind you. But you know, for Belotsiotis, he's basically sitting now nearly a second clear of the MSI trio, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So it does seem as though the victory is not secured, as the gap does go over a second, but it's as near as makes no difference done, as Belotsiotis has checked out into the distance from the grouping behind and was very happy with his pole position, very happy with how he's running this race, I'm sure.
Yeah, out by over a second now ahead of Jimmy Antunes. So very, very grand display here from Vasilios Belotsiotis. Is now Daniel Pashtor, his teammate. Looks to try and gain more points for Williams again. Still fighting tooth and nail with Przemysław Lamenek, who, for Team Falcons, who have certainly struggled as of late. Over the last time we went racing at Fuji, they did manage to ring together a victory and also a P3. Thomas Tatler, the only victor for them since we commenced the dynamic group phase. Is now a different line is taken by Pajtor on the run down through towards turn 27, and John Robertson following him through as well. It was a slightly shallower line from Zemislav Lamenek, so that will apply different levels of momentum for both cars heading down through towards turn 1, and you generally favour the Williams in this moment. As now once again we see Pajtor favour the inside line coming through towards turn 1 this time again, and now side by side once more as Lamenek defends the inner. And it just seems the Porsche has that ability with the acceleration and coming out of turn 2 to keep the Mercedes at bay. Just the grunts of the Mercedes packs not effective on the escape coming out of turn 2 here for Daniel Pajtor. John Robertson also forced to remain in behind as well. No doubt that frustration is going to reach boiling point very soon as we now commence the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, certainly so. We're approaching the climax. We're approaching the checkered flag. This is back up to the fight, effectively for the final step on the final couple of steps on the podium, because obviously Antunes in second, Jamie Fluke there in third, Johan Arthur in fourth position for MSI. Those drivers will not switch. They will not battle amongst themselves. Remember, drivers need to put ego to one side round here, because what you score as a driver means kind of nothing, right? If you're in a battle first and second, for example, with your teammate, as much as we talk all these stats of wins and all this kind of stuff, it doesn't matter. As long as the team is first and second, as long as the team is, in this case, second, third and fourth, it doesn't matter what way round your drivers are, you're scoring regardless. Dominic Blyer then in fifth position. I say about this because there's no drivers' championship, basically. It's just the team's championship. Dominic Blyer, though, is trying to apply that pressure to score some what would be in very important points for Williams. He needs to get some of those done over MSI, surely, because obviously each time he gets through, he's gaining points for Williams, but also costing points for MSI if he can get through. But he's off the racing line now, and Tatler was filling in the mirrors.
Yeah, and obviously this is all about getting the run into Group B come the end of racing here tonight, and Williams will have those ambitions on their mind. But MSI going to be a very tricky egg to crack, as now Thomas Tatler looks to the inside now, and Dominic Blyer on the run down in towards turn 1. Side by side they go again. Later on the brakes, though, from Dom Blyer, who looks to defend the place and does so brilliantly. That inside line certainly has worked a picture there for Dominic Blyer, much like it has worked out for Zemislav Lamenek as of late to keep Daniel Pajtor at bay as we ride back on board here with Thomas Tatler. Still only 47 points and a mammoth gap, obviously, between them and Team MSI at the moment. 43 points, Lewis. I mean, that is such a mountain to climb.
Yeah, almost insurmountable, I would say. When it comes to like big point scores, we've seen 60 or so from a couple of teams before, but that's when it comes to like really, really good results. You're talking 3 cars being right up there. It does seem as though that Falcons, unless they have an unbelievable final race here in Group C, which against that Mercedes doesn't seem like it's going to be likely, it does seem as though it's going to be a second consecutive drop for the Falcons team, and like I say, they'll be entering the danger zone as to whether they're going to progress or not, and going into what will be a very feisty Group D in round 6.
Certainly will be very feisty indeed. As now on lap 8 of 8, we witness Vasilios Belaziotis lead the way, still a second clear of Jimmy Antunes. Returning here in the dynamic group stage, not seen once back at Fuji, has only marked prior to this 4 appearances in race trim for the Williams team this season thus far. But now rounding the final corner at turn 27, he's going to mark his reappearance here in race 2 here at Jeddah, marking himself down as a race winner in R1 for the first time in his history. Vasilios Belaziotis wins race 2 here in Group C in the dynamic group phase. Jimmy Antunes bringing home a second place. Jamie Fluke making it double podiums for MSI. And that is a second and third for MSI to bring home the bounty. Huge amount of points going their way. But it's Vasilios Belaziotis, an R1 race winner for the first time.
Which obviously now a second new winner of the night. Obviously, if you account for Ferris Stanley as well earlier on, does become the 41st driver in R1 history to take a victory. So very impressive there from Belletsiotis, and just a very solid drive. Pieced it together beautifully, didn't make a mistake, qualified brilliantly, obviously, with the pole position, and looked very comfortable throughout, and really put against the issues of the previous race. Dealt with that and said, yeah, okay, I'm going to redeem myself immediately then, thanks.
He certainly did, didn't he? And that's back-to-back wins for Williams, which are obviously going to be very key as well, Lewis. That's going to be that's going to play a huge part in boosting those confidence levels, isn't it?
Big time, yeah, especially with where they sit in the group. Obviously, a little bit behind, 11 points behind MSI, which obviously will be frustrating for them. But 11 points can be overcome. Like that is something that can change quite quickly, can change quite rapidly. So for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, they'll be pretty confident knowing that they are in contention for moving through and up a group into Group B. The thing is, I'd say from the group, realistically, what we're seeing at the moment, that basically Falcons are going to be the group dropping down, the team dropping down to Group D. That I feel is relatively set.
And that is 2 demotions as well already to kick off the dynamic group phase, which is not the best of starts, Lewis. And again, I know we hammer it home, but it is a high precedence here on this run to the World Cup. If you're in that bottom group and you're in the bottom 2, you could be going home. And that is going to be a disaster for a team like Falcons.
Yeah, big time. They need... Look, I think they need to accept that they're probably dropping down to Group D. Obviously, it's not over yet. They've got one more race to deal with here in the Group C. If they do drop down into Group D, that'll obviously be next week. The most important bit is focus, fire straight away, move straight back up into Group C if that is the case.
Well, we can move across to have a chat with Vasilios Belletsiotis, race winner for the first time in R1 as well. Welcome, Vasilios. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on a first victory for Williams and a first victory for yourself. You must be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that one. Was also happy to get an all-right lap in qualifying and not bottle the first sector like I did in my first quali. But of course, I'm overwhelmed by winning this race and everything. But on the top step, obviously the team's performance is in first place, you know. So it is not over yet. We still need to push for the last race as well, and try to get at least 2 people into the top 5 next race, so we can hopefully promote into the Group B. Yeah.
That's obviously focusing on the basically the switch between race 1 and race 2. Race 1 got a little bit clumsy, had the incident with Tatler, had the incident down at T1 as well. Like you kind of got thrown up into quite a lot of the middle of everything. In this race, wildly different, completely dominant, out in front. Where does that switch come from in such a small period of time?
Yeah, I can quickly explain that. Basically, the move which happened in lap 1 into the hairpin was just, I guess, like we had a quick analysis. We analyzed it real quick. I was quite frustrated after the quali in race 1, and I wanted to move up places pretty quickly, and I took unnecessary risk by diving Thomas into the hairpin and spinning him out. It was just, yeah, sorry for language, but it was a stupid move by me. And also the stuff which happened into turn 1 where I spun out, it was just yeah, unnecessary risk taken by me, and we quickly had a deep dive into it, and it was for sure that I had to like enter the next race with a little bit more concentration, with a bit more focus, need to be more locked in and take less risk into this one. Yeah.
Well, let's hope that the most recent result sets the tone for the next race to come as well. We'll allow you to go and prepare, Vasilios. Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch up with you later on. Many well done. Yeah, well done to you.
Have fun for the next race.
Absolutely. Vasilios Belletsiotis, let's catch up with the highlights from that last race. And for Vasilios Belletsiotis, he really did career away, getting a really good start after achieving pole position ahead of the trio of MSIs that were figuring out in behind as well. A couple of cars taking an aggressive line off track through turn 1 as well. Team Falcons really struggling once again with every car either in P6 or below. We saw never-ending battles as well, including the likes of John Robertson in the fight as well, with Daniel Pajtor very much through the majority of the race. Falcons were also left in scrutiny as well with 2 of their cars currently in the midst as well with the fight with John Robertson and also not forgetting Daniel Pastor as well. Tobias Pfeffer was also looking to gain places in his own right, but there was a lot of argy-bargy through the circuit of Saudi Arabia, as we always expect. Obviously the Team Falcons Porsche coming under attacks from all fronts with 2 Mercedes all over his tail, as we once again witnessed yet again more squabbling further back. This was once again another moment where John Robertson was very unlucky not to get the move done either. This was the brilliant effort though he put in place to try and challenge Daniel Pastor, but also by extension Semislav Lamenek as well, very nearly taking 2 places in the very first sector alone, in the very first few corners alone here on this particular lap, was ultimately unsuccessful, and Pastor took his chance to go back past. But yet again, more diving coming down in towards the first corner once more. Tobias Pfeffer was also right in the midst of a scrap of his own. MSI were in control, but Vasilios Beliziotis rounding off that race, a race winner for the first time in his history, and brings Williams back to the front for the second time tonight. Vasilios Beliziotis, a race winner with Jimmy Antonez second, Jamie Fluke, as well as Johan Harth, Dominic Blyer, then further back. 3 MSI cars in the top 4, with Tobias Pfeffer making it 6th place as well for Williams. Further back, then we have a trio of Falcons, Thomas Tatler, Jakub Maniszewski and Kamil Pawlowski in 7, 8 and 9, with John Robertson in 10th. Semislav Lamenek finishing in 11th, with Daniel Pastor, last of the runners, there in 12th place. So that rounds off the order from race 2 in Group C. We now look ahead now back again, this time to Group B, off the back of that chaos that we had to open up the account of the evening. Lewis McGlade, do you think we'll see something different this time?
Hopefully. I mean, it would be good not to belly laugh down to turn 1 whilst all this is kicking off, but look, it was entertaining. Let's go with that. The thing is, the instant... Again, as far as I'm aware, Race Control actually haven't dished out a penalty from that race. At least not what I've got. And so I kind of agree. I think it was just one of those race deals. It was Keke Oliveira avoiding the Vitality and then having contact from behind. It was all just a bit messy. It's just one of those racing deals. But what it has done is, despite all that chaos, no one team was punished really more so than the other. And it means that everyone's incredibly close. Just 6 points separate all 3 teams.
A real contrast, really, isn't it, from Group C, where we've seen, really, MSI career away out in front. Well, BS Plus competition haven't got the same privilege. They're still met with Virtus Pro matching on points as we now rejoin the action, this time in qualifying ahead of race 2 for Group B. So a very important one indeed for the likes of well, important really for all teams at the moment, because they're all clubbed together. There's opportunity across the board. It's really going to make these last 2 races... It's going to really up the importance of it, Lewis, and I'd imagine the tension is probably building as well, obviously with essentially promotion and relegation still with a massive question mark.
Yeah, it means the last races of each group back in Fuji were very, very exciting. I think the last races of each group here in Jeddah will also be very exciting in Group B and Group C. We'll see Statsenko round first sector. It's actually not that bad. 0.1 already been beaten though by a whopper of a margin from Wojtek Fiala. And by the way, let's test. We've tested me on my little commentary bit as to whether I was right about the whole outside of turn 1 thing to translate into the race lead. That worked out a little bit earlier on. Will Chadwick, who is of course a team manager for ERA, has also managed Phase the Past, has driven as well. He said to me he expects to see some 58s from Darragh, who of course Darren McCormack was had a quali ban, so didn't take part in the qualifying session earlier on. Let's see if Will Chadwick's any good at a statsman / a commentator, or whether he's just talking rubbish. We'll see what happens when McCormack comes round a little bit later in this qualifying session. So Senko then across the line. This will probably be a low 59 based on what I'm seeing on these sector times, a 59.1. How quick is this lap time from Fiala?
Very good from Statsenko, first and foremost. Fiala, though, has taken the purple first sector. Just look at that, a 43.9 as well, Lewis McGlade. We haven't had that very often when we have been in the 43. So this is a statement first sector here from Wojtek Fiala, and 37.8 in the middle as well, which is, approximately a tenth off where he would like to be. But that first sector more than makes up for it. And making his way towards the line should domineer past Mikhail Statsenko with a purple final sector to boot as well. That is a stunning lap from Wojtek Fiala, a 59.0. That could easily be pole, and up comes Big Kev.
Do you know what? I actually think he'll be disappointed that wasn't good enough for a 58 there, because that was an unreal lap unfolding right before our eyes there for Wojtek Fiala. Kevin Ellis Jr. then the next one to come across the line at the moment. See if he can find his way into the mix. I think he'll be slower than his teammates and ends up on a 59.247. He was on a 59.376 in the previous race, and that qualified him in 8th, so slightly better than that.
Certainly is. It's certainly not a terrible lap in terms of the context of this field right now. Kike Oliveira registering a 44.2 in the first sector, 37.7 in the middle. Again, not the best 37.7 we have ever seen, but still Kike Oliveira could yet take something from this. Will he surpass Kevin Ellis Jr. here at this moment in time and bring the BS Plus competition car into 30? Certainly will, with a purple final sector of 37.2, which is slightly above where we usually see the drivers operating. So, yeah, great lap from Kike Oliveira.
Despite all the drama right at the start of the previous race, this driver kind of got through it pretty unscathed. Qualified in 4th, finished in 3rd. Actually sounds like a pretty normal race for a driver. And then you don't really see all the chaos that happened around Marcel Cieńczyk. Out towards the line, tracking for a time to go into 2nd position ahead of Stutsenko at the moment. That's exactly where he goes, a 59.164, which would have been good enough for 2nd place in the previous qualifying. I think we might be seeing a little bit faster in this session.
On any other day, that first sector could have very easily been purple as well. It was Wojtek Fiala's truly remarkable first sector that made the difference. Erhan Jovski also entering his first sector into the 44 zeros as well. 37.809 in the middle sector. Isn't truly heartbreaking, but needs a mighty final sector to make something of this. And the Macedonian now will crumb across the line. A 159.273. These are rapidly quick here. That even a 2.73 isn't enough for anything higher than 6.
No, and that's probably going to be down towards either the last row or penultimate row, depending on if anyone gets any slowdown penalties at the moment during this qualifying session. No one's picked up one at the moment, so at least we're avoiding that one. Yuri Tone will be the next one to cross the line, and let's see if Vitality can keep themselves in contention and moving straight through into Group A, as they were trying to do just last week. He's actually 1,000 of a second slower than his teammate Jovski. Things aren't looking great for Vitality between those two.
This is bad news for Vitality at the moment. Thibaut Casibon with a 44.2 in the first sector isn't breaking any records either. 37.8 in the middle sector isn't great either. So now, with a trio of BS Plus competition cars still awaiting to come up, and we know how good Ferris Stanley can be on his day. And not to mention, we haven't yet seen Darren McCormack just yet. This could be a huge night for Virtus Pro. Of course, BS Plus competition already with Kike Oliveira in P4. Thibaut Casibon up towards the line. Where is he going to go? Is he going to top his teammates? No. 6, 7, and 8. And I get the vibe that Vitality could have 3 cars potentially starting towards the back here, Lewis.
Indeed. Nikodem Wisniewski saw this talk of Darren McCormack doing a last to first challenge. Nikodem Wisniewski obviously did it a couple of weeks ago in Group C, in the opening race of Group C. Didn't qualify after having a disconnection from qualifying, if memory serves, and then ended up still winning the race despite all the drama. He's not happy with his lap time. He goes just ahead of Casibon, but still behind Jovski and Toman. This is the lap we were waiting for. Surely it's going to be a 58. I mean, look, he's so quick, isn't he?
Well, to go purple over his teammate Wojtek Fiala in the first sector is one statement. Both drivers registering 43.8 in the opening sector. The 37.7, though, is very special. In the middle here from Darren McCormack, looking to cap it off with a sensational third sector. A trio of purple from Darren McCormack. A 158.779 and blasts away his own teammate. It's Virtus Pro currently locking out the front row provisionally for now, but here comes 2 BS Pluses. First up, Ferris Stanley.
He didn't just blast away his teammate, he's blasted away the competition. No one is getting near that lap time. Will Chadwick, I'm sure he's going to be patting himself on the back with that prediction that McCormack was going to get the 58 onto the board straight away. Incredible stuff. Stanley then, pole position and victory in the previous race of the evening, across the line with a slowdown penalty. 11th place for him. How the turntables turn.
They certainly do, and at this rate, he'll be starting towards the very back. Gregor Schill, 44.4, not a great first sector for him either. Around 3/10 off where he would like to be. 37.8 in the middle as well, though that's also probably a 10th out of where he would prefer to be as well. This is not going to be a great lap here for Gregor Schill. Might place him higher, though, than Ferris Stanley. As he storms up towards the line, it certainly will. He'll go 11th fastest, so Vitality have been handed a reprieve with 3 BS Plus competition cars towards the rear. But Dara McCormack with the lap of all laps. You won't see anything quite as perfect as that here at Jeddah. That has to be said. I would say that is probably the fastest you'll ever see here in R1, here in this championship, certainly at this circuit. That is unbelievable from Dara McCormack. A trio of purple to send himself nearly 3/10 clear at the top of the classification as well, Lewis.
Yeah, last to first challenge for him in the previous race. First to first challenge sounds a little bit easier, doesn't it? Especially when you're setting lap times like that. McCormack surely the favourite then to take his 23rd victory of his R1 career. And Virtus Pro are positioned really nicely to build a very comfortable margin on the rest of the field. That said, look at how the previous race went. You know, Statsenko qualified in second. Didn't even get a chance to really go for it after having Kaiki Oliveira, someone from a few rows back, basically barrel into the side of the rest of the field. That's how quickly things can unfold, and that will go the same way for McCormack. He'll be keeping his eyes very closely on his mirrors in the run down into T1.
Yeah, and obviously this race is going to carry such high precedence because it will stack the table ahead of what we'll see later on in race 3, where obviously we'll find out who's going to go down a group and who's going to go up a group. And that is the big question. Who is going to successfully make their way further up? Obviously the ratio for success and failure in Group B is very minute. Anything can truly happen here. We could very easily see the group, or certainly the team that is topping Group B at the moment, very easily drop to the bottom and very easily down into Group C as well. So that is the threshold for danger. It's not as simple as just making your way out on track and just, you know, obviously just doing enough here at this point to reclaim points. If you make a true mess of this here, Lewis, it could be game over.
Now, I've got a question for you, George. I'm not talking about this week. I'm actually talking about next week when we go into racing action. Obviously, Group A will be back out there. You have Team Redline and Porsche Carrera, the two strongest teams in R1. They're doing battle in Group A. Me and you were talking about this last week. What team could theoretically get into Group A and then beat out one of Porsche Commander or Redline, knock one of those two into Group B? What team could really do that? Because Mouse tried and they got demolished is not an understatement. They got ripped to pieces. Virtus Pro didn't exactly fare particularly brilliantly back in Fuji either. So if Virtus Pro get a second run at it, could they potentially knock one of Porsche Commander or Redline out with that pace from McCormack? Yeah, probably.
I mean, they could. The only issue that they have at Virtus Pro, really, Lewis, is they've only got really 2 drivers that can do it. I mean, obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. proven. Dara McCormack is, of course, proven. Depends, really, what kind of Mikhail Statsenko, I suppose, you get as well.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, if you're going to go up against Team Redline or Porsche Commander, you need 4 good drivers to really take them on, and that is the difference. And there is no other team on this grid, really, that are in a position where they have got 4 quality drivers, much like Team Redline and Porsche Commander.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, you can't. We've said before about how you can get out of Group B, Group C, Group D with 1 or 2 drivers really working well. You are absolutely right. To take on a Porsche Commander or a Redline, you need all 3. Perfect case in point. In the first race alone of Group A last time out was a Redline ahead of a Redline, ahead of a Porsche, ahead of a Porsche, ahead of a Redline, ahead of a Porsche. Then the first Mouse was in 7th place. Then the Redline of Rietveld, who didn't have a great start to the race at all, and then the 3 Mouses with Jordan Caruso at the rear of the field. Basically, what I'm saying is in that it was already decided as to who was moving down after just 1 race. And that's where you need, like you say, all 4 drivers. Having a Darren McCormack and a Kevin Lewis Jr. toward the front isn't going to help it. They need Wojtek Fiala. They need Mikhail Statsenko up there as well. The thing is, I do truly believe those 2 drivers are good enough to get up there. And like you say, maybe they just need that one race where everything clicks. Who knows? Either way, let's take a look at the starting grid for race number 2 in Group B. Ferris Stanley had pole position and a race victory in the previous one. He'll have to be starting from last. Maybe he can finish second like Darren McCormack did from that position a little bit earlier on in the evening. He'll be starting alongside Gregor Schill. Thibaut Casabon in 10th with Nikodem Vishnevsky. All BS competition, 9th, 11th and 12th. Very disappointing for the team. And the herd will be very disappointed with that one. Yuri Toman and Erhan Yovsky, 8th and 7th position. Before we get to our first Virtus Pro driver, Kevin Ellis Jr. in 6th position alongside Kaiki Oliveira, who got involved in all that drama right in the race start in the previous race. Mikhail Statasenko will start from 4th position alongside Marcel Chinchik, and then it's all Virtus Pro on the front row. Wojtek Fiala ahead of Darren McCormack, who absolutely decimated the field in the qualifying session. Will he decimate the field in the race? Potentially.
And this could yet play mightily into the hands of Virtus Pro. We've got 3 cars inside the top 4 at the moment. You can just see there, Wojtek Fiala, Darren McCormack sharing that front row. They can work with Mikhail Statsenko as well on their best day, but also you've got a question, what's Marcel Chinchik going to bring to the table? Kevin Ellis Jr. just on the cusp as well. This could very easily, Lewis, be a Virtus Pro 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, they could they could get the highest point score they've ever seen in the dynamic group phase. This could be an incredible race for them, but it could also be a disaster as well. You don't know until you've got through it. 8 laps ahead of us for the second race, the halfway point for Group B, and we're racing for the second time this evening. Good reaction to the race start coming in from the Vitality car of Marcel Chinchik. It's Darren McCormack holding the inside line. Marcel Chinchik nearly made contact. Wojtek Fiala's going straight on here at T1 as he cuts straight across. Oh. There's contact behind. There's a spin behind for the Virtus Pro, and there's a spin ahead for Marcel Chinchik. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking further down the order. I think there was contact between Statsenko and Chinchik, and that has sent Chinchik down the order, and this is huge advantage Virtus Pro.
It's also huge advantage BS Plus competition, who have seen Kaiki Oliveira, Nikodem Vishnevsky, Gregor Schill move up a few places. Ferris Stanley also up into 9th as well, and they have got Vitality with Erhan Yovsky down in 12th place, and Marcel Chinchik now dropping all the way down to 10th from the second row of the grid, and also further up Thibaut Casabon, Yuri Toman down in 8th as well. So it's BS Plus competition who are the big gainers, but also Virtus Pro, who have got a trio of cars inside that top 3.
Disaster for Vitality after that. Huge advantage for Virtus Pro, even if that was Statsenko who caused that incident, and even if he did get a penalty. Again, I was looking for more at the mid-pack, to be perfectly honest. I wasn't really keeping my eyes on what was happening toward the front when Chinchik was sent around. Even if Statsenko was to receive a whopper of a penalty, the thing is, Virtus Pro would still be 1 and 2. They'd still be outscoring everyone else. They'd still be dominating in this group. So almost regardless of what happens, Virtus Pro are in a quality position right now. And with Kevin Ellis Jr. down in 11th position, he's got the pace to move his way up. It's potentially only going to get better. A bit of a switch there as Statsenko feels more confident on the pace, gets past Wojtek Fiala, who will do his best to keep Kaiki Oliveira and Nikodem Vishnevsky at bay.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly a disaster for Vitality at the moment. As you can see from the live standings in the top right of your screen, Vitality only on 46 points. And in all of this, Virtus Pro will be accruing a century of points at the moment, and it could yet improve should Kevin Ellis Jr. manage to catch up with Marcel Chinchik. That's going to be a mighty task, though. However, but BS Plus competition also on 70, and with Kaiki Oliveira very much in this top 3 battle. And Thibaut Casabon, who is trying to nurse his car along, needs to try and get past Nikodem Vishnevsky, which is easier said than done as well. So as it stands, should it be like this come the end of play today, Team Vitality, after race 3, could find themselves down in Group C, Lewis McGlade.
This group could basically be done before it's even really, before we've got even into race 3, which was very much a counter to how we had in the previous race. Because a 30-point deficit to overhaul for BS competition to get ahead of Virtus Pro. I'm not sure that one would happen. And again, same 25 or 24 points for Vitality to get over BS competition. The thing is, I would say that's not doable, but then they did so well to overcome 20 points to nearly get their way through into Group A a week ago. You never really know how this one's going to unfold. I did say for Vitality, they don't gel with this. They don't have the best of luck around the Jeddah Corniche circuit, and that really showed their down into T1.
24 points the gap between Vitality and BS Plus competition as it stands. Obviously Vitality trying to chase safety. At the moment they will be barreling out of Group B and down into Group C ahead of our trip to Daytona in over just under a week's time. Of course we'll be there this time next week, of course, as we witness the well, in fact, for this group, it'll be 2 weeks, I suppose, given the fact that we will be witnessing the other groups return to racing action next week, as we now watch them head down in towards the next hairpin, very tight to the back. And that was a mistake from Kiki Oliveira, who will now invite teammate Nikodem Wisniewski into this. He'll be relieved that it was a fellow BS Plus competition car that had crept up his inside, because had it been anything else, it could have very easily been Kazibon, who would have gambled on that late moment, that wide move from Kiki Oliveira, and therefore would have picked up the place. But at the moment the status quo maintains. It's Dara McCormack, Statsenko, Fiala, 1, 2, 3, Virtus Pro.
And I will say, BS competition, they're not just going to sit here. They're not just going to wait behind those three Virtus Pros and go, well, they're going to move through into Group A. It is what it is. BS competition want to move through into Group A. Obviously they do. And that 29 point margin sounds almost impossible to overcome. Well, you've got 2 races to overcome that, and those points are not set in stone yet. And BS competition will know that. I'm sure Felix van Delft, Florian Hasper, they'll be on the comms to the team saying, let's get after this. Let's get ourselves onto the podium. Let's start taking some points off of Virtus Pro. Let's see what happened down into turn 1. So obviously we have Wojtek Fiala go straight on here. What happened to Marcel Cinchik? He was indeed tagged by Statsenko. That, in my opinion, is a slam dunk penalty for Statsenko, who currently runs in second, which is maybe why they switched Wojtek Fiala to be behind.
Yeah, could well have been. We'll wait to see whether race control does do exactly as you believe to be the case. Lewis McGladen gives him a penalty. Obviously that might be provided after the race, but at the moment it's Dara McCormack who's out in front, just solidifying his position inside the top 3, with Mikhail Statsenko following on in behind as well. This is really encouraging for Virtus Pro, with 2 of their drivers that we wouldn't necessarily constitute being on the same level as Dara McCormack or Kevin Ellis Jr., but Statsenko and Fiala, they have been decent tonight, Lewis.
Yeah, look, they have been. Like, honestly, this is, again, if you're going to see a team like Virtus Pro take on the likes of Porsche Carrera or Team Redline, this is the kind of team that you need to see out of them. This is you need to see all 3 of them at the front. And even then, I'm not sure it's enough. I'm sure, like you say, like McCormack could throw himself amongst them. And as much as Statsenko and Fiala are keeping up in here, it's a tall order. That's something to deal with, though, next week. We'll come across that if we get to that point, and we'll see what happens once we are there. At the moment, though, we've got to keep our attention very much poised on this, and Kiki Oliveira will be still trying to look for a way through. He's just not had an opportunity, though.
No, he has not been handed one at all. He made a couple of mistakes, though, earlier on, and we saw a couple of laps ago where he went a little bit wide, coming through turn 27. Luckily enough, though, it was Nikodem Wisniewski who met him and not Thibaut Kazibon, as we now watch them make their way around on the halfway point of this race 2 here in Group B. After this, of course, we set up for the final 2 races of the evening, where we will conclude, obviously, the action here from Jeddah before we move on to Daytona in a week's time, where we witness the returning of Group A and Group D to racing action. And Dara McCormack looking to bring this home in winning form. Obviously, we've already seen Ferris Stanley take a victory here this evening. We've witnessed Williams going back-to-back with Dominic Blyer and Vasilios Beliziotis as they now come through the latter sector now, and surely there's going to be some movements here from BS Plus looking to try and obtain further points in order to bring the gap between themselves and the Virtus Pro group closer. Kevin Ellis Jr. down in 10th as well as it stands. We've seen a slight point swing with Virtus Pro now with 101. Kevin Ellis Jr. ahead of Ferris Stanley as it stands, and is now within 3/10 away from Marcel Cinchik. Just want to say, massive recovery from Kevin Ellis Jr., who had to close up to the back of Cinchik. There was a 2-second gap between he and the Hungarian not too long ago, and he's already brought that down to within 3/10 of a second, Lewis McGlade.
Certainly so. Like you say, it's a solid recovery job coming in from Ellis Jr. Like you say, trying to help the team score some decent points, maybe even score the most points we've seen from one single race for a team, which I'm pretty sure was somewhere in the mid-60s from Redline. Let's see what happened though a little bit further down. This is obviously Ferris Stanley, and this is what allowed Kevin Ellis Jr. to get through. Ferris Stanley having a bit of a moment and then making contact with the barrier as well, trying to battle with those two Virtus pros of Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik. Couldn't keep either of those two at bay, and has then cost BS Competition yet more points and allowed Vitality to just close in 21 points between second and third. And again, that is survival in Group B for BS Competition or for Vitality,
which at the very least is going to be the prevalent issue. Of course, we've only got a handful when you do the World Cup. Obviously, remember, 3 places up for grabs for automatic assertion into the World Cup finals. Of course, then aside from that, it's going to come down to a qualifier with the rest of the teams, bar 2 that will of course be eliminated come the end of the championship. As now we ride on board here with Thibaut Casubon, who's on the back of Nikodem Wisniewski, waiting for his opportunity to obviously pounce. 47 points accrued by Vitality thus far, and Thibaut Casubon, who comes into this. I mean, we look at Vitality in the years gone by, they have been competitive with the likes of Team Redline and also Porsche Coanda, but a very different story here this year in 2025. As Casubon now looks to fly outwards in pursuit of Wisniewski this time around. We look at Casubon's results, his last podium coming back at Fuji in race 2. Now looking to try and challenge this time on Nikodem Wisniewski to the outside as they come through turn 27. A little bit of contact as nose to tail they bash ever so slightly, and Wisniewski will withstand the pressure and retain P5 with Casubon still in P6.
Certainly so, but let's see, is there going to be a switch down to T1 again for Vitality? As much as I said about for BS Competition, any hope of them moving through into Group A, it was kind of now or never. They really needed to get after it. Kind of the same a little bit for Vitality, only more for survival in this group, for staying up in Group B, and again scoring some decent points to keep them in contention to maybe at least throw themselves right into the mix in the Esports World Cup, obviously in a couple of months' time. At the moment, though, they're at the rear end on the BS Competition card. They're on the outside looking in. They're only scoring 47 points in totality across the opening 2 races here in Group B, and time is running out in this race. They do need to make some more progress. Gregor Schill is, a second clear of Yuri Toman, so the most likely haul of points change for Vitality versus BS Competition is this battle here. So they're relying very heavily on the shoulders of Thibaut Casubon.
Yeah, they are at the moment. He's the highest placed Vitality driver at the moment. We're on lap 6 of 8. And they need to do something very, very quickly. Will Casubon do something radical in order to try and change the deficit? Reminder of the points, though, in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's still 47 for Vitality at the moment, with 68 in the pocket of BS Plus Competition. 101, room 101 here for Virtus Pro, with 3 of their drivers inside that top 3. The only driver missing is, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., who is still chasing after Marcel Chinchik, and currently sits 3.5 tenths behind, but with every chance to take points away from Chinchik here. And as far as Virtus Pro are concerned, taking out Vitality would obviously get rid of a very major threat. As you can see, get involved with the RENNSPORT app at the bottom right of your screen as well, folks. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Scan the QR code and interact with your account, as well as live timing and much more. And stay up to date with the R1 Championship as well in the process, where you can see and catch the live timings on there as well. As Kevin Ellis Jr. flies down through towards turn 1, still in 10th place, where he will remain. But does he plumb for those moves on Vitality, Lewis? Does he try to take away what he might consider or might decipher the more integral threat here in the R1 series?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, sure. Well, look, we've still got a couple of laps left to go. We've still got racing to go. So, if there's a position to be had, especially if it's taking points off of your rivals, why not? If you're in Kevin Ellis Jr.'s boots, for example, you can turn what is already a very good and strong position for you here in Group B to an even stronger, even more secure one, and to basically have all of the work done before even a lap is turned in qualifying for race number 3 and confirm the return back up into Group A for a team which also struggled. I said about Mouse struggle, but also, I'll be honest, I've been told it's fine. Virtus Pro also struggled. All right, fair enough. We'll hammer that one out there. At the moment, though, they're looking really good. So who knows?
Yeah, still a lottery at the moment. Penultimate lap of the race. Dara McCormack, just over 0.6 of a second up, currently on Mikhail Statsenko, but Virtus Pro will be quite happy for this to carry on as it is right now, with 2 BS Plus competition cars in behind Keke Oliveira. As well, locked in behind, here comes Thibaut Casibon, who is all over the back of Nikodem Wisniewski as it stands on the run down through towards turn 27. And again, looking to the outside. And this is where points need to be accrued for Team Vitality. They need to take them off BS Plus competition to at least remain inside Group B. Ahead of our trip to Daytona, they'll be coming up very soon. He'll have another chance here on Nikodem Wisniewski once more, but Wisniewski looking for that very narrow inside line coming through towards turn 1. It's the outside line here for Thibaut Casibon, who goes later on the brakes. Does he hold it, though? Coming through towards turn 2, gets onto the curb, keeps at least 2 wheels on the track, and as a consequence, Wisniewski has no defence now. The Vitality car with a nose in front for P5 as they now race through towards turn 3. Outside line here for now for Casibon, now onto the curb, but does break through, and inside to P5 now holds position. Wisniewski down into 6. Vitality have a lifeline.
Could be some important points. Just switching up there, just allowing Vitality to close up a little bit the BS competition, completely abusing track limits next to turn 10. I respect it. No penalty from us, it's fine. You have to exceed track limits a certain amount of times, and that's when you get the penalty. So he's not done that, so he had freedom basically to blast over the exit of turn 10. You actually see that a lot in V8 supercars if you go racing at Surface Paradise or Adelaide. Anyway, it's completely off topic, and we're kind of waffling on a bit on that one. But the important bit is that Thibaut Casibon getting those extra couple of points switched, taking a few points off of BS competition, giving a few points to Vitality, could be very, very important come the next race.
It certainly could be, setting the tone for race 3 that will come up later on tonight as Dara McCormack now makes his way through the middle sector into sector 3. And at the moment, it is all McCormack right now. 0.9 of a second clear of his teammate Statsenko. Fiala in third as well. Has been a Virtus Pro triple dream up at the very top ahead of Keke Oliveira, who is down in 4th as well, but Casibon finding those late places. But it's all McCormack, Lewis, and going from 2nd to 1st isn't all that bad.
Not that bad indeed. Had to try and do a last to first challenge. Took an absolutely unreal pole position earlier on for this race and comes across the line to take a 23rd victory in R1. Barely a reaction because I'm pretty sure that he was confident as soon as he came out of turn 1. Job was already done. Just 8 laps around the Jeddah Courtney circuit and take a 1-2-3 for the team. It is Virtus Pro taking a dominant position at the top here of Group B.
Very strong finish for Virtus Pro with their top 3 cars right up there, bringing home the bounty in terms of points and making them obviously favourites to go through to Group A come the end of play here today. So they'll be bouncing straight back up. And you do have to wonder as well, Lewis, Statsenko and Fiala, better for the experience perhaps in Group B. Will this serve them right going through to Group A should it come to that?
Yeah, honestly, I think there is that thing, like in Group A, to go against Redline or Commander, you need to have a high level of confidence. You kind of need to somehow knock their confidence by having a round where you're coming through it with such confidence and with such a points margin. I think that's the important bit. Look at Mouse back in Fuji, for example, when they were in Group B. They were looking, to be fair, they were looking quite confident at the end of race 2, and then they tried throwing it in the bin. Thankfully got ahead of it by a couple of points over Vitality and were able to progress through into Group A. But because they were only just getting through, maybe there's not that much confidence being held and being taken into Group A. Meanwhile, for Virtus Pro here, at least after 2 races, I'm sure confidence is really, really high with the team. At least you'd hope that. And then that's where you can try and take them on. You need to carry that confidence. That said, it could all blow up for them, at least from a confidence perspective in the next race, and then they'll be going up against Redline and Porsche, basically already accepting they've probably been dropped back down.
Yep, still one more race to bring you, folks. Of course, we'll be bringing you that later on. But obviously, Dara McCormack doing a wonderful job. Obviously, Thibaut Casibon bringing in a few extra points by way of Vitality, Lewis. But they're still very much in an obscure position. I mean, come race 3, come the end of play, we could be seeing them out of luck. Do you want to talk us through the highlights?
Yeah, I'll do my best. So Wojtek Fiala would go in a little bit too deep at T1, and then it was already spinning behind. Already spinning up ahead as well was Mikhail Stetsenko would make contact with the Vitality driver, spinning him round on the exit of the second corner. The spinning coming in from behind was Wisniewski getting into the side of Kevin Ellis Jr., pushing him right the way down towards the rear of the field. Would do an excellent comeback charge after this one. Ferris Stanley trying to keep the Vitality duo at bay and trying to hold on to some important points for the Virtus Pro team. However, with Yuri Toman and Thibaut Casibon all over him, would unfortunately have this mistake. Slide, hits the barrier and drops back even behind Kevin Ellis Jr. to sneak through and score yet more points for the Virtus Pro team. Wisniewski desperate to try and hang on and was able just about to do so. Big slides coming out through the final corner and then down into turn 1. The battle would indeed continue with Wisniewski on the inside line. The Vitality guard getting around the outside, inside for the second corner. A bit of a squeeze out towards the barrier, but all just a bit of tough racing, and they would remain side by side down towards turn 4. Outside line would come in, and Wisniewski on the inside one would have to relinquish the position, and Thibaut Casibon would sneak his way through. This was a bit later on in the race. Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to get his way through and trying to find his way past the Vitality drivers. Ferris Stanley also trying to close in, but alas, no changes for Ferris Stanley. The attempts would be coming in thick and fast. And the attempts trying to come in from Kevin Ellis Jr. to outscore them and to give them such a comfortable points margin. Wasn't able to do so and would have to settle for 10th position. Settling for the top, though, and a very well-deserved 23rd victory in R1. Darren McCormack makes it a 1-2-3 for Virtus Pro, though. Statsenko and Fiala in behind. Kaiki Oliveira in 4th position for Thibaut Casibon in 5th. And then Wisniewski and Schill for BS competition in 6th and 7th. Vitality in 8th and 9th with Chinchik and Toman. Then it's Kevin Ellis Jr. for Virtus Pro, Ferris Stanley for BS competition, and Erhan Yuyovsky rounding out the order for the Vitality team.
Yeah, well, now we can go across and go and speak to the man himself. Dara McCormack standing by for an interview off the back of race 2. Fantastic result, Dara, but a stunning pole lap first and foremost. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, cheers, guys. The first sector was mega. I knew coming out, I was like, well, you know, I kept full throttle on the left-hander exiting sector 1. I was like, if you keep full throttle, generally it's going to be good. And I knew everything else was clean, so I was like, all right, it's a good sector 1. Just try and keep it together. I saw A7. I was like, oh my god, okay, it's a big lap. So yeah, it was just a challenge to try and keep it together, as I said, and yeah, just bring it home. And then it was the same case in the race. You know, we were 1-2-3. We came out of a pretty tough scenario that I saw unfold in the mirror. I think there was a pretty big crash. So yeah, really, really proud of Misha and Vojta. They both drove the wheels off the car today, so yeah, well done to them.
Yeah, things are looking good for the Virtus Pro team in entirety, especially towards the early stages of that race. You were your teammates were keeping up with you. Have you kind of like worked a bit closer with the team? Has there been a change of approach for this round? Because the team as a whole looks stronger than, of course, where we've seen them so far this season.
Yeah, we've definitely changed a lot of things. You know, after Fuji, we had a car to fight. We didn't have a car to stay in Group A, I think, and we didn't have the team to stay in Group A. We weren't there. So it was a matter of looking at that and being like, we need to improve this. There's no way we can let that happen again. So today, you know, in these first 2 races, we've done a decent job given the scenarios. And yeah, of course, I can't give away any secrets of what we did in practice, but yeah, we have changed quite a few things.
Well, we look forward to seeing how they go heading into race 3 as well. Dara, congratulations, massive performance, and we'll wish you the very best for the race to come.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much, Dara McCormack, everybody, of course, with a great chance to once again usher in big points. But, of course, we do take a little break from Group B. We now move into Group C and, of course, getting ready for race 3 this time in free practice at the moment. Dominic Blyer, the fastest man out there at the moment. This is just a quick reminder of the current live standings. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI on 92 as it stands, with Williams Sim Racing on 80, 12 points behind MSI at the moment. Team Falcons on 44. If it all goes wrong, it looks likely anyway, but Team Falcons barreling out and moving down into Group D here, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a shame for the Falcons team. I don't I'm sat here trying to be a little bit optimistic, at least inside my own head. I'm going to sound really pessimistic now to all of you sat at home. I do not see a route where Falcons remain in this group. They're dropping down to Group D, and I'm sure they'll try and go into that with the highest level of confidence. They could win this race and still not stay in this group, right? That's just how it is. If they do drop down, which is the most likely scenario, they just need to focus on going into it with the most confidence possible and bouncing straight back up. If they remain in Group D, then yeah, in all likelihood, they're probably not going through.
No, and it's going to cause a major problem for them where it comes to actually qualifying for the actual World Cup itself when we go to Riyadh later on this year. But first and foremost, we've got a qualifying session to decide. I mean, what they need to do is essentially bounce back straight away at Daytona, really, and get themselves back into Group C as soon as possible, and then hope to carry the momentum through to potentially then getting promoted up into Group B. But that is a mountain to pull off. But we know from what we're seeing here, Lewis, that the likes of MSI could very easily achieve that feat, and maybe even Williams moving up into Group B as well.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Daniel Pajtor is going to be the first driver through the first sector for us in the second qualifying session here for Group C. The sector time's not right. I was going to say, I was watching, I was hoping it was going to be a little bit better than that. 44.160. That is a tenth, maybe even 2 tenths away from where you really need to be if you want to be at the front end of this field. And for Williams, they need to be outscoring MSI by quite a bit here. Again, this is the last race for this team this evening.
Absolutely right. Daniel Pajtor, purple in the first sector, 44.1 to kick us off. 7 minutes and 18 to go. And has actually lost the purple first sector as well. Jimmy Antunes might have ripped that away, maybe even Zemislav Lamanek, but we will, of course, keep posted, everybody. Purple middle sector with 37.8 is also not bad, not the best, but would expect something a little better. Maybe in the final sector he can obtain it. Pajtor, though, at the moment looking pretty strong. And off the back of a difficult race too, we'll look to try and bounce back in the best way possible. Remember, he was fighting at the back end with the likes of Zemislav Lamanek and also with John Robertson back in our second race of proceedings here in Group C. But maybe he can make a little bit of a change. Obviously, Williams fighting it out with MSI over promotion into Group B as he comes up towards the line. That's 37.3 in the final sector, bang on of where he would like to be. But a 159.3 certainly won't be pole, but maybe mid-table.
This is a bit more like where we were expecting, though. Antunes flying at the moment. The purple first sector, the purple second sector, already losing out in the first sector, though. Don Bly has come through that and set a purple in the first. We'll come back to that in a few moments' time. What can Antunes do across the line? He's set some purples before this evening. Could he be setting a purple one across the line? Let's see what it is. A 59.009. That is highly in contention from pole position.
It certainly is. Antunes managing to put it in the zeros of a 59, just above the 58 spectrum. Zemislav Lamanek, though, 44.1 in the first sector, 37.9 in the middle. And now as they sprint down towards the line, Zemislav Lamanek for Falcons, who have had a miserable run in Group C thus far. Now looking ahead to race 3 and hope for some kind of redemption, and a purple third sector has certainly come along, but it's not going to be enough to take away top spot from Antunes, but it's enough to jump Pajtor.
Well, this driver's set a 58 earlier on in the evening and could be on the cusp of maybe setting another one. Look at this, purple first, purple second, and is absolutely flying at the moment. Don Blyer out through the final corner and up towards the line. Is he going to be able to set a pole position? Tobias Pfeffer's gone faster in the middle sector, though. Let's see what Don Blyer can do as Williams look to try and take a hold here of Group B. A 58.847 across the line. Incredible lap time then from Blyer. Can Pfeffer beat it?
That's in line with what we've seen from Blyer already, going back to race 1, commencing this evening. And now Tobias Pfeffer, who's stolen the middle sector, now has made his own light purple here this time after a 37.7 was accrued here for Williams. And they're looking to finish the night strong. A 44.2 in the first sector isn't bad either, just around a tenth off perhaps where he would like to be. But now Pfeffer up towards the line, a 159.2 to go higher than Pajtor. Williams at the moment with 3 cars inside the top 5, but can John Robertson change that?
Certainly, so very impressive there from what we were seeing. Some tight times up at the top. John Robertson, though, probably not going to be able to throw himself among the top groups, and that will not help. Big hit on the barrier on the exit of the final corner. And Robertson will come out towards the line. I think it's going to be slightly slower even than Daniel Pagedor's 59.300 as he comes up to it. Slightly faster, but only by a couple of hundreds. So actually gained him a couple of positions though ahead of Pfeffer as well.
Yeah, decent result there for John Robertson. And now Vasilios Beliotis now is going to look to try and capture former glories that he had somehow managed to obtain back in race 2 not too long ago. Now, if he can carry through that same momentum, it could yet help him here with 3 minutes and 30 or so left here in qualifying for race 3, as now Beliotis storms down towards the line and now heading down towards the checkered flag. Is he going to manage to obtain something? P3, and places 2 Williams cars inside the top 3, but we have a plethora of Falcons cars and 2 MSIs to end off the session.
Yeah, all Williams then have crossed the line, and it passes over to MSI and to Falcons. They know what they need to do. They need to throw themselves up into the mix. Pavlovsky out towards the wall at the final corner, currently tracking about half a second slower than the 58.8 at the moment, so it might be the slowest time of the session thus far. Unless he hooks together a mega final sector, it's not going to be that case. A 10.5 off of the final spot.
Yeah, Thomas Tatler up next, 44.1 in the first sector, is just around 2/10 nearly off the pace, plus 1/10 in the middle sector with a 37.8. So Team Falcons need something here from their landmark driver who has brought them many grand results already in the past. A multi-time race winner here in R1 and looking for a major turn of events. Obviously, Falcons look like they're destined for the drop here from Group C into Group D, but Thomas Tatler in a state of defiance. Purple in the third sector and enough for third fastest.
Just gives that slight bit of hope for the Falcons team that maybe there is something still to fight for here in Group C. Jamie Fluke then, the next one up towards the line, had such a good run back in Fuji. Is kind of yet to show the incredible pace. He's shown some really good pace so far today, but not quite the incredible dominance that basically showed in race 2 and 3 back in Group D. Fuji across the line though, it's a mid-pack lap time. He goes into 5th.
Certainly does. And now 2 cars will round off the rest of the runs here in qualifying for race 3 now. Johan Harth, who has been impressive over 1 lap pace throughout the night so far as well. And now coming up here with a 37.8 in the middle sector, which isn't horrendous. That's a very early 37.8. The first sector is also very, very good, a 1.08. So looking to cap it off with a decent third sector as now he storms down towards the line, 23 thousandths off. And that's enough for third fastest, 2 MSIs inside the top 3. And he liked that one.
Certainly. So someone who's probably not liking his time so much though, especially in that first sector, is Jakub Masiejewski out through the final corner, and this lap time's not looking great. That said, Thomas Tatler did set a purple in the final sector. I wonder if Masiejewski could maybe do the same thing as he fires his Falcons up towards the line. He can see his teammate Tatler in 4th position, could be challenging that kind of lap time, maybe slightly ahead of Lamanek across the line. He's just behind Thomas Tatler, so 5th position for the Falcons driver. But Dom Blyer, epic lap time for the second time this evening, is on pole.
That's 2 out of 3 that he's managed to obtain pole positions for. Brilliant job from Dominic Blyer, who's going to look to bring home the bounty here for Williams in a quest for promotion to try and lift themselves out of Group C and into Group B. It could yet happen here tonight. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether that will be the case. But lights to flag. It looks like a decent prospect here for Dominic Blyer. Great performance so far here tonight and has led the Williams team after McCormack's exit. They have really relied upon him, haven't they, Lewis?
Yeah, but then like that's always the way with teams is that as much as we talk about the team, we talk about these drivers being 4 drivers that are all battling for positions and blah 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 or any other. There is always, or at least in most cases with teams, there is one driver that steps to the front. You know, for Porsche Commander, for example, for quite a lot of the season, it's been Charlie Collins, but realistically, overall, we know it's Josh Rogers. For Virtus Pro, it's Darren McCormack. You know, you look up and down the order. The only one team where I'm kind of like, I don't really know is kind of Redline, because that flicks between Bennett and Siggy quite a lot. And then every now and then it's Rietveld up there. That one's a chopper change, although, you know, it is between Siggy and Bennett. you need that lead driver. And for Williams, losing McCormack, who was their lead driver, there was always going to be someone to fill that vacancy of power. And it really was always leaning towards Don Blyer. And it's nice to see that he is taking to that rather comfortably and is looking more and more comfortable, more and more settled in that spot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's done a great job, certainly Don Blyer, of leading his team, that's for sure. Unfortunately for Falcons, it looks like they're going to be destined for the drop. Looking ahead to Group D competition as we now move through to Daytona in around a week or so's time. Obviously, they'll be featuring in a couple of weeks and looking to, well, in fact, no, they will be here in a week's time, dropping down to Group D because they will be returning for the first week of action with, of course, Group A. And, of course, we'll be witnessing once again Porsche Commander and Team Redline returning to the championship as well after concluding their business at Jeddah last week. But all to play for now. Obviously, the big battle here at the moment, Lewis, is between Williams and MSI.
Yeah, certainly so. Who's going to be progressing up into Group B? Can MSI progress 2 weeks in a row? Obviously, that's the big talking point. It does seem as though BS Competition's chances of moving up 2 weeks in a row from Group C to Group B, then from Group B to Group A, is basically done after that epic performance from Virtus Pro in the previous race of Group B, but you never really know. MSI still have a very, very good chance, a very solid position to potentially make it 2 weeks, transferring, where Falcons are dropping down 2 weeks on the bounce. It's going to be a very interesting final couple of rounds of the online season, and you can see there the live points as we come into this round. MSI having that lead in the points. I don't know though, it's really tight between those two. I'd almost say it's favoured towards Williams.
But you look at that MSI group, they do have the tenacity to pull things out of the bag, but the question is, how is the confidence with the likes of Vasilios Beleziotis, who is, of course, already a race winner here this evening back in race 2. Don Blyer, also a race winner, and a double two-time pole sitter here tonight as well. So plenty of question marks. Obviously, MSI need to do something they haven't done tonight, and that is win. They need to win here this evening, ideally to keep Williams in behind. But this has been a staunch recovery and a staunch fight here for Williams to try and usher their way back into Group B respectability. But for Falcons, very much a different story on their part. They just need to try and finish in a strong vein to carry momentum through into Group D. Let us know in the live chat who you're backing, everybody. We want to hear from you. Obviously, everyone in the live chats, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or whether it's Twitch at the moment. My voice is just about hanging in there. might be obviously calling upon you, Lewis, later on, but we're doing our best. But in the meantime, let's run you through the starting grid ahead of these final 2 races ahead. From the back to the front, let's start off with Kamil Pawlowski starting from 12th. Met with Daniel Pajtor on the 6th row of the grid. Tobias Pfeffer starting 10th. John Robertson in 9th. Semislav Lamanek 8th. Jamie Fluke in 7th. Vasilios Beleziotis in 6th place. Jakub Mataszewski in 5th. Thomas Tattler starts 4th on the 2nd row, with Johan Harth in 3rd as well. Jimmy Antonez on the front row, and Dominic Blyer in 1st. Starts pole position.
Should be a good one.
It should be. There we have it. Blyer with back-to-back, well, not back-to-back, but 2 poles this evening is absolutely massive. Obviously, Williams with 2 wins back-to-back, however, certainly does set the tone. Predictions, Lewis McGlade?
I don't even know where to start here. Look, I've said I feel it's an advantage Williams. That is because of where Don Blyer is starting, but then obviously they are kind of around the middle of the pack. They need to progress forward. MSI with 2nd and 3rd. We know that run from 2nd position does have an advantage down into turn 1. Don Blyer will be well aware of that. I think he'll go full send into T1. He's got to react well to the start of the race, to the lights going out, to that firing down in the first corner. This is going to be a tough one. I mean, looking at it realistically, MSI the team to go through, but I'm still maybe just leaning towards Williams, but I'm not 100% sure. It's going to be a very tight call up towards the line. Best of luck, George Morgan.
Thank you very much, Lewis McGlade. As now we watch the drivers tell you what, wish Falcons luck in one part, wish me luck as well. Pedal to the metal, and they do. Go, 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 go. Dominic Blyer getting a good start, so does Jimmy Antonez. Johan Harth as well looking to the outside, though. Jimmy Antonez, as he looks for the race lead here, coming out of turn 2. There's a car that has cut away. Now, I think that might have been Jakub Mataszewski just getting caught to the inside, coming through the first corner, and indeed it was. They now race on through. Don Blyer maintaining the lead right now with Jimmy Antunes in second, P3 for Johan Harth, as well as Thomas Sattler, Jakub Malashevsky down in 5th, Falcons with cars in 4th, 5th and 8th, as well as 10th right now, but John Robertson unseating, or at least briefly, Kamil Pawlowski for that 10th place, who immediately takes it back.
Dom Blyer, though, importantly, was able to hang around the outside of turn 2 and holds on then to the race lead as they work their way down into 13. And then through this banked hairpin, back up the hill onto the higher part as they run their way down the back stretch and along the coast and back down towards turn 27. Robertson, those drop back to the rear end of the field, costing MSI points dearly here at the moment. It's all a bit messy back there, at least when it comes to the position switches constantly. At the moment, though, MSI have a 13-point lead on the, at least on the points in the standings. The live standings at the top right.
Yeah, 132, or I believe that's 132. It certainly is. 132 meets 119, 73 for Falcons at the moment further back, and they are very much done, I would say, here at this stage. Very much facing the prospects of elimination out of Group C, not out of the championship. Of course, we still have a long way to go before we decide who's going through to the World Cup finals over in Riyadh. As we now watch as Jamie Fluke tries to get closer and closer to the back of Tobias Pfeffer. Jamie Fluke also with a grand storied history in this championship, a race winner in the past over multi-occasions, and now looking to try and bring home as well, but yet more points as well for MSI in their pursuit of their own automatic spots. And as you can see, currently leading the championship as things stand, but we've got some side-by-side here between Belaziotis, race winner earlier on, with what looks to be Jakub Malashevsky for company, as well as they come through turn 1 and through towards turn 2, rubbing once again as they exit out of the second corner, and Malashevsky is round. My goodness, Belaziotis up into 5th, and Malashevsky falling down into 9th, now down into 10th, as we have side-by-sides between Tatler and Johan Harth.
But look what that's doing to the points, with Tatler trying to get through on Johan Harth. That was nearly throwing MSI right into the mix points-wise, and now Vasilios Belaziotis right on the rear end of Tatler. He'll desperately want to dispatch Tatler as best as possible, courtesy of that moment though from Mashevsky, from Kamil Pawlowski and stuff. Like it sure has cost Falcons points. They're basically already done. That's fine. That is what it is. The fact is, though, it's actually been more of an advantage to Williams than it has to MSI, which is why that gap has closed up so much. Now just 9 points separate first and second, that separate progressing through into Group B or staying here in Group C.
Well, the biggest crux of this issue is obviously what's going on in Ps2 and Ps3. Currently, MSI holding those positions is currently refraining Williams from moving in to Group B as it stands. They currently have Belaziotis, though, in 5th place. Thomas Tatler, though, stands in front of them. We're currently riding on board here with Tobias Pfeffer, who's got Semislav Lamanek for company in front, as they come down into the very fast left and right as they break into Sector 3 proper. Coming out of turn 22, now through turn 23. Stop laughing, Lewis McGlade.
No, it's just it's nice hearing you struggle on the old voice part. It's a
first, I've got to say.
I'm enjoying listening to it. It's always good to hear you struggle. There you go. Look, it's a potential move for you to commentate over.
Thank you very much. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer. Now making his way down the long straight now as they beckon down in towards turn 1. Semislav Lamanek still in 6th at the moment. 7/10 between Pfeffer and Lamanek at this time. Belaziotis in 5th as well. Blyer now trying to launch himself to nearly a whole second clear. He's nearly 9/10 around the realm, as now side by side here between Pfeffer. Now as Jamie Fluke now meets him coming out of turn 1, and now this invites straight away as we now witness Thomas Tatler, I should say, and Belaziotis, Johan Harth up the inside as well. So this is all over those top 3 positions. It looks like there must have been a massive moment there. It looks like there might have been. It looked like there was wall collisions there coming through the first sector, but indeed there might be again. And yes, Johan Harth round in the first sector here on lap 3 of 8.
And look at the points. Look at the points. That spin for Johan Harth has just cost MSI. They're now 5 points behind Williams, courtesy of that instant, courtesy of that moment. And it seems like the Atlassian Williams sim racing team will be the one progressing through at the moment. But this can change so incredibly quickly as Tobias Pfeffer is on the rear end now of Jamie Fluke. It's changed so many times, and it could be changing yet again. Well called, by the way. You made that as good as Jamie Fluke made his move. I'm not going to lie, it was a bit earlier on the broadcast. I could see that George Morgan had a bottle to his mouth. He was drinking some water. I almost stopped mid-sentence to let you try and take over.
I knew you would. I knew you would. I was waiting for that. I was waiting
so
for that.
ready.
Do you know, I thought to myself, any minute now he's going to stop mid-flow and make me pick it up. And I was going to have to choke my way through and essentially Triple H my way through the next segment of the broadcast. But yeah, no, incredible. As we now watch as Jakub Matuszewski comes out of the middle sector now in towards sector 3. And on the tail of Daniel Pajtor. Still at the moment, though, Tobias Pfeffer in 7th too, with Jamie Fluke still occupying P6. So Williams now facing the point swing in their favour. 5 points alone now separating Williams and MSI. Here's the replay of a moment we witnessed just now as well, coming in towards turn 1. This is where it all occurred. Your take on this, Lewis?
Yes, this was Tattler versus Hearth, and then, of course, the look round the inside with the Williams coming into it. So there's nothing really wrong between those two. This is Johan Hearth trying to get his way through. See, I think the Williams was giving enough room. I think Hearth turned in too early for that S section and then bounced off the wall and then into the Williams.
I think there was wall contact first, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. And so in that case, if there is no squeeze, if there is no push into the barrier, then that's a racing incident. Yeah,
no, I would agree. I think obviously the slip was obviously first brought about by the contact with the wall and then bounced off the car. The car was then gone. It was just keeping control of that straight away after that moment. It just wasn't possible. Matuszewski now on the back of Daniel Pajtor, just within 0.3 of a second as they now race, heading down through towards the next left, coming through the first of the 2 either end of the circuit bank sections where you ran the hairpins, coming out of turn 13 firstly, then in towards turn 14 in the mainstay of sector 2. And Daniel Pajtor now needs to have his wits about him. This could be effectively Williams moving up through into Group B as it stands. They can't afford any slip-ups. Of course, any point sacrifices could then throw MSI straight back into the fold now as we witness the moment in slow-mo, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm going to see now. So you can see Johan Hearth, white car turns in, dabs the brakes. So he hits the tyre barrier. He hits that tyre barrier as it stops. He just clips that. That's what pushes him out into the Williams. So that's why. So that is on Hart's shoulders then a little bit. It's a small mistake, yes. But at least from my judgment of that, it would not be on the shoulders of Belleziotis.
No, I would agree with that. Lap 4 of 8. Halfway point. Now to the outside comes Jakub Matuszewski in order to take down a Williams. Daniel Pajtor and Matuszewski. Just far too much commitment and making contact as well with Johan Hearth as well. And John Robertson now moves on through as well, as does Kamil Pawlowski. So that's brought an end to that moment. So we once again see some side-by-sides coming through down towards turn 1. And I'm not sure whether Falcons, I think they might have lost a slight number of points there as they now start to rejig. And indeed, Williams now up into 130 and 8 points clear as Tobias Pfeffer fights here this time with Jamie Fluke, who's got the inside line coming through towards turn 3 and turn 4. Very, very close together as now in comes Daniel Pajtor as well. But they are still side-by-side. The 2 Mercedes teams now sparring it out here in the middle sector now. Very shortly they will enter the middle sector coming in towards the hairpin, and indeed it will be Pfeffer who holds on against Jamie Fluke, and Pajtor could become the pain in the rear spoiler for Jamie Fluke this time.
But they can't risk anything here. Any contact, any spin for Tobias Pfeffer or Daniel Pajtor, and then maybe MSI will be back into this. And I'm sure Michael Preston and the likes behind the scenes there, Lassie and Williams Sim Racing team, I'm sure they will be well aware of that and potentially communicating that a little bit to Pfeffer of, obviously, yes, you want to be outscoring MSI, but there's kind of the thing of like battling with them, but not at all costs. It's not that deep. It's not that important. Make sure that you're still in the race, because I'm pretty sure with Jamie Fluke in 6th position and then the Williams in 7th and 8th, they will be in position to progress through into Group B anyway. And so trying to fight and fend it off and leave everything on the line to keep Jamie Fluke at bay, that's what provides the risk. That's what provides the potential opening for MSI to sneak their way back in if there is the spin.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Jamie Fluke, though, back for more. On the back of Tobias Pfeffer now as they make their way down through towards the next left-hander, lap 5 of 8. And we're coming into the very fragile portion. And indeed, they are side by side now as they escape coming out of turn 27. Fluke will have another chance here, and this time he's got enough of a car alongside Pfeffer to try and manipulate the move, but they'll need a little bit more than this in order to dodge above Williams in terms of the point standing. And just look at this as well. Daniel Pajtor getting a nice toe as well from Pfeffer as they head down in towards turn 1. But this time Jamie Fluke forcing the issue, getting through. Lovely move from Jamie Fluke. And now the point swing has changed once again, just by a little bit, for the deficit now between MSI and Williams. But they still need another MSI car to ideally make moves. If it's not Jimmy Antunes, they're going to need a response from John Robertson or someone else further back. But here's a move as well elsewhere on the grid.
Yeah, this was when that spin came in. It was Tobias Pfeffer on the inside. I would have said whilst we were riding on board, whilst we were looking rather from the off board there, I would have said it was more on the fault of Pfeffer was a little bit too deep. Although looking from on top, I'm not so sure that was the case. I'm not so sure on that one. So that's one again. Race Control, have a little look. There is no notes. There is nothing from Race Control about this race thus far. So those points, live standings in the top right, at least provisionally, are correct. So yeah, there's no time penalties to be dealt with. There's nothing from Race Control, no notes, no penalties. So it is Williams at the moment moving through by just 4 points.
Yeah, but there'll be 4 valuable points, that's for sure, with lap 6 and lap 8. Lap 6 of 8 coming to an end very soon. Daniel Pajtor on the back of Tobias Pfeffer. No sense in the Williams cars really exchanging at the moment, unless Pajtor really is the faster driver and can therefore give Jamie Fluke a little bit of hassle here over 6th place. Further down, Johan Harth, who is looking to recover after the moment he had earlier on, colliding into the side of Jakub Matuszewski after he spun, coming through the final corner at this very point, actually, at turn 27. As we now watch as escaping out of the final bend comes Tobias Pfeffer, looking to pursue after Jamie Fluke and ideally returning the serve after Jamie Fluke overturned him earlier on in the race.
Jamie Fluke. Oh, that's fine.
Jamie Fluke.
You know I was going to bring it up. You said Fiji earlier on. I nearly bounced it, but I was like, no, it's fine. So yeah, I'll just bring it up ages later when it's not relevant. That's absolutely fine. Always looking for opportunities to take you down.
Kick our Mally's down, Lewis McLeod.
Exactly. It's fine. Obviously, like I say, it's a cracking battle, but there's not really any major points for MSI to be gained here, and that's what they really need to be looking for. Where are the points that MSI could gain? This is the problem for them. There isn't anywhere. Johan Harth, 1.3 seconds behind Kamil Pawlowski. Kamil Pawlowski is attacking John Robertson, who's 4.5 seconds behind Daniel Pajtor and this battle. Jamie Fluke, 3.4 seconds behind Lamanek. Jimmy Antunes, 1.5 seconds behind Dominic Blyer, which means that there is no further points that MSI can gain without any outside intervention. They need luck. They need something to go wrong for Williams for them to gain. And at the moment, Williams then have all of the control, which means that they're the ones that can reduce the risk. And so the only real way that you can do anything about it is, say, for example, if you're Jamie Fluke, is to drop back a little bit, and this is sneaky, and Fluke's not this kind of guy, is to drop back a little bit, is to try and slow down Pfeffer and Pajtor, not to drop them back into Robertson's clutches, but to see if you can get them to trip over each other, or just trip over themselves. That is the only way that you are going to potentially outscore Williams here.
Yeah, no, that's very true. At the moment, 4 points, the only deficit here at the moment. Obviously, Vulcan still very much reduced to 3rd place and are set to barrel out of Group C. And we'll look to try and reply when we head to Daytona. And we'll be looking to respond now in a week's time as we now watch them now make their way down on the final lap of the race now very shortly, beginning their final lap of the race. Dominic Blyer, of course, taking the final lap now for Williams in a bid to bring home a possible promotion through towards Group B. It looks like it's going to be on hand here for them. Jimmy Antunes 1.4 seconds behind, still a mountain to climb for him, as Thomas Sattler also sits very nearly 2 seconds off in P3. And Vasilios Beliziotis down in 4th as well, still looking to clamber on the back of Thomas Sattler. If he gains that place, he can make assurances here for Williams right now. Semislav Lamanek down in 5th as well. Jamie Fluke with a mountain to climb to catch up with Lamanek, and has got a couple of cars trailing in behind as well here on the final lap, as now we watch as Johan Harth looks to chase after Kamil Pawlowski. And I mean, that can add yet additional points in their favour. Would be huge as well if they can get the move done, and by that same extension perhaps even find something elsewhere. But like I said, Antunes still a ways off Blyer at the moment here, Lewis, and it looks like Dominic Blyer could be set to take a second win to match 2 poles here this evening.
Yeah, Robertson's actually slowed Pavlovsky down into the clutches of Johan Harth and has done a good job in doing so. That said, the extra point gained for MSI for making up this move, the 2 points for 10th place, it wouldn't be enough still. It would close it down, so it's just 3 points between the top two. But again, there's still no penalties from race control. There's no nothing. So there is no position really to be switched around when it comes to those live standings overall. It does seem as though the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team are going to be going through into Group B with a dominant couple of victories coming in from dominant Dom Blyer.
Yeah, he certainly has been dominant here tonight, taking on the baton after the departure of Dara McCormack, and once again showing his star quality. Dominic Blyer, 2 poles this evening, matched only by 2 wins, and confirming potentially, provisionally at least for now, Williams ascending into Group B. A massive victory, a brilliant victory there for Dominic Blyer. Some side-by-sides as well further back as Johan Harth and Jakub Madaszewski come together as well as John Robertson. You can just see there the reaction from Johan Harth, obviously a little bit fiery and a little bit upset here this evening. Obviously not happy with how things have unfolded. Kamil Pavlovsky down in 12th, I should say, as well. But it's Dominic Blyer, your winner, once again for the second time this evening. A massive performance there from the Williams driver, and it sees them, at least provisionally, move up into Group B. A massive occasion, Lewis, and well done to Blyer. He has certainly been the statement contender here this evening.
Yeah, Johan Hart will be most disappointed with that, not only for whatever the incident was happening at the end there. I mean, they were fighting over peanuts, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But he'll obviously be frustrated because of that incident with Beletsiotis, because of the spin in that. I'm sure he will probably be sat there in the car thinking that it was Beletsiotis' fault. Whether you agree with that or not is entirely up to you and what position you've had in that. From what we saw from the incident and what we saw of the incident, it was Hart turning into the wall rather than Beletsiotis turning into Hart. So there's a lot to be dealt with on that side. All we do know is that based on that result, based on the race results from that the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team have overcome that points deficit to MSI, and the dream of double promotion coming in for MSI has cancelled. They are not the Wrexham of R1.
No, I'm afraid not. They'll have to try again next time. But, if the pace is anything to go by, Lewis, they'll have a great chance when we go to Daytona.
Yeah, for sure. Daytona, by the way, is going to be wild. To be fair, I was talking a little bit earlier on about those last to first victories and stuff like that, and I was trying to think of the last time that happened. Obviously, we found out Wisniewski actually did it a couple of weeks ago. Fair enough. Completely forgot about that. But also, I was like, as soon as someone pointed out, they were like, "Oh yeah, well, I wonder if it happened at Daytona." I was like, "Oh my god, I completely forgot about Daytona being in this." Last to first could happen at Daytona. We see big slipstream battles. We see absolute craziness when we go racing at Daytona. And I'm sure for these teams, they'll be looking forward to it, maybe with a little bit of nervous anticipation.
I think Dom Blyer has some good history at Daytona, I think, from times gone by, I think. So, he'll have a great opportunity as well to write yet again more brilliant tales. Lewis, do you want to take us through the highlights there from the final race of Group C?
I certainly will. Like you say, there was plenty of highlights to be dealt with within this race down towards the first corner. No major dramas, at least in the opening run into it. Just a couple of brushes. It was only into the exit of turn 2 that we saw a little bit. Of course, there was the skip over from the Falcons driver. There was also contact a little bit further down, and Falcons, basically any chance of them moving through, or at least remaining here in Group C, was basically a done deal. More spins for them, more drama for them, more issues for Falcons, and they would end the race 50 points shy of the rest of the team. Thomas Tattler having a little bit of contact there with Johan Harth. And then there was this moment, the real big talking point from the race. Johan Harth, Thomas Tattler having a little bit of a battle, opening the door for Silius Beletsiotis to come through, allowing the MSI and the Williams drivers to go side by side. Johan Harth would turn left a little bit too early here, would clip the tyre barrier, then drive into the side of the Williams, and then would go for a bit of a spin. This would cost MSI a whole heap of points, basically dropping them behind Williams. Late on in the race, there was this instance by Pfeffer into the side of Jakub Madaszewski. If memory serves, John Robertson then got into the side of him. All a little bit messy. Jamie Fluke would do battle with a couple of the Williams drivers, Daniel Pashtor and Tobias Pfeffer, and it was that big move around the outside that would potentially secure that position. Last lap of the race, and there was a big calamitous fight here with Kamil Pavlovsky, with Jakub Madaszewski, and it was Madaszewski who would be spun round courtesy of an instant there for John Robertson and Johan Harth.
Yeah, so these are the results as they fare after the Group C. It concluded race 3 this time. It was Dominic Blyer who made it 2 wins here this evening and a trio of victories for Williams as well as a whole, with Jimmy Antunes in second, Thomas Tatler in third, Vasilios Belatziotis in fourth, Semislav Lamenek in fifth, Jamie Fluke down in sixth as well, seventh for Tobias Pfeffer, Daniel Pajtor in eighth, Johan Harth in ninth, further down John Robertson in 10th place, Jakub Madaszewski in 11th and Kamil Pawlowski down 12th.
Poor guy. Listen to you. It's getting worse.
Makes me sound like I've smoked 20 a day, Lewis McGlade. Truly unbelievable. I can tell you I don't, by the way. But there we go. But yeah, obviously, great result for Dominic Blyer. Incredible stuff indeed. And managing to pull off a great result. 3 in a row for Williams as well tonight here, Lewis. Obviously, after Vasilios Belatziotis managed to take race 2 victory. So 3 wins from 3. We join Dominic Blyer now for an interview here this time around. Welcome, Dominic. I think you're faring better than I am at the moment. I'm sure your voice is doing quite well as well, but you're heading through to Group B now very, very soon. Congratulations, and 2 wins as well.
Hello again. Thank you. Yeah, it was tough evening. We did so much battles and fair play with Apex also. I mean, it's nice finally to go to Group B. We should be doing it 2 weeks before, but yeah, kinda unlucky from our side. But yeah, I'm happy, and let's see what we can do.
What do you expect from Group B? Obviously, we've seen in the weeks, the couple of rounds prior, Group B arguably has been one of the tightest and strongest fought groups. We certainly saw that at Fuji. Less so today. Obviously, Virtus Pro have taken full control, basically, in this one today. What are you expecting? Do you think that you can stay in it? Do you think you can progress through, maybe get yourself into Group A? Or is that maybe thinking a little bit too far ahead?
I mean, it's tough to say. I think we can be like kinda in the middle, but sorry that I'm saying this, but if you see last 2 rounds, that Group B in quali it's slower than Group C, and it's kinda annoying because we know we have the pace, but the times in a Group C are so tight, so it's more difficult than a Group B, like the last 2 weeks. But I mean, let's see. I don't know, like really.
Very much a lottery when we head to Daytona in just over a week's time. But Dominic, congratulations, mate. 2 wins here this evening and 3 in total for Williams as a team as well. Massive congratulations, and we'll see you at Daytona.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you very much. Dominic Blyer, everyone, of course, just saying goodbye to us as well. Indeed, phenomenal stuff from Williams here this evening as they do head into Group B. And he touches on a point that actually we raised earlier on as well, Lewis. We mentioned earlier, didn't we, that Group C tended to be a lot faster, setting in many ways. I think it was 58s, very late 58s, I think, as opposed to the 59s we were seeing, etc. So, you know, there is more pace there to be had in certain areas in Group C than Group B.
Dom Blyer basically saying they're none faster than Darren McCormack. Obviously that's not what he's saying. Darren McCormack definitely was faster than Dom Blyer's lap time there. What he's saying is as an overall, and I do agree with him. Like, we actually saw this back in Fuji as well. Group B was actually kind of really, really tight in Fuji, especially with the battle between Mouse and Vitality. But when looking at that, still, Dom is right. The Group C times were faster, or at least definitely in contention with the Group B times. And to be fair, at points, they were in contention of what we would expect from the Group A times. And that's why I think Williams and MSI, if they're able to work their way through, they obviously not this round, but like next round, they have confidence that in Group B they should actually have some good speed. They should have some good consistency because they have got the speed in them. They have proven that before, and they will try and prove that again. You can see the live standings then on the top right. This is coming into this race. Obviously, Virtus Pro with a very comfortable position here in this group, leading by 33 points. Of course, BS Competition in second. They'll be the ones at the moment staying in this group. Vitality behind, 21 points behind, which is basically about the same points deficit they had moved from first to second last round, and they nearly overcame that to get through into Group A, so they could overcome BS Competition here to stay in Group B. That'll be the tight battle we're focused on. Ferry Stanley will be the first driver to see across the line. Of course, his first sector time not that great there, already beaten by either Erhan Yovski or Mikhail Statsenko. Across the line for Ferry Stanley to set the first time of the final race here in Group B. Has had a pole position earlier on in the evening. The first lap time and the time to beat is a 59.105.
That's a respectable time there from Ferry Stanley. Yovski with a 44.0 in the first sector with a 37.8 in the middle. So around a 10th off where he would like to be, probably in the middle at the moment. At the moment, Ferry Stanley looks like he's going to be solid up at the very top. But Yovski, the Macedonian, looking for a big final sector now to tail off this first run. And obviously we've seen a few reactions on part of him, and this certainly added to the collection. Obviously now crossing the line, and by mere thousandths, by 6 thousandths of a second, he will go second fastest.
The lap time for Ferry Stanley, by the way, that 59.105, that is actually nearly a couple of hundredths faster than his pole time earlier on in the night, which was a 59.122. So the 105, pretty decent comparatively, but also a very long way behind the 58.779 that Darren McCormack set. Let's see what Statsenko can do across the line. Virtus Pro with an excellent 1-2-3 in the previous race in Group B. Statsenko with the confidence, not with a lap time though. A slowdown at turn 22 throws him, unfortunately, into last place. Shouldn't matter too much for the team. They're in a very comfortable spot.
Yep, Statsenko at the moment third, will almost certainly drop down to the back of the order. 101 currently is where the points stack up for Virtus Pro. Yuri Toman, representing Vitality, who currently sit on 47, face the potential of dropping down into Group C when we next go racing at Daytona. Yuri Toman going third fastest with a 159.146. A lot of 159.1s starting to show up here now as well, Lewis. So very, very tight, I would say, when we get into the midfield.
Yeah, this evening has gotten tighter and tighter in this group. It is getting closer and closer. Gregor Schill, the next one to come across the line as he works his way through the final corner and out towards it. Those sector times are not looking so great. It's going to be more towards a 0.3 or a 0.4, unfortunately, for the BS competition. It's even slower than that. I didn't even realise he had a slowdown penalty as well. So a couple of slowdowns to talk about right at the start of this session.
Yeah, Mikhail Statsenko, Gregor Schill, both of whom now suffering at the helm of the slowdown. Nikodem Vishnevsky coming up next with a 44.2 in the first sector, 37.7 in the middle. And pretty much bang on where he needs to be, really, in the middle sector. The first sector is probably the only sticking point where he does let himself down a little bit. But the BS Plus competition driver joining Florian Haspar's team ahead of this new season of R1. Now storming up towards the line, will go fourth fastest ahead of Mikhail Statsenko, but will he stay there? Because Thibaut Kazubon, 44.2, 37.8.
Yeah, indeed. It's okay for Kazubon, but not ideal as he'll work his way through into the final corner. The time's not looking incredible from this. By the way, just seen there's been a slowdown penalty for Darren McCormack.
Whoa.
Yeah, so we'll come across that in a second, but McCormack has got a slowdown penalty. He's going to be starting basically towards the rear end of the field. Maybe Virtus Pro, maybe they got a little bit too comfortable and confident. If they all start towards the back, this could be a disaster for them.
Well, that's going to be a dramatic end to Virtus Pro's time at Jeddah. Obviously, they have been so strong through the course of action here today. Obviously, Darren McCormack's last qualifying time was sensational, but this time it certainly won't be. Kaiki Oliveira now storming up towards the line. 44.1 is more like it in the first sector. 37.8 places him now into third fastest with a 159.121, and that is a whole hundredth slower than Erhan Yovski.
So obviously this is going to be down towards the back, down towards, it'll be ahead of Mikhail Statsenko, but it'll be down towards that grouping here from Darren McCormack. It'll be a 2 minute of some description. Maybe not a 2 minute and one, but yeah, this might be a 2 minute flat point something, but either way, it's not going to be a good time for McCormack. Then again, he started last earlier on in the evening, still finished in second spot. There we go, a 2 minute flat point 4. It's not great for him.
Are we witnessing the return of Vitality now with Marcel Cinchik going purple in the first sector? 44-0 is exceptional in that first sector. Obviously not quite the 43 that we perhaps would have seen from McCormack earlier on in the evening. 37-7 though in the middle sector is not bad. It's right on par with where he will need to be. He could yet challenge Ferris Stanley here for the provisional pole time as he makes his way up towards the line. Will surpass his teammate surely. Haniovsky, no. Forfeiting time, I think, in that final sector a little bit. Only enough for 5th fastest.
2 lap times left then to go, and these are going to be important times. And guess who's just got a slowdown penalty? I didn't even realise this again. I've just seen it pop up on race control. Wojtek Fiala had a slowdown penalty at 22. So as he comes through the final corner, all of the weight for Virtus Pro, when they've got such a comfortable lead on the points, all of the weight now falls onto the shoulders of Kevin Ellis Jr. Wojtek Fiala up to across the line. 3 Virtus Pros, 3 slowdown penalties. Crazy.
BS Plus have got 3 cars inside the top 6 as well at the moment, with Ferris Stanley, Kaki Oliveira down in 3rd as well, not to mention Nikodem Wisniewski. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. now. That first sector is very, very competitive as well. 76,000 I mean away from the top time. 47,000 in the middle sector away as well. If he gets a mighty final sector, this could be a huge lap for Big Kev, who now crosses the line and will go 3rd fastest ahead of Kaki Oliveira. So there will be 1 Virtus Pro at the very least inside the top 6. This
is going to be tough, but still, look, you've got Darren McCormack back there. He's already made the progress earlier on, and then for the second time this evening, we were wondering if drivers were going to set 2 pole positions this evening. Ferris Stanley wasn't on my list of expectations when it comes to a double pole position on the night, but Ferris Stanley still has done it. A disaster for Virtus Pro in qualifying doesn't mean it's going to be a disaster in the race, but it's probably a little bit less comfortable in the Virtus Pro cap, especially as I brought this up a couple of weeks ago when we had the Group B and Group C, obviously back at the Fuji Speedway. I said Mouse came into that final race with a very comfortable position. It was not quite as comfortable as Virtus Pro in this one, and they did everything they could to basically try and throw it away and still just about managed to get their way through. Virtus Pro in that qualifying session seemed as though they were trying their absolute hardest to throw away and make this as difficult as possible.
It does seem that way, and we're seeing the same as well now this time around from Virtus Pro. Now seem to have to try and lift themselves from the very bottom now to the very top. It's luckily enough that they do have big Kevin Ellis Jr. inside the top 4. That does at least allow them to fight, at least for some points. But of course, it does throw an opportunity to a certain degree to BS Plus competition to narrow that gap. Not suggesting, obviously, that Virtus Pro will forfeit that lead spot and therefore throw away a chance to move back into Group A. But, you know, still, it does display the odd frailty or so. And Vitality, the timing of this couldn't be worse either, Lewis McGlade. Obviously starting where they will be in this race, obviously with a number of cars inside that top 6 equation, matching almost with BS Plus as well. They'll be frustrated that they couldn't find this form at the start of the night, to be honest with you.
Yeah, very much so. I'm not going to lie. I'm very much looking forward to us getting onto the actual grid, seeing the cars in the race session, and then seeing what the live standings say. Because I'm almost thinking, if everything were to finish where they're qualifying, would Virtus Pro actually be the team to go through, or would it be BS competition?
Well, that is the question.
Close.
It would be close, very close. And I have to say, Ferris Stanley, who was now also put together not back to back, but 2 poles here this evening. Right, yeah. You know, I mean, coming into this, potential for 2 race wins as well here this evening for him after winning the first race here tonight. And I mean, that won't do your confidence any good, spinning coming through the final corner. But you know, they've got a great chance here of BS Plus. And you know, with Wisniewski, he is quite a feisty competitor, likes to defend quite hard. They'll need the likes of Gregor Schill to perform as well, and obviously Kaki Oliveira, who is essentially I would almost say their locker room leader, who packs such a huge amount of experience, obviously from his time at Fury behind the BMW M4 GT3 as well. So, you know, if Oliveira can strike gold here this time around as well, this time in race 3 of Group B, they can easily find themselves in a position where they're challenging Virtus Pro for promotion into Group A.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot to. I hope they're getting their bad driving, by the way, out in this warm-up session. I'm seeing a lot of spins and a lot of backage on the barrier. I don't want a repeat of the
It's pretty questionable.
The race 1 race start. Otherwise, you'll get me doing a Luke Crane from Poland a couple of years ago. If you don't know what I'm talking about, head back to day 2 ever, I think it was, of R1. And
I think it's only fair, seeing as I'm doing my best Will Vincent impersonation as well.
That's true. That is true. Well, we're really bringing the throwbacks in today. How did you actually remember that far back? My goodness.
Yeah, I know. God, we've slept since then, Lewis McGlade. As we now watch them make their way through the Jeddah circuit. And obviously now the big question is it going to be the Virtus Pro team going back into Group A, the group where they left after a tricky time at Fuji? Obviously, it's always going to be tough against Redline and Porsche Coanda, but here in this group, they've got every chance of taking top spot. But we do have to wait and see how the groups, or certainly how the teams are going to fare on the grid and where the points are going to go. Take us through the starting grid, Lewis.
Certainly so. Well, you can see the Virtus Pro, they are heavily down the rear end of the field. They're not in last though, because Gregor Schill takes last position onto the grid. Slowdown penalties for Schill, for Fiala, for Statsenko, for McCormack as well. 11th, 10th and 9th for Virtus Pro as they attempt to progress their way straight back through into Group A. Thibaut Kazmon in 8th position alongside Nikodem Wisniewski in 7th. Then we get all Vitality on row number 3. Marcel Cinchik and Yuri Toman. Is there even the smallest chance that they can stay in Group B? We'll have to wait and see how this race is going to unfold. Kaiki Oliveira in 4th. Kevin Ellis Jr., the lone Virtus Pro, up in the in the top end of the field, to be perfectly honest. He'll be starting from 3rd position with Erhan Yovsky, and then Ferris Stanley on his 2nd pole position of the night. Has he got what it takes to win for the 2nd time this evening? He had what it takes to fend off Darren McCormack earlier on in the night. There'll be a lot of pressure onto his shoulders. There you can see the points in the top right. They'll fluctuate a little bit because the positions aren't exactly held because they're moving around a little bit. What are your expectations here, George? Are we going to see a big crash down to the T1? Yay or nay?
Well, the one thing is, Darren McCormack's not starting from the back this time, so he's got a great chance if he can do exactly the same again, but it's he'll need some things to go in his favour. Ferris Stanley, though, starting from the front. Vitality need a big play here. I think Yovsky could be a threat.
123 plays 112. Virtus Pro versus BS competition in the fight for progression into Group A as we race our way down into the first corner for the final time this evening. Already a bit of a look coming in from Yuri Toman as he tries to look down the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. down in the first corner. Erhan Yovsky straight around the outside, makes contact with the BS competition driver, straight lines the first chicane, and it's not the drama like what we saw earlier on in the evening as they managed to work their way just roughly through the 1st and 2nd corner down into turn 4. It's Erhan Yovsky leading from Ferris Stanley, but is it turn 4 where the drama starts? We go slightly single file, all trying to narrow our way down. One of the Vitalities getting pushed out by Kaiki Oliveira, and it has all kicked off behind. Kaiki Oliveira has been sent down the order. Virtus Pro working their way through in all this, and chaos is starting to build up. Things are starting to fall through the fingers of BS competition, who now find themselves 3rd in the group.
Yeah, they found themselves in a very strong position prior to the start of the race, and now BS Plus see 3 cars drop down into 9th, 11th and 12th. Kaiki Oliveira, we're currently seeing in the bottom left of screen, is being pressurized now by Wojtek Fiala as they now race out, and Fiala's round as well. Oh my goodness me, Fiala is around, and it looks like, well, I should say no, Mikhail Statsenko is round, not Fiala. Fiala is still out on track. He is in 8th place behind Oliveira, but Mikhail Statsenko down into 12th with Yuri Toman for company.
At some point during this evening, George Morgan's voice might reach the noise level that only dogs can hear, but you're still struggling along with me. I respect it. Here's Nikodem Wisniewski on the rear end, struggling to find his way past Wojtek Fiala. It's going to be important points for BS competition, despite that drop from Mikhail Statsenko. It's 129 points for Virtus Pro. They're 30 clear of BS competition, but look how close it is. BS competition versus Vitality. It's Vitality leading, then they're in 4th and 5th, and then they're obviously down the order in 11th position. BS competition need to work their way through, and all this. Wisniewski to the outside, trying to work his way past Fiala, couldn't do it there. Now, there was a controversial bit down at turn 1. Erhan Yovsky straight lined the first corner to get past Ferris Stanley. George Morgan, do you think he has to give it back?
I would say so. I think Race Control have definitely got to intervene. It was very, very deep, very late. Ferris Stanley had no choice, and I think he has given it back as well, Lewis, because Ferris Stanley is back through and passed into the lead of the race. So there we have it. Definitely a decisive moment right there, and the right moments as well. The right move definitely made there by Erhan Yujovski. He obviously knew that he overcut it, heading down in towards turn 1, and therefore Ferris Stanley had to be given back the place. So full respects there to the Macedonian.
Can't give him too much credit, though. He was told by Race Control to do it.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
Race Control did hand out the command, give up 1 position for an overtake outside of track bounds. That was the note for Erhan Yujovski, and so had to return the position back to Ferris Stanley, as we were kind of expected would potentially happen. Now, what that's done, courtesy of the lead position of the race, switching from Vitality to BS Competition, it is now 104 points for the herd as they look to remain in Group B. Vitality at the moment, they could be on the cusp of dropping down. This is how it's going to go, though, all season long in this dynamic group phase. I am really enjoying, by the way, this dynamic group phase. I think it's absolutely insane.
It's a touch of flair, doesn't it, to the racing that we, of course, do witness in this series. And obviously now Vitality have got to pull something out of the bag. And at the moment, they've got Marcel Cinčić and Thibaut Kazubon operating in 4th and 5th, which is ideal. But the big stopping point is the fact that Yuri Toman is all the way down in 11th place there, Lewis. So that is what's really stopping them, really, to ascend from ascending up into P2. And obviously, with Kaiki Oliveira being in 7th place, if they can dock points off him, that would make a huge difference.
Certainly so. Well, here comes a look to the outside. Yujovski's going to try it again as they head their way down to the 27th and final corner of the second lap here in race number 3, Group B. It's Ferris Stanley leading from Yujovski. It's BS Competition leading from Vitality. And here comes the outside look. We've seen outside moves happen every single time down into turn 1, and Yujovski's put himself on the best line. The Vaseline has been poured over the camera lens, but it's not poured over the steering wheel for Yujovski as he fires his way through into turn 1. Straight around the outside he goes, and Yujovski, the Macedonian, hits the front once again. The inside line coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr., who's just looking to try and make things a little bit more difficult. Once again then, 3 points separates BS Competition and Vitality, but that was all fair and square. Race Control won't intervene on that one. It was just a beautiful move.
That was a key move from Erhan Yujovski, and as I said before the race, this is going to be him at his best. He needs to be on form, needs to be on trend. They need a victory here, Vitality. Here's a replay from the start, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Let's try and piece together what happened. So obviously you'll see at the top of the group, that's where Yujovski will go straight on and over at the first corner. Had Vitality's go either side of Kaiki Oliveira.
Yeah, straight up.
And to be fair, I will say, I don't know which one that is. Marcel Cinčić did skip over the chicane as well, to be perfectly honest, but either way then this all unfolded. A little bit of contact with the rear end of Kaiki Oliveira. It all got very messy in this group. Again, Race Control can see it from whatever angle they want. We can get to see it from up above.
Yeah, it definitely saved Kaiki Oliveira there, that wall on the inside, just able to keep him out on track as we then witnessed some side-by-sides then. This was the moment where Statsenko got caught at the very start of the race, and that sent him further down the order. Also met with Yuri Toman, who also joined him as well. But it's Erhan Yujovski at the top of the tree at the moment, half a second clear of Ferris Stanley at the moment, but obviously that's only a minute gap that can very easily be brought down again. And obviously we know how good Ferris Stanley is, over 1 lap pace as we run on board with Marcel Cinčić in P4, currently 2/10 away from Kevin Ellis Jr. as they fly down through towards turn 27. Of course, Big Kev managing to operate his Aston Martin higher up inside that top 12, obviously the 12 that we currently have in this classification, with currently the Virtus Pro of Mikhail Statsenko at the very bottom, and the Vitality car belonging to Erhan Yujovski at the very top. Big chance here for Ferris Stanley to try and reply, and also looking to try and make moves is Marcel Cinčić, looking to lift Vitality off the bottom, and contact there. My goodness me, and also round is Marcel Cinčić. So Ferris Stanley drops. This is going to cause a major swerve in terms of the life standings, and indeed it has, because now BS Plus are at the bottom of the standings and face eviction from Group B into Group C as now they go wheel to wheel again through the first sector.
Yeah, Marcel Cinčić getting his elbows out, but a little too far out, to be perfectly honest here. He made the costly mistake down into T1. He drove into the back of Ferris Stanley whilst trying to make the move. Yeah, it was all a little bit messy there, to be perfectly honest. He was trying to get his way past Kevin Ellis Jr., completely misjudged it down in the first corner. They're now locked on points. And the thing is, even if Cinčić gets a penalty for that, which would be a 5-second time penalty for contact, it would drop him behind Yuri Toman, yes, but he'd still be ahead of Statsenko, and so it actually wouldn't change anything for the team. They'd still be scoring the exact same amount of points. Watch him here. He's on the inside. He's making the move then on Kevin Ellis Jr. Early onto the brakes is Ferris Stanley. He makes contact with the rear end of Stanley, sends him round, tries catching him as well, and then spinning everyone around. Everyone decides to keep on the throttle because banter, lol, sim racing. Yeah, that was all a bit messy. In my mind, that is a slam dunk for Marcel Chinchik. That'll be a penalty, I'm sure.
Yeah, the points were briefly 91 apiece as well for both BS Plus and also Vitality, but that's changed immediately now. 91 in the hands of BS Plus with 88 now in the grasp of Vitality, but obviously if Marcel Chinchik gets past Gregor Schill, that will obviously place it, or shall we say the shoe on the other foot to a certain degree, and looking to take the longer run out of turn 27 in order to try and open up against Gregor Schill heading down in towards turn 1. He has got a queue of cars in front though that can also offer plenty of opportunity. We've got side by side as well between Thibaut Casibon and also Kevin Ellis Jr. on the run down through towards, or should I say between Dara McCormack and Thibaut Casibon coming in towards turns 1 and turns 2 as they now escape coming out of turn 2 now. They've got Kaiki Oliveira with them as well as they fly down through towards turn 3. Who is going to win the battle here this time around for certainly third place here. Casibon looking to try and elevate Vitality, as indeed they do stay wheel to wheel, and certainly this time McCormack with a favourable inside will retain the place. And Kaiki Oliveira indeed holding firm, not losing any places, stays on track, but a close moment in the first sector.
I know that would have got hidden behind the tower there. I think he had an unreal catch. I genuinely think Kaiki Oliveira caught a mega slide there and was able to keep himself in the mix. His heart rate probably didn't change at all as he goes out wide here at 13. Darren McCormack, to lose it. Yeah, exactly. Darren McCormack obviously is kind of involved in this fight only in a matter of battle on position, because Virtus Pro, they are comfortably in position to move their way through. But that'll be an important point switch just to steal points off of Vitality for BS competition, courtesy of how things are unfolding. Kaiki Oliveira, just to basically secure things here, pretty much needs to clear Thibaut Casibon, because Marcel Chinchik getting ahead of Gregor Schill has actually cost BS competition more points, has closed it up to now just a single point between second and third. I'm pretty sure the heart rates of, Florian Harsfield will probably be a little bit higher than even Kaiki Oliveira. He's in the race.
Wouldn't be surprised. I would imagine he's watching on, probably looking through his fingers at the moment. We're on lap 5 of 8. Here's a replay. And we're running on board here with Kaiki Oliveira. A little bit of contact, and what a save indeed it was. Just managing to keep it on the track as he made a little bit of contact with Thibaut Casibon's rear on the Aston Martin GT3, the Vantage, as they now fly down the long straight in towards turn 1. Is still Yuyovski. Kevin Ellis Jr. now in second, with Darren McCormack in third as well. This victory in this very race could be the difference maker, potentially, between Yuyovski potentially confirming his place up at the very front. At least if something else was to happen, they could still potentially retain P2, and now they do switch indeed, as now we see 90 points in favour, it would seem, of Vitality. BS Plus now down into third on 89, so the point may still separate them, but the roles have been reversed.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously, I think BS competition will be most frustrated. They've had so many points cost to them, courtesy of the spin for Ferris Stanley earlier on, who's doing nothing wrong after he got hit by Marcel Chinchik. That's just how the cookie crumbles here with how this format is. Really, what they're praying for is for Kevin Ellis Jr. to get on after it and to help them out and take his second victory in Virtus Pro colours. At the moment, he's on for a 6th podium under the Virtus Pro banner, but that victory would be very sweet indeed for Kevin Ellis Jr. Not only for him, though, it would be even more sweet for the herd, who, they might even be like, pretty please? Pretty please? to Kevin Ellis Jr. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to go for it, because he might sit there and think, look, this isn't my fight. Even though it's for a win, I know, but like the team's already in position to progress.
Hold the phone here, Lewis. Marcel Chinchik, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision earlier on, which would drop him below Gregor Schill.
It would cost them 2 points.
At the moment, which would cost them 2 points. So it would favour, obviously, elsewhere. We got side-by-sides as well, heading down in towards turn 1. This is the two Aston Martins belonging to Team Vitality meeting at BS Plus. And just look at that, a through goes, you want to call it a through goes Hamilton moment. You could probably certainly say that. And at the moment as they make their way down through towards turn 1. It is Thibaut Casubon in 4th, still chasing after Darren McCormack.
George, that was a Timu. 3 goes Hamilton moment. Much like the 3 goes Hamilton that Crofty tried pulling at the Miami Grand Prix. Alas, here is Wisniewski trying to get his way past and fend off Wojtek Fiala, and will indeed do so. Courtesy of that 5-second time penalty for Marcel Chinchik, which I believe was for the incident earlier on in the race against Ferris Stanley, not for the incident we just saw. I feel that might be a penalty for, I think it might have been Chinchik again. Because he drove into Gregor Schill to open the door for Yuri Toman to come through. So there might be another one. That wouldn't actually matter anyway. But Marcel Chinchik, he would drop back to last place. So that means that BS Competition would gain 1, so they'd be up to 92. And Vitality would lose 2, so they'd be down to 88. So this is advantage BS Competition at the moment, not only in those live stands you can see in the top right there, but also with penalties taken into account.
Yeah, so with the penultimate lap now in full flow, there's a huge chance here now for BS Plus Competition to bring home what could be major points, and not to mention what's going to happen afterwards in terms of stewards' decisions. With a 5-second time penalty going the way of Marcel Chinchik, it'll throw it back in the favour of Gregor Schill. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. on the back of Erhan Yujovski as well. This could be such an integral move here for BS Plus to confirm their place heading into the next round when we go to Daytona. But obviously BS Plus chasing in order to stay in Group B. Here as it stands, here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. here, Lewis, and this could be all important. This could very easily evict or confirm the eviction of Vitality here in Group B.
Yeah, he's going for it. He'll probably want the outside line for the run into turn 1. Let's have a wait and see as to see which way he's going to go, because the outside line does tend to favour. He looks to the outside. Oh, gets squeezed over by Erhan Yujovski, who tries to get him as close to the barrier as possible, tries to make it as narrow as possible. Any mistake given for Kevin Ellis Jr., and they both could be round. They send it into the first corner, but no switch. That's the start of the final lap of the race, and Erhan Yujovski is doing everything he can to hold him off. The last time I saw Yujovski defend like this was to give Marcel Chinchik the spring season title, and he did it to perfection at Monza on that day, and he's trying to do it once again here. Yujovski fending off from Ellis Jr. I mean, look, this is giving just hope. This is giving the smallest chance of Vitality. If Yujovski doesn't win this race, there is no chance. It's over. They're done. They're not going through, or not rather staying here in Group B. It is a battle for survival for Vitality.
And it could all be thrown into question. Should Wojtek Fiala overtake Nikodem Wisniewski, or if we see more moves further back with Ferris Stanley as well. But obviously at the moment it's all Yujovski, currently sat in the lead of the race. 1 point between at the moment Vitality and BS Plus Competition, with BS Plus currently going through on 91 points, or remaining in Group B I should say, and Vitality will be dropping down into Group C. But at the moment it's still going to be BS Plus at this moment in time, unless something dramatic shifts here in the final sector here at Jeddah. Who's it going to be? Where's it going to go? We'll find out now, folks, as Yujovski and also Kevin Ellis Jr. make their way through the very fast turns 22 and 23.
Certainly so. McCormack's closing his way into it, but he's not going to get here. One final corner, one final opportunity for Kevin Ellis Jr. to take a second victory of the season for him. For Erhan Yujovski, he's looking for his first victory in 2025, and it would be an important victory potentially for the Vitality team. If there's any opportunities, anything that the team can do behind him. Kevin Ellis Jr. to the outside, just about takes over the race lead. They're side by side, they're going to get squeezed out towards the barrier here, but it is going to be the Macedonian of Erhan Yujovski driving like his life depends on it to fend off the Virtus Pro driver of Kevin Ellis Jr. A drag race to the line that's going to go in favour of Yujovski, who takes victory in the final race of Group B. Sadly for the Vitality team, it's too little, too late. Yujovski's victory, not enough to progress. BS Competition will be staying in Group B, and Vitality, it will be a bittersweet interview with Yujovski, I'm sure. They will be deposited straight into Group C next week.
And only his third podium as well taken as well for Marcel, for Erhan Yujovski, I should say. Unfortunately for Vitality, it's been a rough night here this evening, and they have touched all steps of the podium throughout the course of R1 this campaign, obviously with Yujovski at the moment, but a truly difficult visit here for Vitality as a whole. Since moving across into the Aston Martin, it certainly hasn't thoroughfed through as it would have done when they were with the Audi, of course, that we see, well, certainly have seen of old. But Yujovski, despite the victory, it does look like they're going to be facing almost certain eviction from their group and heading downwards, of course. But credit to BS Plus, Lewis, they gave a great account of themselves.
They certainly did. Look, the BS competition did what they could. Vitality did what they could. And importantly, it was a good battle. And I will say, despite some of the negativities that we've seen from Vitality adapting to this car, there have been a lot of positives as well. They have battled. Again, last week or last round, they were nearly into Group A. Right, they have proven they've got the ability. It's just this Group B and C. There's so much overlap between the two groups. The two groups are so incredibly close. The likelihood is we are going to see a lot of dropping down and progressing between the two groups. A lot of movement between those two groups, and it just seems as though that's going to be the case again. It was a great drive from Yovski, though. He didn't really put a foot wrong outside of turn 1. Got the note from race control. Handed the position straight back. It's just sometimes how it goes.
Yeah, well, we can now go across and have a chat with Erhan Yovski, who's standing by for an interview with us as well, our race winner from Jeddah in the final race of the day. Erhan, thank you for joining us. Brilliant victory, obviously, on your part, defending against Virtus Pro right to the bitter end. I do apologise if my voice sounds very hoarse, but it's been a tough night for you as well. I mean, credit to you on the victory, but you must be feeling a little bit disappointed with the way the group has gone.
Yeah, we had quite a good starting positions in the first 2 races, but as we all saw, we didn't go our way this time. But I'm quite pleased with the win. I don't know how long it was. I won a race, but it finally happened, and I'm quite pleased for it.
Oh, mate, I'm desperately looking through the stats book now. You won the quarterfinal in the team event in round number 2 last year. There we go. Wherever that was, I got no idea. But that's either way, that's a different topic. Look, we've seen you win before. We've seen you win, obviously, when you were racing in the R8. This is obviously a first victory for you here in the Aston Martin. Let's talk about that for a second. Obviously, the team switched over into the Aston Martin. What's the struggles been like for that? How are you finding this car? What are you learning from this car? And, you know, what can you expect from Group C? Because it looks like you're a pretty strong team. You nearly got into Group A last round.
Yeah. To be honest, it has been a pretty steep learning curve for us, switching from Audi to Aston, and especially with the physics changes that we had pre-season. We are still learning day by day. We are not quite there yet, but I'm confident that we are gonna get there before the major.
Well, and we wish you congratulations, but also commiserations at the same time. We wish you all the best, though, heading through when we go to Group C action at Daytona. But until then, take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is, of course, Erhan Yovski. Everyone obviously feeling a little bit despondent. Lewis, do you want to take us through the highlights from that last race?
Yeah, indeed. Let's see a great drive from Erhan Yovski. Obviously, he was getting covered off here from Ferris Stanley at the first corner, and the major drama was up towards the front. Obviously, Erhan Yovski would skip over the opening chicane. Will be told by race control to give that position back to allow Ferris Stanley to come through. This was further down the order, though, as Kiki Oliveira would be sent round into the barriers. They were all trying to get through 2 and 3 wide, trying to piece their way into it, causing their fair shares of drama through the mid-pack. The battle up the order would see Mikhail Statsenko sent into the barrier, dropping down the order with Yuri Toman, and unfortunately the two of those would find their way down towards the rear end of the field. Up towards the front of the field, this little tag from Marcel Cinchik would send Ferris Stanley round, would then send Marcel Cinchik round himself, and the two of those would drop their way down the order, and there'll be a 5-second time penalty dished away of Marcel Cinchik, courtesy of that incident. There was also plenty of battling working their way through. This big catch, though, for Kiki Oliveira, as he was trying to find his way past the Vitality driver, couldn't quite do it. Marcel Cinchik and Yuri Tone were trying to find their way past Gregor Schill when this moment happened down at turn 1 and 2. Cinchik in deep. And there goes Yuri Toman with the up and under to squeeze his way straight through on both his teammate and the BS competition driver. Nikodem Vishnevsky doing battle with one of the Virtus Pro drivers, just squeezing his way past around the outside of the second corner. and were able to finish in 6th position. Either way, like I say, it's been a long time between victories for Erhan Yovski. His first victory of 2025, and you can't argue it wasn't deserved. A brilliant drive from Yovski, just ahead of Ellis Jr. Obviously, 600ths of a second between the two of them. Darren McCormack, basically from the rear end of the field after a slowdown in qualifying, able to jump his way back up into 3rd, making it 3 podiums on the night for McCormack. Then it's Thibaut Casamon in 4th place. Kaiki Oliveira and Nikodem Vishnevsky in 5th and 6th position, with Wojtek Fiala in 7th, Ferris Stanley in 8th, Yuri Toman in 9th, Gregor Schill in 10th, Mikhail Stetsenko and Marcel Chinchik rounding out the 12-kart field. Hearing then from Erhan Yovski in that interview, I completely agree. I think, look, they will be there in the final. I have firm belief in it. I've said it basically every time when it comes to this team. They do work really well when it comes to LAN events. That's why Marcel Chinchik won the spring major. It was in a LAN event. He got assistance from his teammate, and they are a good team. They are struggling with this brand new kart. Like I said, there's a steep learning curve that is kind of hitting them a little bit. But I trust the fact that they do have that speed. And I would love to see them being back to where they were, back battling with Redline. They've won teams championships before, not just drivers, but teams as well. They know what they're doing.
The team championship is arguably centered around consistency as well. I know it's not working very well, is it? But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, the Audi R8 definitely seemed to bring about the best period, I think, for the Vitality lineup, of course, formerly known as R8G back then. But, you know, they do have some work to do. Obviously, I'd imagine they'll spend some time in the Aston Martin as we look ahead to rounds to come. Obviously, Daytona coming up next can provide a few surprises, obviously, as well. In terms of Virtus Pro, Lewis, I mean, they'll probably take a huge amount of learning as well from their experiences here today as they go back into Group A. Do we think now that they can be that thorn in the side for Redline and Coanda?
I really do. It depends how the car works when they go racing on the high banks at Daytona, sure. But I do reckon they're going into it with some slight more confidence, with a little bit more belief in themselves and with a little bit more control. So I think there is potential for them to get on the attack a little bit more. And I'm sure it will be it'll be exciting. Whether they're going to win the round or not, I don't know. That's maybe a little bit more unlikely. But the fact is they just need to, at bare minimum, challenge one of Redline or Commander. And if they can knock one of them down and secure themselves Group A coming into round, so that would be very impressive.
Yeah, it would be. I would agree with that. We can actually take you through now the current live standings as part of the whole championship thus far. And as you can see, Porsche Coanda in charge, but only joint at the top with Team Redline at the moment. Virtus Pro sat in 3rd in terms of the standings, and joint with Mouse as well. So they're sharing the same respectability in terms of 3 and 4. Vitality down in 5th on 15. BS Plus Competition in 6 on 14. And then Team Falcons down on 11 with Williams as well. Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI further down on 8 points, down in 9th place, and TC Racing on 7 points in 10th. And then at the back we have ERA Esports and Guild Esports. Still a lot of work to do from those teams at the bottom, and as it stands, it looks like ERA and Guild could be our 2 eliminations at the very least, Lewis, heading out prior to Riyadh.
Yeah, indeed. That's what we were talking about this last week. Myself and Ewan O'Leary were basically saying that those teams, it's now or never for them. They need to find their way through. They need to put themselves together and basically they need to nail the next round. If they don't nail the next round, obviously only one of those teams will be progressing. If one of those teams does not progress through, whichever one doesn't, they're out. They're done. It's game over.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now moving onwards, obviously we're going to look to finish off this evening. Lewis, what about your best moments of the night thus far?
I mean, look, there's actually quite a few. Obviously, you could say Ferris Stanley taking that victory, fending off Darren McCormack. That was excellent. Some of the fight back charges, some of the excellent race that we've had. But I've got to say, Kaiki Oliveira getting absolutely bowling balled into the entire field at the race 1 start for Group B. Highlight of the evening. I've not seen anything more hilarious in a while.
That truly was special. I've got to give credit as well to Ferris Stanley picking up an incredible 2 pole positions and also a race win tonight. I think as a whole, his performance was a standout for me. Folks at home, if you want to check out the social, stay up to date with everything with regards to RENNSPORT, you can on social media as well. Be sure to stay up to date and tuned in as to when we go live and also the latest updates around as well. Also check out and scan the QR code. Stay up to date as well with the RENNSPORT app and also utilise it to stay up to date with not only your own progress but also the progress of the R1 Championship. But from me, George Morgan, and Lewis McGlade, we'll see you next time where I'll hopefully have a voice at Daytona. But until then, goodbye.